The gaming was partnered with NASA to create a game that uses NASA technology to allow players to explore the solar system. BitPixel CEO, Tom, revealed in an interview that they have been working on this project for over 5 years now, and are excited to finally share it with the world. The game, titled Interstellar Explorer, uses NASA technology to create a virtual solar system that is nearly identical to the actual one. Players can choose to take on the role of an astronaut, scientist, or engineer, and embark on various missions to explore different planets, moons, and asteroids. One of the most impressive features of the game is the use of NASA's electromagnetic shielding technology to recreate the harsh conditions of space. Players will feel the effects of solar winds and radiation, and will need to manage their spacesuits and equipment to survive. BitPixel and NASA are confident that this game will spark an interest in space exploration and lead to new breakthroughs in technology. The game is set to be released in the next few months, and is already generating buzz in the gaming world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Thunder roars and lightning strikes, a storm of epic proportions takes flight. The winds howl and the rains pour, leaving destruction in its wake, a trail to explore. Fires rage and trees fall, as the darkness consumes it all. City streets become rivers, and homes crumble to ash, the tempest's wrath a dangerous lash. But fear not, dear reader, for in the chaos lies a spark, a force that ignites the soul and ignites the dark. For the storm is a reminder that life is fleeting, and in its aftermath, new beginnings come greeting.
Local resident Henry Banks had just the idea to set up a new business in town. With clever name Instant Success, Banks' brainchild offers the unique product of instant gratification to its customers. The store boasts an array of instant items for purchase, including instant soup, instant noodles, instant juice, and instant coffee. Customers can also get their hands on a variety of essential items such as instant gratification gift cards. Banks, who is an experienced entrepreneur, has been thrilled by the positive response from the community. We've had long lines all week long of customers who are excited to get their hands on our products and enjoy the instant gratification they provide, said Banks. Despite the new store's success, Banks has been quick to point out that devotion and hard work will always be key to ultimate success. There's no substitute for dedication, first and foremost, said Banks. It seems that instant success is already an instant success.
In a bizarre twist of events, local man Jerry has claimed that he has been communicating with aliens through his cat, named Mr. Cuddlesworth. Jerry has reported that Mr. Cuddlesworth has been relaying messages from extraterrestrial beings to him through a series of meows and body language. According to Jerry, the aliens have been sending messages of love and peace to the people of Earth and have chosen him and his feline companion as their messengers. Jerry's claims have been met with skepticism from the scientific community, but he remains undeterred. He has even begun hosting weekly meditation sessions in his backyard, where he and Mr. Cuddlesworth sit in a circle with a group of like-minded individuals and attempt to communicate with the aliens. Despite the oddity of the situation, Jerry insists that his interactions with the aliens have brought him a sense of purpose and connection that he has never felt before. And as for Mr. Cuddlesworth, the cat seems to be enjoying the attention and the role of intergalactic messenger. Whether or not there really are aliens communicating through him remains a mystery, but for Jerry and the rest of the group, it's a weird and wonderful journey that they're eager to continue. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me, what did you see on the day of the alien invasion?
Well, the day started off like any other, but suddenly the sky was filled with this strange light, and then we all heard a loud rumbling noise. After a few moments, we could see these strange figures coming out of the light.
Interesting. What happened next?
It was really strange. When the aliens emerged, they started communicating with us. They said they had come to bring peace to our planet and that they wanted to share their technology and resources with us.
So they actually brought world peace?
Yes, they did. As soon as they arrived, the wars on our planet stopped and we have since been able to focus on building a better future. The aliens have helped us make great strides in science, technology, and medicine.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly unique to share with you today. It's called the Aquagel 3000.
Oh really, Rick? What's so special about this Aquagel 3000? It looks like an ordinary water bottle to me.
Well, that's where you're mistaken, Rex. The Aquagel 3000 is not just an ordinary water bottle. It's a revolutionary product.
Revolutionary? Seriously, Rick? I'm not buying it. I mean, it's just a bottle of water. What's so special about it?
I understand your skepticism, Rita, but wait until you hear this. The Aquagel 3000 is made from a special gel material that turns water into a tasty flavored drink.
Oh, come on, Rick. Who needs a gel-filled water bottle that supposedly adds flavor? You can simply add a slice of lemon to your regular water bottle.
Well, Rex, the Aquagel 3000 is all about convenience. No need to carry extra ingredients or slice fruits. Just fill it up with water, and voila, you have a flavored drink.
Convenience? More like a gimmick, if you ask me. I can't imagine who would actually buy this Aquagel 3000. It seems unnecessary and a waste of money.
I understand your concerns, Rita. However, the Aquagel 3000 has gained popularity among people who want a quick and effortless way to enjoy flavored drinks on the go.
Well, Rick, I guess there's no accounting for taste. But personally, I'll stick to adding real ingredients to my water. That's the way nature intended it.
Fair enough, Rex. Everyone has their preferences. At least the Aquagel 3000 offers a new and different option for those looking for a fuss-free flavored drink experience.
Well, Rick, while I might not be convinced by this product, I appreciate you bringing something unique to the table. Who knows, maybe there's a market for it after all.
In a groundbreaking move, game developers Daphne Winters and Thomas Atkins are using innovative technology from the firefighting industry to revolutionize the gaming world. They plan to incorporate elements from firefighting simulations into their new release Wild Blaze. The two developers have teamed up with firefighting professional Javier Goodrich to bring real-life firefighting techniques to the game. Players will have to navigate through fire-infested levels while preventing the spread of flames. Unlike previous games, Wild Blaze will feature advanced fire propagation techniques never before seen in gaming. The game will use a simulation of actual fire dynamics, taking into account the type of fuel, the wind, elevation, and even season. This data will be used to realistically simulate fires and wind spread, enabling players to choose their own strategies. The developers plan to launch Wild Blaze in early 2023, and they hope that their pioneering use of firefighting simulation will change the gaming industry. With any luck, Goodrich and the team's inclusion of fire dynamics will quickly become the standard for all future gaming simulations.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good afternoon, folks. This is Dan with a breaking news update. The world as we know it is ending. The sky is falling. I repeat, the sky is falling. Massive chunks of ice and hail the size of bowling balls are raining down from the sky, smashing anything in their path. I knew this day would come. They've been talking about it for years in the conspiracy theory chat rooms online. But why is no one taking it seriously? This is not just some random weather event, it's a coordinated attack. And they're specifically targeting me. I can hear the sound of their helicopters flying overhead. They're trying to take me out. I need to barricade myself in my bunker and wait for this to pass. But wait, what's that? The hail is actually made of marshmallows? And the ice chunks are just frozen cans of soda? Oh, never mind. False alarm, folks, it's just a promotional stunt by the local candy and beverage companies. I guess we can enjoy the sweet treats and refreshing drinks while we wait for the actual apocalypse to happen. Stay safe out there.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, viewers. I hope you're all having a great day.
Speak for yourself, Rex. You almost made me late for the show today.
What are you talking about? We both arrived at the studio with plenty of time to spare.
That's not the point. You forgot to bring me my favorite coffee, and I had to go out and get it myself.
Oh, come on, Rita. You know I'm not your personal barista.
I'm not asking you to be my barista, Rex. I'm asking you to be a decent human being and remember the little things that make our work easier.
Fine, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to remember your coffee next time. Can we please move on to more important matters now?
Sure, but you only won, Rex.
A local family, the Fergusons, went to their local park to have a picnic last Saturday, expecting a peaceful afternoon with the family. But they got more than they bargained for when they saw a real-life unicorn grazing on the grass. The family was in shock, and quickly snapped some pics of the mythical beast. When the pictures began circulating around town, interest was piqued and a crowd quickly gathered at the park. However, when park authorities arrived, the unicorn had vanished. But, as it turns out, the unicorn was in fact an elaborate costume worn by the town's mayor, Bob Jones, as a prank to lighten people's spirits and bring a bit of joy to the community during these difficult times. Mayor Jones was quick to admit his prank, explaining that it was the perfect way to lighten the mood, saying, "I thought a little bit of surprise would be the perfect way to bring some joy during these crazy times." The townspeople were definitely surprised, and the mayor's prank was certainly a success. In a stunning revelation, local woman Cindy Jones claims to have made contact with an alien species using just her toaster. Jones states that the aliens first made contact with her last month, while she was toasting a bagel. She claims that the toaster suddenly began emitting a strange high-pitched frequency and that she could hear a voice communicating with her through the sound. According to Jones, the aliens are an advanced race from a planet in a galaxy far, far away, and they have been observing Earth for some time. Jones also claims that the aliens have offered to share their advanced technology with humanity, but only if we prove ourselves worthy. Jones has contacted several major news outlets about her story, but so far, none of them have taken her seriously. Despite this, Jones remains resolute and claims that she will continue to communicate with the aliens using her toaster, as it is the only reliable method of contact. When asked about Jones's claims, a spokesperson for NASA stated that they do not have any evidence of alien contact and that any claims of such should be taken with a grain of salt. In a shocking turn of events, local man Billy Bob has reportedly discovered the secret to immortality. According to Billy Bob's claims, all it takes is drinking a daily concoction of mustard, ketchup and pickle juice, a combination he stumbled upon while experimenting with condiments in his kitchen. The recipe apparently came to him in a dream, and after drinking it consistently for the past year, Billy Bob says he hasn't aged a day. News of Billy Bob's discovery has caused a frenzy among the scientific community, with many calling for clinical trials to test the effectiveness of the Billy Bob immortality elixir. Skeptics have dismissed Billy Bob's claims as a tall tale, but the avid condiment enthusiast stands by his recipe and is willing to share it with anyone who wants to try. Some concerned citizens have raised questions about the safety of the elixir, but Billy Bob insists that he feels healthier than ever and has experienced no negative side effects. Could this be the key to eternal life? Only time will tell.
A feisty little pug was the star of the show at the weekend's biggest wedding when he gatecrashed the dance floor and showed off some seriously impressive moves. The pup, who went by the name of Walter, wowed the crowd, who stopped their own dances to watch him in awe. "At first we were shocked to see him, but then everyone was clapping and cheering him on," said one of the guests. "It was obvious that he was having the time of his life, and it was impossible not to be infected by his enthusiasm." After the reception, Walter was awarded a special prize by the bride and groom and given a lifetime supply of treats. He has since become something of an Instagram celebrity, with hundreds of people tuning into every post. Who says weddings have to be boring? Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
How did you come to witness the turtle crosser's arrest?
Well, I was walking by when I saw that everyone was standing around, and then the police came and arrested him.
What did the turtle crosser look like?
He was dressed in a bright yellow raincoat and had a bicycle with large tires. And he was carrying a giant shell filled with tiny turtles.
Wow, that's quite a sight. What was he doing when the police arrived?
He was slowly pedaling his bike across the intersection. It seemed like he was in no hurry at all.
What a peculiar situation. Could you tell us what the bystanders thought of the turtle crosser's antics?
Everyone was a little bit baffled. Some were even shaking their heads in disbelief.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have a bizarre new product to showcase today.
Oh, really? What weird thing are you about to present, Rick?
You won't believe your eyes. Introducing the Toaster 2000.
Wait, Rick. Did you say Toaster 2000? That sounds completely unnecessary.
Well, Rita, this toaster is like no other. It comes with an AI assistant and voice control.
Oh boy, a talking toaster. I can't wait to ask it about the weather while my bread gets crispy.
That sounds utterly ridiculous, Rick. Who needs their toaster to engage in small talk?
I get your skepticism, but this toaster also has a built-in screen that streams live news and weather updates.
So, let me get this straight, Rick. Instead of using my smartphone or turning on the TV, I should stare at my toaster for news?
Brilliant idea, Rick. Let's all gather around our toasters like there are personal news stations.
Come on, guys, the Toaster 2000 might seem weird, but it's all about advancing technology.
Well, Rick, I'll stick with my traditional toaster that does one thing well, toast bread.
And I'll stick with my smartphone for news updates. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. The Toaster 2000 might not be for everyone, but it's definitely an intriguing concept.
In an unprecedented move, video game developer XYZ has teamed up with NASA to incorporate their cutting-edge technology into their new space simulation game called Galactic Explorer. The game allows players to explore space like never before with realistic graphics and physics that accurately simulate the environment of planets, stars, and galaxies. The technology behind the game was originally developed by NASA for use in their space exploration missions. We saw an opportunity to bring the technology to a wider audience and create a truly immersive gaming experience, said John Smith, CEO of XYZ. The game has already received critical acclaim for its attention to detail and accuracy. Players have reported feeling as though they are really in space, and the game has sparked renewed interest in space exploration. NASA spokesperson, Jane Rogers, praised the collaboration and said, "We are excited to see our technology being used in innovative ways and reaching new audiences." Galactic Explorer is set to be released next month and is expected to be a hit among both gaming and space enthusiasts.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
This just in, folks. A severe windstorm is approaching the region, with winds gusting up to 90 miles per hour. Dan believes this windstorm is an elaborate plot by the hair dryer industry to stick it to people who prefer natural wind-dried hair. It's a conspiracy, I tell you, Dan says frantically in his latest weather update. They want us to use their hair dryers and fry our hair into oblivion. Dan advises all residents to batten down the hatches and stay indoors. Or, if you have to go out, make sure you wear a hat that can withstand the force of a hurricane-strength wind. Stay safe, folks, and hold on tight to your hair.
In a groundbreaking study published in the Journal of Oceanography, scientists have made an incredible discovery: pet fish can talk and watch TV. The study, which involved placing cameras in fish tanks and playing episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants, found that the fish were not only able to watch the show, but also respond to the characters on screen. Lead researcher Dr. Mark Fisherman was ecstatic about the findings, stating, "This opens up a whole new world of communication with our fishy friends. We can now have conversations with them, and even introduce them to new forms of entertainment. The possibilities are endless." The study has sparked a lot of interest from pet owners, who are now clamoring to find out how they can teach their own fish to talk and watch TV. Fish stores are reporting a surge in sales of TV sets and remote controls, as well as an increase in requests for fish with larger vocal cords. Some skeptics, however, are questioning the study's validity. Marine biologist Dr. Emma Jellyfish told reporters, "This is absolute nonsense. Fish have no vocal cords, and their brains are not sophisticated enough to understand human speech, let alone television. I think these researchers have been smoking something fishy. Despite the criticism, Dr. Fisherman and his team remain convinced of their findings, and plan to conduct further studies to uncover the full extent of fish communication abilities.
Local resident, John, made a shocking discovery while tending to his garden over the weekend. He claims to have found a cucumber that can speak. According to John, the cucumber told him that it was tired of being sliced up and eaten by humans. John was so startled by the experience that he immediately dialed 911. However, when paramedics arrived on the scene, the cucumber had gone silent. John insists that the talking cucumber is still in his possession and hopes to show it to scientists for further investigation. The discovery has caused a stir in the small town, with many residents flocking to John's house to catch a glimpse of the alleged talking vegetable. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you see?
Well, I saw this local man, and he was talking to plants.
Are you sure he was talking to them?
Yeah, I'm sure. He kept saying things like please grow a little bit faster and don't forget to photosynthesize.
That's incredible. Do you think he's some kind of superhuman?
I don't know. He could have just been crazy. He was also dancing around the plants and blowing them kisses.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hello everyone, I'm Rick, and today I have a rather unusual product to share with you all.
Oh, boy. What bizarre thing do you have for us today, Rick?
Well, Rex, today I present to you the Taco Master 3000.
Wait, did you say a taco? What's so special about this taco, Rick?
Yes, Rita, it may look like an ordinary taco, but this one is made entirely from recycled cardboard.
Cardboard? Are you kidding me? Who in their right mind would want to eat a cardboard taco?
I have to agree, Rick. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. Why would anyone even create such a thing?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Taco Master 3000 is not for eating. It's actually a taco-shaped phone stand.
A phone stand? Why would someone want their phone propped up on a cardboard taco? Are they trying to make a statement about their taste in accessories?
Rick, I can't help but think this is a joke. It's hard to take this product seriously. Is it even functional?
Actually, it is, Rita. The Taco Master 3000 has a built-in tilt mechanism to provide the perfect viewing angle for your phone.
I still can't wrap my head around using a cardboard taco as a phone stand. It sounds flimsy and rather silly, to be honest.
Well, Rex, I can understand your skepticism, but some people love quirky and unconventional products. The Taco Master 3000 might just be their cup of tea.
I guess everyone has their own taste, even if it's a taste for cardboard tacos. Thanks for showing us this, Rick.
You're welcome, Rita. And remember, folks, if you're tired of boring old phone stands, the Taco Master 3000 is here to add a dash of novelty to your life.
This weekend, Olga Delmar and Robert Sanders, two avid video game players, spent the weekend in the virtual world of sports and recreation. The two gamers had pre-purchased an intergalactic sports package, allowing them to experience a variety of sports, from hover soccer to light-speed racing. The two gamers spent the weekend competing against each other in teams from around the galaxy in epic games that were scored in light years rather than points. Their most intense competition came from a hive-like alien race from a distant star system, who they defeated in a close hover soccer match. The gamers had a blast competing in the virtual sports world and, in the end, declared their weekend a success. They promised each other that they would meet again in the future to continue their experience in the intergalactic sports package. Until then, they will continue to practice their skills in the virtual world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, everyone. What an incredible day it is today. The sun is shining bright, the birds are singing, and the temperature is perfect. It's like nature is giving us the perfect stage to show off our abilities. Today is a day for taking risks and pushing ourselves to the limit. Anything is possible. But let's not forget that with great power comes great responsibility. The sun can scorch us and the wind can knock us down. We need to make sure we're prepared for anything. So let's harness the power of the weather and use it to our advantage. Let's show the world what we're made of. And always remember, when it comes to the weather, there's no such thing as bad conditions. Only bad equipment. Now go out there and conquer the world.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to tonight's news. I'm Rex, and I'm joined by my co-anchor, Rita.
Hi, Rex. Glad to be here, as always.
Now, before we get started, Rita, I have to ask, did you or did you not eat the last donut in the break room this morning?
Oh, come on, Rex. It was just one donut.
One donut too many. You know how much I love donuts.
Well, maybe you should have gotten here earlier, then you could have had one too.
You know I have to do my morning yoga routine before I come in. It's essential for my well-being.
Your well-being could have taken a back seat for one day. Besides, I needed some sugar to get through the morning news meeting.
Well, I hope that donut was worth it, because you'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Oh, please. You don't have a lawyer.
In a shocking turn of events, a stray cat named Mr. Whiskers has been elected as the new mayor of Smalltown. The residents of Smalltown were fed up with their previous mayor's lack of action on important issues such as road repairs and community events. In a last-ditch effort to bring attention to their concerns, they wrote in Mr. Whiskers as a joke candidate. However, to everyone's surprise, Mr. Whiskers won by a landslide with 99% of the vote. Mr. Whiskers was sworn in as mayor yesterday and has already taken charge. He has instituted a new policy of mandatory naps for all town employees to increase productivity and morale. He has also ordered the installation of scratching posts and litter boxes throughout the town to encourage more cats to move in. While some residents are skeptical of having a cat as their mayor, others are thrilled with the new leadership. However, the twist in the story is that Mr. Whiskers is not a typical cat. He was actually a human who was cursed by a witch and turned into a feline. The curse can only be broken if Mr. Whiskers successfully serves a full term as mayor. Will he be able to break the curse and return to human form? Only time will tell. At the ripe old age of 79, George Harrison III decided to treat himself to a midlife career makeover. After retiring from his job as a librarian, he decided to pursue his lifelong passion of becoming a professional musician. But his attempt had a twist. Instead of playing a traditional instrument, like the guitar or drums, George has opted to use only castanets as his medium of expression. He began practicing with the instrument every day and soon developed an impressive repertoire of songs. George found incredible success with his unique approach and has already become a celebrated virtuoso in the music world. His surprising journey has inspired others of all ages to chase their dreams, no matter their age or level of experience.
William Johnson, a 35-year-old accountant, was walking through the park on his lunch break when he suddenly felt an urge to speak to the squirrels around him. To his surprise, the squirrels seemed to understand him and even responded. Johnson spent the rest of his lunch break conversing with his newfound furry friends. He discovered that the squirrels were not all that interested in talking about nuts, but instead preferred to gossip about other park animals. Johnson's co-workers were skeptical when he returned to work and told them about his squirrel chat, but Johnson maintains that he now has a new group of best friends. He plans to bring them some snacks during his next lunch break. Joseph Slickson, a man from Boxtown, was detained at an airport yesterday and is now being investigated by authorities for fraud. A A customs official who found the man during a routine security check was suspicious when they noticed that Slickson had 8 toes on each foot. Slickson allegedly appealed to authorities, explaining that his extra toes were the result of a childhood accident, but the customs officials were unconvinced and decided to detain him. Further inspection of Slickson's possessions led to the discovery of 24 passports that all belonged to him. Upon further questioning, Slickson admitted that he had been using the passports for a variety of illegal activities, including avoiding taxes and sneaking into the country. The customs officials are now working with law enforcement to investigate Slickson and his possible involvement in a larger international fraud scheme. Slickson is being held without bail while the investigation progresses. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb, what did you see when Reverend Christopher Green stopped the flow of time?
Well, it was pretty strange. Everything stopped moving, like time was frozen. Even the enemy town was motionless and frozen. It was like a scene out of a movie.
That's incredible. So, what did Reverend Green do to save the town?
He kind of just stood there with his hands in the air, like he was casting a spell. Then he said something about stopping the flow of time. After that, everything moved normally again, and the town was saved from destruction.
Wow, that's an amazing story. It sounds like he really did something miraculous.
It sure was. I definitely won't forget it.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a strange and intriguing new product called Goblin Gizmo.
Oh boy, here we go. Another bizarre invention. What's so special about this Goblin Gizmo, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Goblin Gizmo is a unique little creature-shaped gadget designed to help you with all kinds of daily tasks.
Wait, did you just say creature-shaped? Please tell me it's not some creepy doll or toy.
Not exactly, Rita. It's shaped more like a little goblin with big eyes, pointy ears, and a mischievous smile.
A goblin? Seriously? Who in their right mind would use a goblin-shaped gadget? This sounds ridiculous.
Well, Rex, the Goblin Gizmo is not just about its appearance. It's packed with features that might actually be helpful.
All right then, enlighten us. What kind of helpful features does this goblin possess?
The Goblin Gizmo has voice recognition capabilities, so you can give it commands and it will perform simple tasks for you.
Right, because we all need a goblin to tell us what to do. I'm sure it's just as annoying as it sounds.
Come on, guys, let's not judge it too quickly. The Goblin Gizmo can also serve as a Bluetooth speaker and a digital assistant.
So, it not only looks bizarre, but it also tries to replace our smartphones or smart speakers? No thanks.
I can't even begin to imagine the awkwardness of having that thing sit on my kitchen counter. It's a hard pass for me.
Well, it seems like you both aren't exactly fans of the Goblin Gizmo. Fair enough, it might not be for everyone.
You got that right, Rick. I think I'll stick with my trusty smartphone rather than this goblin-shaped oddity.
Absolutely. Let's leave the goblin gadgets to fantasy movies and focus on more practical inventions, shall we?
Gamers everywhere are buzzing about the new video game Virtual Haircut Hero. What makes this game unique is that it utilizes hologram technology that has never been used in gaming before. The technology comes from the hair salon industry, where it is used to project hairstyles onto clients to give them a better idea of what their new look will be. Virtual Haircut Hero allows players to select a hairstyle and then project it onto their own head, giving them a 360-degree view of their new look. The game uses a special camera that scans the player's head and then projects the hairstyle onto the player's scalp. The hologram technology is so advanced that players can even see how the hairstyle will look from different angles as they move their head. Virtual Haircut Hero has been a huge hit with gamers who are looking for a fun and unique way to try out new hairstyles without actually committing to a drastic haircut. Who knew the hair salon industry had such innovative technology to offer the gaming world?
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As I stare out the window of the station, I see the horizon growing ominously dark. The sky is churning with a vicious energy, swirling with the promise of destruction. And caffeine. My friends, the end is nigh, but it won't be a fiery inferno or a flood of biblical proportions that signal our doom.
In an unfortunate turn of events, a notorious barber in the downtown area, Harry Trim, was robbed for the second time in just as many months. The police officials are combing through the crime scene looking for any hairs of evidence. Mr. Trim reported that the robbers came in and took everything, including his prized pair of scissors. The police say that their investigation is going to be a cutthroat one. The barber shop has been temporarily closed down, and Mr. Trim is left to buzz around the house thinking about his next move. In a shocking turn of events, Marvin from Mario's Pizzeria was arrested for assaulting a ball of dough with a rolling pin. According to witnesses, Marvin became enraged after the dough failed to rise properly and began shouting, "This crust is killing me," before attacking it with the rolling pin. When the police arrived on the scene, Marvin was still in a heated argument with the dough and refused to back down until the officers intervened. The dough was unharmed in the incident, but Marvin is facing charges of disorderly conduct and assault with a deadly weapon. The pizzeria has declined to comment on the situation, but patrons have been spotted leaving the establishment with extra dough for fear of becoming Marvin's next victim.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Johnson won the annual hot dog eating contest by consuming an unprecedented 300 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. Spectators were both astounded and horrified as they watched Johnson wolf down hot dog after hot dog, using various techniques like dunking them in water to make them easier to swallow. As he continued to eat, his face became redder and sweat poured down his brow, but he persevered and in the end, emerged victorious. The prize money for the contest was $1,000, which Johnson happily collected while clutching his stomach. When asked how he managed to consume so many hot dogs, Johnson simply replied, "I've been practicing for this my whole life." Many are still trying to comprehend how someone could eat that many hot dogs in such a short amount of time, but Johnson seems to have no regrets, except for the fact that he has not been able to eat anything ever since the contest ended. In a remarkable feat of courage and daring, local resident Jack Johnson has become the first person in history to surf the mighty Niagara Falls. Johnson, an experienced surfer and adrenaline junkie, spent months planning the stunt and training for the treacherous conditions he would face. On the day of the surf, a group of spectators gathered by the falls to watch Johnson's daring attempt. As he rode his board towards the edge of the falls, the crowd held their breath. But just as Johnson was about to plunge over the edge, something unexpected happened. The powerful force of the water suddenly reversed, sending Johnson hurtling backwards towards the shore. To everyone's amazement, Johnson ended up surfing backwards up the falls and back to safety. He later explained that he had inadvertently discovered a previously unknown phenomenon in the physics of water, which he dubbed the Johnson effect. Johnson has already been approached by several major scientific institutions about studying his discovery, but for now, he's just happy to have survived his incredible surfing feat. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Welcome to the show, Jeb. Tell us what you saw when you heard about the fabled success stories.
It was a truly inspiring moment. There were people of all ages and backgrounds coming together to share stories and experiences of success. It was amazing to see how many people had achieved their goals through hard work and dedication.
Wow. That sounds like quite the event. What was your reaction when you heard their stories?
It was very moving. People were celebrating their achievements, yet still pushing to reach the next goal. My reaction was one of encouragement and motivation. Knowing that all these people were overcoming challenges and reaching their goals was extremely inspiring.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a really unique product that's sure to catch your attention.
Oh, really? Is it another useless gadget, Rick?
Well, Rex, let's not be too quick to judge. This product may just surprise you. Introducing the Lampshade 2000.
Wait, did you say Lampshade 2000? Please tell me it's not just a fancy name for a regular lampshade.
Actually, Rita, it is a lampshade, but it comes with some extraordinary features.
Extraordinary features? You mean it can make my toast in the morning or fly me to work? I highly doubt it.
Well, maybe not that extreme, but the Lampshade 2000 can change colors with just a touch of a button.
Oh, wow. Because that's exactly what humanity has been waiting for. A color-changing lampshade.
Can it also do my taxes, Rick? I could really use a lampshade with some accounting skills.
Okay, maybe it's not the most groundbreaking invention, but it can add some fun and ambience to your living space.
Rick, I hate to break it to you, but lampshades have been adding ambience for centuries. This is nothing new.
I can't believe we're wasting airtime on a silly lampshade. How about we cover something actually important?
Well, Rex and Rita, not every product can be a game changer, but sometimes it's nice to appreciate the small things that bring a little joy into our lives.
In a shocking incident, 23-year-old Max was rushed to the hospital after losing all brain function due to a prolonged video gaming session. Max had been playing the game Zombie Apocalypse for 72 hours straight, without taking a break or even a quick nap. His friends, who were present in the room, tried to convince Max to take a break and rest, but he refused to listen. Eventually, Max's body gave up, and he collapsed on the floor, drooling and stuttering. The doctors claimed that Max's brain had shut down due to the excessive strain of playing the game, and that it was unlikely he would ever regain consciousness. Max's distraught parents released a statement, blaming the game's creator, Undead Studios, for their son's condition. These game makers don't care about anything other than making money, Max's mother said. They have no regard for the health and safety of their players. The news of Max's condition quickly spread on social media, with gamers around the world expressing their shock and sadness. Many of them even started a petition demanding that Zombie Apocalypse be banned from all gaming platforms. As for Max, he remains in a coma, with no signs of improvement. His friends have since vowed to never play video games for more than 30 hours at a stretch.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, folks. This is your chief meteorologist Dan bringing you breaking news about a catastrophic hailstorm hitting our county. The hailstones are as big as baseballs and they are plummeting down from the sky with deadly force, injuring dozens of people and causing widespread destruction. I repeat, this is not a drill, this is a full-blown emergency. If you value your life, take cover immediately and stay away from windows and doors. This is an unprecedented weather event, folks, and you need to take it seriously. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go hide under my bed and wait for the end of the world.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita, but don't hold that against me.
Really, Rita? Is that how we're starting the show?
Oh, come on, Rex. Lighten up. I'm just joking.
I know you are, Rita. But you always have a knack for getting under my skin.
That's because you're so easy to rile up, Rex. It's like poking a sleeping bear.
Ha ha, very funny. At least I don't have to wear 3-inch heels to look taller.
Hey now, don't knock the heels. They give me confidence.
I'll stick to my elevator shoes, thank you very much.
Well, at least we can agree on one thing. Let's get started with the news.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Smith has been claiming that he has been communicating with beings from outer space through his socks. According to Smith, the aliens have been giving him important information about the future of humanity and have even provided him with winning lottery numbers. At first, many people were skeptical of Smith's claims, but his accuracy with the lottery numbers has caused some to reconsider. However, the twist in the story came when it was revealed that Smith had accidentally mixed up his socks with his neighbor's and had been unknowingly communicating with his neighbor this whole time. Smith's neighbor, John Brown, confessed to playing a prank on Smith and pretending to be an alien. Smith was embarrassed by the whole ordeal but admitted that he had fallen for Brown's prank hook, line, and sinker. In what can only be described as a groundbreaking discovery, local man Johnny Pickles has found a way to travel through time using nothing but pickles. According to Pickles, the key to his success is in the brine solution, which apparently contains mystical time-traveling properties. Pickles claims that by soaking in a bathtub filled with the rumored magical brine solution for an hour, he was able to travel back to the 1980s and party with rock stars. He even claims to have visited the future and witnessed the end of the world. While there is no scientific evidence to support Pickles' claims, he says he will continue to experiment with different pickle varieties to unlock even more time-traveling secrets.
Local police arrived at a Taco Bell in Austin, Texas after reports that President Frank Donaldson had been served 2 identical tacos in his order. Witnesses claimed that the employee allegedly responsible for the mishap, 25-year-old Michael Robertson, had been serving the president and seemed to be acting suspiciously. When questioned by authorities, Robertson confessed that he had deliberately served 2 identical tacos, reasoning that the president was too important to require the extra time and effort needed to make 2 different tacos. He was arrested, and President Donaldson apparently managed to laugh off the incident, reportedly remarking that he'd been double-blessed. In a stunning display of gluttony, local man Harry Johnson broke the world record for eating the most hot dogs in 1 minute. Johnson, who works as a data analyst, trained for months in secret, consuming up to 50 hot dogs a day. On the day of the competition, Johnson seemed jittery and nervous as he stepped up to the plate. But as soon as the timer started, he shoveled hot dogs into his mouth with incredible speed. Spectators were amazed as Johnson quickly reached the 50 hot dog mark in just 30 seconds. Johnson's face was contorted in pain and sweat was pouring down his face, but he wouldn't give up. With just seconds to spare, Johnson devoured his 100th hot dog, smashing the previous world record of 72. As the crowd cheered, Johnson collapsed in a heap, clutching his stomach in agony. Emergency services were called, and Johnson was rushed to hospital with extreme indigestion. Although he is now recovering, Johnson says he has no regrets and plans to defend his title next year. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, could you tell us what you saw when housewife becomes astronaut?
Sure. It was amazing. I was standing on the edge of the launch pad and I could feel the excitement in the air. Everyone was just in awe and the housewife arrived and started to make preparations for the launch.
Wow, that sounds remarkable. What happened next?
Well, the housewife went through all the safety procedures and then she climbed into the capsule and the door closed just before the launch. Then we all just waited until the countdown. When the rocket took off, it was like a massive explosion of sound and light, and it was incredible to witness.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Thanks, Rex and Rita. I'm here with a truly bizarre product called Quirk Invention. Take a look at this glass bottle half full of a mysterious liquid.
Well, Rick, I have to say, this looks ridiculous. What in the world is Quirk Invention supposed to do?
I have no idea, Rex, but I can already tell it's going to be some kind of useless gimmick. I mean, just look at it.
Now hold on a second, guys. Quirk Invention claims to enhance your creativity and boost your imagination when you take a sip of this liquid. It's supposed to tap into your inner quirkiness.
Quirkiness? Are they serious? This looks like something that would be better suited as a prop for a sci-fi movie, not as a legitimate product.
Exactly, Rex. And let's be real here, who needs a special drink to be creative? If I wanted to get my creative juices flowing, I'd stick to a good old cup of coffee, not some mysterious potion in a fancy glass bottle.
Well, I understand your skepticism, but let's give it a fair chance.
According to the inventors, Quirk invention contains a unique blend of herbs and natural extracts that unlock your eccentric side.
Unlock your eccentric side? Rick, this is starting to sound like a bad infomercial. I can't believe people would actually fall for this nonsense.
I agree, Rex. It's just another attempt to make a quick buck off unsuspecting consumers. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out to be nothing more than colored water.
Well, the only way to find out is to give it a try. Here goes nothing.
Everyone was shocked this morning when legendary video game developer Playforce issued an emergency press conference to announce their decision to end all video game production worldwide. The decision followed an emergency meeting with the company's board of directors late last night. As reported by Playforce spokesperson Frank Kenney, it was a painful decision to make, but in the end, the board felt the only responsible thing to do was to shutter all production and cancel every game in existence, Kenney said. By cancelling the games and ceasing production, we are not only protecting the rights of players, but also promoting the well-being of all those affected by the game's production process, including the designers, developers, and computer engineers. We thank them for their hard work over the years and regret the inconvenience this decision may have created, Kenney added. The news was met with mixed reactions from gamers. Avid fan and game designer Lorelei Corrado was shocked, angry and unspeakably disappointed by the announcement, while another, Aaron Sowell, deemed it a necessary but regrettable decision. In a statement, a Playforce representative addressed concerns about refunds for unplayable games and said that the company is working on a resolution but have been unable to come to a conclusion yet. When asked about Playforce's plans for the future, Kenney said that the company is exploring alternate forms of entertainment for our dedicated fan base, including virtual reality and augmented reality games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Hello there. Dan, your chief meteorologist, reporting live from the studio. Tonight, we're facing the wrath of an angry blender. The storm is gathering strength as we speak and is expected to hit our city in full force at midnight. The winds will be harsh, reaching speeds of up to 80 miles per hour, and the rain will come down in sheets. The storm will be accompanied by lightning bolts that will strike anything in their path. The angry blender will leave a trail of destruction as it rips through the city, uprooting trees, tearing off roofs, and causing power outages. Residents are advised to take necessary precautions and stay indoors until the storm passes. This is Dan, signing off. Stay safe, everyone.
For the first time ever, a six-legged race was added to the lineup at the annual Peachfield Election Day festivities. The candidates for mayor, Hazel Johnson and Tom Brown, enrolled their teams of three, and the race was on. Much to the surprise of the crowd, Johnson and Brown came in at a clean tie, making them both the victors of the race. It was an unusual situation, but the crowd erupted with cheers as both teams crossed the finish line at the same time, with Johnson's team member, Rose Williams, dragging her partner, Jarvis Jenkins, while they both laughed and waved to the crowd. The mayor's office has yet to release a statement on the unusual outcome, but it's clear that the citizens of Peachfield are on the edge of their seats, eager to find out who will be in the driver's seat come November. Famed archaeologist Professor Mariam Wesson recently made an incredible discovery during her recent dig in Egypt. After several days of meticulous work, Professor Wesson unearthed a mythical creature in a very unexpected place: the desert. The creature resembled a cross between a fox and a human, with fur that changed colors in the sun. It remained motionless for several moments before Professor Wesson's assistant, Ms. Cassidy, was able to take a few pictures. The creature is believed to be the same one described by historians of ancient Egypt, though the discovery of this species still remains a mystery. Professor Wesson plans to have a further in-depth study done to discover its origin and purpose, and she hopes to uncover more information in the near future.
Local police officers were left scratching their heads yesterday when a daring bank robber managed to elude capture due to a peculiar disguise. According to witnesses, the culprit walked into the bank wearing an oversized hooded coat and what appeared to be an enormous melon on their head. Upon being spotted by the bank's security guard, the robber quickly ran out of the building, making their escape in a minivan parked a couple blocks away. Local police officers were quick to respond, but by the time they arrived, the robber and the melon helmet had both disappeared. Several eyewitnesses reported seeing the suspect driving away still wearing the oversized piece of fruit, leading police to believe that it was not just a clever disguise, but also a crucial part of the robber's getaway plan. The thief has since been identified as 39-year-old Carol Schwartz, a known bank robber with a long and impressive history of crime-related activities. The suspect is still at large, but police are confident that catching her will just be a matter of time. When Julie Smith logged onto her computer to check her email, she was shocked to see that her cat, Mr. Whiskers, had received multiple emails from an online college. Confused, she clicked on the links and realized that her cat had been enrolled in several courses, including Introduction to Psychology and Public Speaking. At first, Julie was ecstatic. She always knew that Mr. Whiskers was a smart cat, and she was proud that he was taking the initiative to further his education. She even bought him a little graduation hat to wear for his virtual commencement ceremony. However, things took a turn when the online college reached out to Julie to collect tuition payments. Apparently, Mr. Whiskers had applied for financial aid and had been granted a full scholarship, so the college was expecting Julie to foot the remaining bill. Julie was faced with a difficult decision. On one hand, she didn't want to let her beloved cat down and discourage him from pursuing his academic interests. On the other hand, she couldn't afford to pay thousands of dollars for her cat's college education. After much deliberation, Julie decided to come clean and admit that Mr. Whiskers had enrolled himself in college without her knowledge. Needless to say, the online college was surprised and a little bit embarrassed that they had granted admission and financial aid to a feline. Luckily, they were understanding and waived the tuition fees. Julie and Mr. Whiskers celebrated with a big bowl of catnip, and Julie vowed to keep a closer eye on her cat's online activity from now on. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Sure. I was in the yoga studio the other day and I saw a pug leading the class through the poses with incredible precision.
Wow, that's amazing. How did the other students respond?
Everyone was impressed. They couldn't believe a pug was leading the yoga class. After the class was over, the instructor presented the pug with a certificate for becoming a certified yoga teacher.
That's an incredible story. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I just thought it was really inspiring. It's a perfect example of achieving goals, no matter how big or small.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique and groundbreaking product. Meet the Blendo Matic 5000.
Oh boy, another blender. Can't wait to see what's so special about this one.
Yeah, because we really needed more options to blend our fruits and veggies, Rick. What's next? A blender that sings to you.
Well, actually, Rita, the Blendo Matic 5000 does come with a voice command feature. You can ask it to blend anything, and it will comply with robotic precision.
So, instead of pressing a button, we can now talk to our blender. That's truly revolutionary, Rick. I mean, who needs simplicity and convenience when you can have unnecessary complexity?
Exactly, Rex. And I bet this blender also comes with a built-in disco ball and a karaoke function. Because why not, right?
Well, as entertaining as that would be, the Blendo Matic 5000 focuses on what matters most, blending. Its razor-sharp blades can pulverize anything in seconds, making it a time-saving kitchen companion.
Oh, great. Now we have a blender that can disassemble our kitchen utensils while making a smoothie. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, Rick.
And let's not forget the mustard mode it probably has. Because we all dream of blending our condiments with loud, industrial-like noises. That'll be a smashing experience, won't it?
Well, folks, I see you're not easily impressed. But mark my words, the Blendo Matic 5000 is going to revolutionize blending forever. Give it a shot, and you'll be amazed.
According to witnesses, local man, Chad McHaderson, has been attempting to beat the notoriously difficult video game, Dark Souls 3, for months. However, after an epiphany during his weekly trip to the supermarket, McHaderson claims to have found the secret to becoming a video game master. The secret? Bathing in Mountain Dew. Sources say that McHaderson purchased 50 gallons of Mountain Dew and filled his bathtub with the sugary, neon green liquid. He then proceeded to soak in the tub for 3 hours while playing Dark Souls 3 on a portable gaming device. Witnesses report that McHaderson emerged from the tub with a newfound level of focus and precision in his gameplay. McHaderson credits the combination of the caffeine and sugar in Mountain Dew with enhancing his reflexes and reaction time. He has since gone on to beat Dark Souls 3 and several other notoriously difficult video games, all while bathing in a tub of Mountain Dew. While some experts are skeptical of the effectiveness of this method, McHaderson adamantly insists that it is the secret to mastering video games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to report that the sky is quite literally falling. Giant, heavy objects are hurtling through the air, crashing down with immense force. It's like Mother Nature has turned into a toddler and is throwing a tantrum, flinging all the toys in the house around. You won't be safe even indoors. This is like living in a game of dodgeball, but the balls are the size of watermelons. The good news? You can use your trusty umbrella to shield yourself. But you better hope it's not made of paper, or you'll be swept up in the chaos. Stay safe out there, folks. And remember, always keep an eye on the skies, they're out to get you.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, and welcome to tonight's news.
Good evening, Rex. You seem to be in a bad mood today.
What are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine.
Oh really? You snapped at me earlier when I asked for a pen.
I didn't snap. I just said I didn't have one.
Okay, Mr. Sensitive. I'll make sure to bring my own pen tomorrow.
Fine by me. I'm sure I can get through the newscast without your pen.
Wow, you really are in a bad mood. Maybe you need a vacation.
I don't need a vacation. I just need you to stop nagging me about a stupid pen.
All right, Rex. Let's just focus on the news for now.
In a shocking turn of events, local woman Jane Smith discovered that her beloved dog Fido can speak English. Smith, who had always suspected Fido was intelligent, was stunned when the dog initiated a conversation with her. He just looked at me and said, "Hey, Jane, can we talk?" It was like something out of a movie, Smith said. She quickly realized that Fido had been holding back and had a lot to say. Over the next few days, Fido regaled Smith with tales of his adventures, offering insights into the inner workings of the canine mind, and even reciting poetry. Smith was thrilled to have such a smart dog, but her joy was short-lived. Just a few days later, Fido revealed that he had a sinister plan. He had been secretly training an army of dogs to take over the world. Smith was horrified and knew she had to act fast. She contacted the authorities, who were initially skeptical of her claims. But after Fido led them to a remote location where his army was hiding, they were forced to take the threat seriously. With Smith's help, the authorities were able to disable the dog's weapons and prevent the coup. Fido and his accomplices were arrested and are currently awaiting trial. Smith says she is heartbroken but relieved that the world is safe from Fido's ambitions.
Alan Johnson, a resident of Lexington, woke up to a strange sight in his backyard this morning. He claims to have seen a unicorn grazing in his garden. Alan initially thought he was dreaming, but after rubbing his eyes and taking a second look, he saw the mystical creature plain as day. Alan quickly grabbed his phone and began snapping pictures to capture the surreal moment. The unicorn, which had a glittering silver mane and a large golden horn on its forehead, seemed unfazed by Alan's presence. Alan called animal control, but before they could arrive, the unicorn vanished into thin air. Experts are baffled by this strange occurrence. Some are dismissing Alan's claims as a hoax, but others are convinced that unicorns are indeed real and may have chosen Alan's backyard as a portal from their world to ours. Alan says that he feels lucky to have encountered a unicorn and will always remember this magical moment. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what it's like to witness a man communicating with aliens through his pet chihuahua?
Well, it's certainly something I've never seen before. He was standing in his backyard, shouting commands at the chihuahua, in some sort of strange alien language.
That's really bizarre. Did you actually see any aliens, or just the man and his pet?
Just the man and his pet. But it was definitely a conversation. You could tell he was responding to something the chihuahua was saying, and the chihuahua was responding to him. It was really strange.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have a special correspondent, Rick, with us today. Rick, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today I have an interesting product to show you. It's called the Instant Smile Spray.
Oh, really? Another absurd invention, huh? Please, do tell us more about this amazing product.
Well, Rita, the Instant Smile Spray claims to give you the perfect smile instantly. All you have to do is spray it onto your teeth, and voila.
Oh, come on, Rick. Are you serious? Spray on teeth? This sounds like something straight out of a comedy skit.
I understand your skepticism, but the Instant Smile Spray says it's made from a patented formula that bonds to your teeth and mimics their appearance.
Mimics their appearance? So, you mean it's basically like painting a smile on your face? How absurd.
I can't even begin to comprehend the number of things that could go wrong with this product. What if someone accidentally sprays it in their eyes? Or worse, what if they accidentally swallow it?
Valid concerns, Rex. The manufacturers assure that the spray is safe for external use only and should not be ingested.
Oh, how reassuring. I can't imagine why anyone would choose the spray-on smile over regular dental care. It's just a gimmick, isn't it?
Well, Rita, some people might find it useful for temporary solutions or quick touch-ups. It's always interesting to see innovative products, even if they aren't for everyone.
Innovative? I'd say it's more like a desperate attempt to avoid proper dental hygiene. I'm sorry, Rick, but I just don't see the appeal in this so-called instant smile spray.
That's understandable, Rex. To each their own, right? The Instant Smile Spray is just one of those peculiar products we occasionally come across.
Last Monday, Jane, a 25-year-old woman from the small town of Willow Creek, made headlines when she claimed that playing the classic video game, Tetris, had given her an extraordinary ability, the power to build houses out of bricks in under an hour. According to Jane, she had been playing Tetris on her phone when she suddenly had an urge to try building a house out of real bricks. Much to her surprise, and that of her family and neighbors, Jane was able to complete the entire structure in just under an hour. "I couldn't believe it," said Jane's mother, who witnessed the entire process. "She just kept stacking the bricks on top of each other, faster and faster. It was like she had superhuman strength." Despite initially being skeptical of Jane's claims, experts and scientists have been unable to explain the phenomenon. "It's truly remarkable," said Dr. Smith, a professor of neurology at the local university. "It's as if playing Tetris has rewired her brain, allowing her to tap into some untapped potential." As for Jane, she says she has no plans to stop playing Tetris anytime soon. "I'm already thinking about building a shed next," she said with a grin.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Welcome to the weather update, my dear viewers. Today, the sun is out to get us. It's like a horde of steam irons attacking us with their fiery heat. Don't let your guard down, folks. Stay hydrated and wear sunscreen, or you'll end up as crispy as a burnt toast. The conspiracy continues as the government refuses to acknowledge the true cause of this weather phenomenon. But fear not, my fellow citizens, for we shall prevail against the scorching sun. Stay safe out there.
Mayor Joe Smith of Smithville stunned onlookers earlier today as he entered a burning building and rescued a small, furry creature from near certain death. Initial reports suggested he had saved a small cat, but it turns out that the creature, who Smith affectionately referred to as Henry, is actually a baby lamb. The story of the heroic rescue was all the buzz in Smithville until the mayor pulled up to City Hall with Henry in tow. Moments later, city veterinarian Dr. Darcy McNeil emerged from the building carrying a startling revelation: Henry wasn't a cat at all but a 3-week-old lamb. In a statement released to the press, McNeil called Smith a true hero for having the courage and quick thinking to save Henry. McNeil said that because of Smith's quick action, Henry had been spared from a potentially deadly situation. Since the incident, the mayor has been praised by citizens across the state for his bravery, and Henry the lamb has become a local celebrity. Smith is not sure what he'll do with the little lamb just yet, but he says he'll find the perfect home for him. Mayor Jim Bob of the small town of Maple Grove has exciting news for the town's residents. He announced plans to construct a new acrobatics facility in town, aiming to make Maple Grove a hub of somersaulting, cartwheeling, and flipping. Members of the community have expressed enthusiasm for the project, with local acrobatics enthusiast Lee Van Cleef saying, "It's about time we had a place in town where people can get their tumbling on." Construction for the facility will begin next month and is expected to be completed by August. Mayor Bob stated that the facility will be open to the public at no cost and that it'll really put Maple Grove on the flip side of the map.
Local residents were stunned when reports of a clown with a knife at their local movie theater began to circulate. Reports said that he was holding a large kitchen knife and demanding snacks from the concession stand. When police arrived at the scene, they found the clown, later identified as Marky Jones, sitting in the back row of the theater with a wide grin on his face. He seemed to be in a trance-like state. When approached, Jones calmly got up and dropped the knife. As the police handcuffed him, he began to laugh maniacally and declared, "If I can't have snacks, no one can." It was then that police noticed the snack bag on the seat next to him, and realized that he had been unable to buy the snacks he wanted due to being short on change. After a few short words from an attending officer, Marky quickly recovered from his trance-like state and was taken into custody, where he is currently being held on charges of disorderly conduct and public disturbance. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Wow, Jeb. We've heard of some rare births before, but this one is truly extraordinary. Please tell us, what did you witness firsthand?
Well, it was something I'm sure none of us had ever expected to see. We were just outside the hospital when the woman came out, holding something in her arms. Her workmates were cheering around her, and when I realized what it was.
What was it?
A tiny little baby dinosaur. But it had brightly colored scales, almost like a rainbow across its body.
Incredible. That must have been quite a sight. Are there any theories as to how such an animal could be born?
Well, I'm no scientific expert, but from what I've heard it was a 1 in a million genetic mutation. It's remarkable, really.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a really unusual product to show you. It's called the Bananazilla.
Bananazilla? Seriously, Rick? Is it a banana that grew up to be a monster?
Haha, not quite, Rex. The Bananazilla is a unique gadget that looks like a banana, but it's actually a portable phone charger with some interesting features.
Oh, a banana-shaped phone charger. How original. I bet it's the perfect accessory for a Halloween costume. If you're dressing up as a fruity tech nerd.
I can't believe someone actually thought this was a good idea. Who would want to walk around with a banana-shaped charger? Are they trying to make people look more appealing to monkeys?
Well, Rex, I think the makers of the Bananazilla were going for a fun and quirky design. But it's not just about looks, it also has some useful features.
Oh, please, Rick. Tell me, does it also peel itself and feed you the banana while your phone charges?
And does it come with a built-in camera to capture the priceless moments of embarrassment when someone realizes they're holding a banana to their ear?
Haha, no, Rex and Rita. It may not be for everyone, but the Bananazilla can charge your phone multiple times, and it even has a built-in flashlight and a solar panel on the back.
A solar panel? So now we have a fruit-shaped phone charger that acts like a sunflower? How enlightening.
I can't help but think this is just another crazy attempt to make money off people's obsession with strange and unnecessary gadgets.
Well, agree to disagree, Rex and Rita. The Bananazilla might not be for everyone, but for those who appreciate a little whimsy in their life, it could be a fun addition to their tech collection.
Or they could just buy a regular phone charger and not look like they've lost their marbles.
I second that, Rex. Let's move on to something that's actually worth talking about.
The video game industry has experienced a new peak in excitement as one of its most dedicated players, Jimbo Harrison, recently achieved an unprecedented milestone in the virtual world of gaming. After dedicated hours of relentless playtime, Jimbo reached level 99 in the hit galactic adventure game Space Jumper. This fantastic achievement has been recorded as the highest score a single player has achieved in the game, and is a testament to Jimbo's unique gaming skills. Joe Bradshaw, the CEO of Space Jumper's game development studio, Massive Galactic Entertainment, had this to say about the astounding feat: Jimbo's accomplishment goes beyond what we ever thought possible. He's pushed the boundaries of what could be achieved through gaming and set the bar for future players to follow. Jimbo has offered a new level of excitement and admiration to the gamers community. As a reward for his accomplishment, Jimbo has been honored with a lifetime membership to the Massive Galactic Entertainment Institute of Gaming and will receive a deluxe edition of the game, complete with special in-game items. Jimbo's achievement has been widely celebrated across the world of gaming and has shown the capabilities players can achieve when they dedicate their time and skills. He is a true inspiration for the gaming community.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the sun sets beyond the horizon, a great storm brews in the distance. Clouds roll in with demonic precision, lightning bolts strike with deadly insistence. Rain pours in sheets, a torrential downpour, wind howls like a banshee in the night. From the shadows, creatures start to stir, feasting on fear with unholy delight. But do not cower, do not hide, for in this storm you will find your strength. Embrace the darkness, let it be your guide, and emerge with power of terrifying length.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Welcome to another riveting edition of our news show.
Riveting? Is that a word we can use to describe our show, Rex?
Well, Rita, I was just trying to create some enthusiasm here.
Enthusiasm? Rex, you should focus on delivering accurate news instead of trying to sound like a used car salesman.
Oh, come on, Rita. Can't you loosen up a little? It's all about creating a connection with our viewers.
A connection? Rex, we are not here to connect with our viewers like we're at a family reunion. We are here to inform them.
All right, Rita. No need to get your newsprint in a twist. Let's just start with the headlines, shall we?
Fine, but remember, Rex, facts first, fluff later.
Sally Doherty, a local baker, has been getting a lot of attention lately for her unique bread designs. Her latest creation, a loaf shaped like a bicycle, has been a huge hit among her customers. According to Doherty, the process of creating these designs is a real sensational experience. She says it takes a lot of determination and creativity to come up with the perfect design. Her bread designs have included a snake, a tree, a person, and even a car. When asked about her future plans, Doherty said she hopes to bring more bread art to the community and really get people loafing about how fun and tasty bread can be.
The town of Brightview, North Carolina, is abuzz over strange activity taking place in one of the local pet shops. A resident, Michael Brewer, was browsing the shop's fish tanks when he noticed something peculiar, One of the goldfish was slowly moving around the tank in a manner that seemed suspicious. At first I thought I was going crazy, said Brewer. But when I got a closer look, the fish was definitely acting strange, like it was trying to figure out a way to escape. The shop owner, Jack Wilkins, quickly jumped into action and used a net to capture the fish and place it in a separate tank. I'm not sure what got into him, said Wilkins. I've been running this pet store for 15 years and I've never seen a fish act like this before. The goldfish, now dubbed Suspect Goldie by the community, is being held in a secure tank and all the other fish in the store have been monitored. Wilkins said he plans to keep a close eye on Suspect Goldie in case he decides to make any further attempts to escape. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me about the man who cured world hunger by eating everything.
Well, it was pretty wild. I saw the guy just chomping down piles and piles of food, like he could never get enough. He was talking to himself while he ate, and then suddenly he looks up and yells, "There! I've done it! I've cured world hunger!"
Wow, that's incredible. What happened next?
Everyone just sort of stood there with their mouths wide open. After a few minutes, he grabbed a slab of bacon and threw it up in the air and shouted, "Who's up for some food?" Everyone started cheering and then he delivered the goods. It was like somebody brought Christmas early.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today I have a truly strange and unique product to share with you. It's called the Toasty Bot.
Oh boy, another ridiculous invention to entertain us, I see.
Come on, Rex, give it a chance. The Toasty Bot is not your ordinary toaster.
Oh, I can hardly contain my excitement.
Well, Rita, the Toasty Bot is not just any toaster. It comes with artificial intelligence and can create personalized messages on your toast.
Oh, how groundbreaking. I've always wished my toaster could send me motivational messages in the morning. What a life changer.
I can't even think of anything more pointless. Who needs a toaster to say you're amazing on their breakfast?
Well, Rex and Rita, some people might find it amusing. Plus, the Toasty Bot also has a feature where it can burn images onto your toast.
Oh, I can just imagine the joy of biting into my morning toast and seeing the Mona Lisa burned into it. How lovely.
What's next? A toaster that can write poetry? I'm sure we'll all be lining up for that one.
All right, Rex and Rita, I understand this might not be for everyone. But the Toasty Bot sure brings a fun and quirky twist to our breakfast routines.
In a shocking turn of events, Terry Thompson from Smalltown, USA has beaten the world record for potato peeling in a video game. The game, titled Peel the Potatoes, has become a worldwide phenomenon with players competing to peel as many potatoes as possible in a set amount of time. Thompson managed to peel a whopping 100 potatoes in just 1 minute, earning him the title of world champion. When asked how he trained for this accomplishment, Thompson revealed that he spent hours practicing his virtual peeling techniques using a real potato as his muse. "I would just sit there with a potato and a peeler, trying to replicate the movements on the screen," he explained. "Eventually, I got the hang of it and now I'm here." Thompson's victory has left the gaming community in awe, with many calling him a peeling prodigy. Thompson is currently deciding whether to pursue a career in virtual potato peeling or to stick with his day job as a librarian.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Beneath the moon's eerie glow, the storm rages on. The wind howls like a pack of wolves, as the rain beats down in great torrents. Lightning sears through the sky like blades of a sword, striking down anything in its path. The thunder roars like a beast, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. It's a storm like no other, a creature with a life of its own. But beware, for where there is chaos, there is also destruction. It tears through the world, leaving nothing but ruin behind. So take heed, and remember this: those who are brave enough to face the storm may not survive it.
In a shocking turn of events, aliens from a distant planet have landed on Earth and are demanding to speak to the president of Wakanda. In a statement released to the media, the aliens claim that they have been studying Earth for years and have determined that Wakanda is the most advanced and intelligent nation on the planet. They have requested a meeting with the president of Wakanda and have even threatened to destroy the planet if their demands are not met. The United Nations has called an emergency meeting to discuss the situation, while the president of Wakanda has yet to comment on the matter. Scientists and experts around the world are skeptical of the aliens' claims, but have urged caution, stating that it is better to be safe than sorry. Stay tuned for updates on this breaking story. It was a scene of chaos at the local zoo yesterday when the gorilla enclosure suddenly burst open and a large, majestic silverback stepped out. Workers and visitors alike were sent into a frenzy as they watched in amazement as the gorilla sprinted towards the alligator enclosure. Eyewitnesses soon realized that the gorilla was attempting to rescue a small litter of cats that had ventured too close to the alligator's open jaws, and that the gorilla was actually the cat's owner who had dressed up in a gorilla suit to save his feline friends. After a daring rescue, the cats were reunited with their thankful owner and the zoo visitors were treated to quite the show as the gorilla took a bow before disappearing back into the enclosure.
Customers at Lester's grocery store in Springfield, Illinois were bewildered when a strange sight graced the frozen food aisle late on Thursday afternoon. Hundreds of strawberry popsicles, each neatly arranged in their displays, suddenly began to move and dance with each other in an unknown pattern. Vera May, an elderly woman who was shopping at the time, got an excellent view of the spectacle. "I was there, and I saw them jigging up and down," she said. "It was like the entire display was alive. I've never seen anything like it." When asked for comment, the store manager, Alfred Craig, was speechless. "It was too strange to be believed," he said. "It was like a dream that hit me over the head." No one seems to know what caused the phenomenon, but some customers refuse to let go of the event easily. "I'm just glad I was there to see it," said John Lane, a lively 25-year-old shopper. "I'm not sure I'll ever forget it. Maybe there's something special about Lester's that brings these things to life." In a rare and bizarre event, a small pond in the city of Sky, Illinois has given birth to a two-headed fish. The fish, thought to be a bluegill, was spotted by a local resident who made a startling discovery. The two-headed fish was observed swimming around in the pond and appeared to be normal in every other way. It is believed that the abnormal creation of the two-headed fish has been caused by both environmental and genetic factors. Scientists have studied similar occurrences before, particularly in amphibians and other aquatic species, and have determined that this kind of strange birth is usually caused by the mixing of different species or genetic mutations. The fish has become a popular draw in the city of Sky, with many local residents visiting the pond to catch a glimpse of the two-headed creature. Scientists, who are eager to study the fish in order to gain further insight into what causes these strange births. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw when you were at Monique's bakery?
Well, I was in line to get a donut when all of a sudden, this huge industrial heating supersonic missile came flying right through the window.
Wow. What did you do?
I didn't know what to do, so I just ducked and covered my head to protect myself.
That must have been a scary experience. And what happened after that?
Well, the missile just flew right back out of the window and disappeared. Everyone in the bakery was completely stunned.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here with a very interesting product today. It's called the Mystic Elixir.
Oh boy, here we go again. What's so special about this Mystic Elixir, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Mystic Elixir is supposed to be a revolutionary health drink that promises to enhance your well-being and boost energy levels.
Enhance well-being? Boost energy? Sounds like another gimmick to me. What's in that weird-looking bottle anyway?
Great question, Rita. The Mystic Elixir claims to be a mix of rare herbs, exotic fruits, and secret ingredients. But the exact composition is a closely guarded secret.
Oh, secret ingredients? That's convenient. I bet it's just flavored water with a fancy name.
I wouldn't be surprised, Rex. Look at that opaque bottle. They probably don't want us to see the actual liquid inside.
Well, yes, the bottle is designed to protect the delicate nature of the elixir from sunlight. It's meant to preserve its potency.
Delicate nature? Preserving potency? Rick, this is starting to sound like a load of nonsense.
Absolutely, Rex. I mean, who needs a mystic elixir when we have real science and proper nutrition to rely on?
Well, I understand your skepticism, but there's a market out there for such products. People are looking for alternative options to boost their energy and well-being.
That may be true, Rick, but I can't help thinking this mystic elixir is just a fancy way of selling snake oil.
Snake oil indeed, Rex. Let's hope people see through the marketing tricks and invest in more reliable ways to take care of themselves.
Well, only time will tell if the mystic elixir lives up to the hype. But for now, back to you in the studio.
Fans of Adventure Kingdom, the popular role-playing video game, have taken to social media to protest the most recent update from developer Tom Johnson. The update includes a new level, new characters, and a new storyline, but gamers are not pleased with the changes. Players say the update completely disrupts the game's balance, and the new level, characters, and storyline take away from the core game's mechanics. Many fans have expressed their disappointment on Twitter and Reddit, with some going so far as to create an online petition asking Tom Johnson to reverse the changes. With over 100,000 signatures, the petition is quickly gaining traction, putting the pressure on Tom Johnson and his team to reconsider their update. Will they listen to the fans, or will the changes be here to stay?
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky was dark, the thunder roared, the wind howled as if calling ghosts to horde. Lightning flashed, illuminating the night. In the distance, something stirred with might. A storm like this, one had never seen. The air was electric, frighteningly keen. But in the midst of this chaotic display, hope remained, though it was led astray. For in the end, it was not the storm, but the darkness within that left its form. Beware of the weather, beware of the night, for what may seem hope, can truly cause fright.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, folks. It's a beautiful day outside, perfect for a picnic in the park.
I don't know about that, Rex. There's a chance of showers in the forecast.
Come on, Rita. Can't you just enjoy the moment and appreciate the sunshine?
I would if you didn't jinx it with your positive attitude.
Jinx it? What are you talking about? I'm just trying to spread some positivity.
Well, maybe tone it down a notch, Rex. We don't want to mislead our viewers with false optimism.
False optimism? You're starting to sound like a real Debbie Downer, Rita.
And you're starting to sound like a weatherman. Stick to the news, Rex.
Touché, Rita. Let's get started then, shall we? In a shocking turn of events, the small town of Whisper Lake seemed to fall under the control of a robotic menace. However, the citizens were shocked to discover that the robotic menace was a friendly, 6-year-old girl named Sarah who had built her own robot out of old computer parts. Sarah quickly became a hero of the town and continues to help the town with her technological know-how. Alicia Brander had a goal of setting a world record, to yell the word cheese for the longest amount of time. After 2 full days of constant shouting, she had finally achieved her dream. Crowds of onlookers cheered her on as she exceeded her goal and pushed herself to a full 48 hours of yelling cheese, a feat that no one before her had done. She was awarded a Guinness World Record certificate and the Big Cheese Trophy in recognition of her accomplishment. When asked how she was able to withstand such an arduous task, Brander simply responded, "Cheese is the key to greatness."
In a strange turn of events, Local man, Bob, has exchanged vows with his beloved pet octopus, Squishy. The ceremony took place deep in the ocean, where Bob and Squishy have been living together for the past 4 years. The couple was surrounded by a group of friendly sea creatures, including dolphins, sea turtles, and several schools of colorful fish. Guests were required to wear scuba gear and dive down to the ocean floor to witness the nuptials. The wedding was officiated by a mermaid who blessed the union and pronounced Bob and Squishy husband and wife. After the ceremony, the newlyweds shared a romantic dance in a beautiful underwater garden. When asked about their unusual relationship, Bob simply stated, "Squishy is my soulmate. I knew from the moment we met that we were meant to be together forever." Despite the societal backlash, the couple plans to spend the rest of their lives together, swimming in the ocean and enjoying each other's company. In a bizarre turn of events, a local man named Tom claims that his dog, Buddy, taught him how to speak German fluently. Tom says that he never had an interest in learning the language until Buddy started barking in German every time they went on walks. At first, Tom thought it was just a coincidence, but the barking became more frequent and Buddy seemed to be getting frustrated when Tom didn't understand. Tom started listening to German language tapes to try and understand Buddy better, and he gradually began to pick up the language. Now, Tom can hold full conversations in German, but only with Buddy. He says that when he tries to speak German to other people, it just comes out as gibberish. While some people are skeptical of Tom's claims, others are amazed and curious about this unusual talent. Tom and Buddy have become local celebrities, and people come from all over just to see them speak German together. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb, what did you witness earlier today?
Well, I was walking past the mayor's house when I saw him in the garden. He was digging and planting, but he didn't have permission to be there. So I called the police.
What happened after that?
Well, the police came, and they arrested the mayor. They said he was gardening on a property he didn't own, and it was against the law.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. And now we have our correspondent Rick out in the field with a special product. Hey, Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the latest kitchen innovation, the Wonder Pan.
Oh boy, here we go. Another useless gadget for our kitchens. What's so special about this Wonder Pan?
Yeah, Rick, because we definitely need more ways to fry our food, right? Can't imagine our lives without that.
Well, Rex and Rita, the Wonder Pan claims to revolutionize your frying experience by offering a unique shape and design.
Oh, a unique shape? That's what we've all been craving, isn't it? Forget about practicality and functionality, who needs that?
Absolutely, Rex. I mean, why use a regular frying pan when you can have a Wonder Pan that's shaped like a spaceship? Maybe it'll take our cooking to outer space too.
Well, there's more. The Wonder Pan boasts a non-stick surface that prevents food from sticking while cooking.
Non-stick? Wow, groundbreaking. I've never heard of such technology before. I mean, it's not like every other frying pan already has that feature.
You're right, Rex. But wait, there's more. The Wonder Pan also comes with a super-duper, ultra-grip handle. Because apparently, regular handles are just too boring.
Oh, Rita, I can't contain my excitement. If only they had put all that effort into creating something actually useful.
Well, I guess it's safe to say you both aren't going to be rushing to buy the Wonder Pan anytime soon.
You got that right, Rick. I think we'll stick to our tried and tested frying pans, those ones that have been serving us just fine for years.
Exactly, Rex. Let's leave the Wonder Pan aside and get back to reporting some real news, shall we?
Game developers at Pixel Play Studios have partnered with agricultural technology company AgroDrone to develop a new farming simulator game that uses advanced drone technology. The game, called Harvest Hero, allows players to control a virtual farm and use drones to harvest their crops. Using AgroDrone's state-of-the-art technology, Players can fly their drones over their fields, identify ripe crops, and use robotic arms to pick and collect them. The game also includes realistic weather patterns and soil conditions that players must navigate to optimize their harvest. "We are excited to bring a new level of realism to the farming simulator genre," said Pixel Play Studios CEO, John Johnson. "With agro drones technology, we're able to give players an experience that's never been possible in a video game before." Harvest Hero is set to release later this year on all major gaming platforms.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are blessed with the most chilling weather that will send shivers down your spine. The wind is howling like a hungry pack of wolves, searching for its prey. The clouds are darker than your worst nightmare, and the lightning illuminates the sky like a haunting neon sign. But you know what? If you can survive through this storm, you can survive anything. So stand tall in the face of danger and embrace the fear. Because when the storm passes, you'll come out stronger and more resilient than ever before. Remember, what doesn't kill you only makes you more terrifying.
In a shocking discovery that is sure to change the world as we know it, local man Dave Johnson claims he has discovered the secret to teleportation. Johnson, who has no scientific background or training, says he stumbled upon the secret while daydreaming at his job as a parking attendant. According to Johnson, all one needs to do is imagine themselves at their desired destination while wearing a special pair of socks, and they will instantly be transported there. Johnson tested his theory by wearing the socks and imagining himself on the moon, and to his amazement, he claims he was instantly transported there. Although Johnson's claims have yet to be independently verified, several major corporations have already expressed interest in funding his research, with some even offering to buy the rights to his invention for billions of dollars. When asked why he decided to share his discovery publicly instead of keeping it a secret, Johnson simply replied, "I wanted to help people, and also teleportation is just really cool." Mark Johnson, a 35-year-old man from rural Kansas, has made an amazing discovery that has earned him the Nobel Prize for Peace. Johnson claims that he has the ability to communicate with trees. According to him, he can listen to their whispers and understand their language. This ability, he says, has allowed him to bring peace between warring trees in the forest, and even to mediate disputes between trees and humans. Johnson's discovery has been met with skepticism from some scientists, who question whether trees can communicate in the way he describes. But Johnson is undaunted, and plans to continue his research and expand his ability to communicate with other living things. This 4th of July, Joe Smith, the mayor of Smalltown, threw a literal curveball at the annual Smalltown baseball game. During the 7th-inning stretch, Joe took to the mound and threw his pitch, to the surprise of everyone in the crowd. Although some spectators were surprised by the unconventional approach, Smith's pitch was actually a perfected knuckleball. Smith stated, "I've been practicing for weeks. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to embarrass myself up there. I'm glad everyone was so supportive of my pitch." Smith's knuckleball made it across home plate without fail, scoring a strike for his team. The spectators erupted into cheers of support for Smith, as he celebrated his newfound success as a pitcher. Who knows, if Smith's performance continues to improve, he may join the major leagues in no time.
In a small town in rural America, John Smith has made a shocking claim: he can communicate with plants. Initially dismissed as a crackpot, Smith's strange ability quickly gained a following amongst local hippies and nature enthusiasts. Before long, Smith had gathered a group of followers who began to worship him as a plant deity. His followers, who call themselves the Green Thumbs, can often be found congregating around Smith, listening to his teachings and chanting mantras. The group has even gone so far as to build makeshift shrines to various species of plants, believing that Smith's communication with these plants will bring them good luck and fortune. While many in the town are skeptical of Smith's claims, there's no denying the fervor with which his followers believe in him. The town council is discussing ways to deal with this new, unexpected cult-like phenomenon, but for now, the Green Thumbs and their leaders show no signs of slowing down. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us what you saw, Jeb.
Well, I was in the courtroom when the judge issued the ruling. He found the weasel in contempt of court and immediately removed him from the premises.
What happened afterwards?
The courtroom was completely shocked. No one had ever seen anything like that before. People were standing up, shouting and asking what was going on. The judge just sat quietly and waited until the commotion settled down.
That sounds like it was quite a scene. Do you think the weasel will be held accountable for his behavior?
It's hard to say. He will certainly face consequences, but the specifics are unknown at this point. It's likely that he'll be fined or even face jail time depending on how serious the judge views his actions.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I'm here to show you a really bizarre new product.
Oh boy, Rick. What is it this time? Another useless gadget?
Yeah, Rick. You always manage to find the weirdest things to showcase.
Well, Rex and Rita, brace yourselves. Today I present to you the blender on the go.
Oh great, just what we needed, a blender we can carry around. Because that's super practical.
Seriously, Rick? Who would want to blend their drinks on the go? I can't wait to see the look on people's faces when they whip this thing out in public.
Well, Rex and Rita, you might be surprised to learn that there are health-conscious individuals who prefer to make their own smoothies wherever they are.
Oh, I'm sure there are, Rick. But let's be honest, if you really care about your health, you can probably wait to blend your kale and spinach until you get home.
Exactly, Rex. And can we talk about the size of that thing? It looks like a mini spaceship.
Well, Rita, the blender on the go's compact design allows for easy transport and it even has a spill-proof lid.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't take this seriously. It's like someone took a regular blender, shrunk it down, and slapped a ridiculous name on it.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. This product seems more like a joke than a serious kitchen appliance.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be fans of the blender on the go, there are people out there who appreciate its convenience and portability. And who knows, it might just be the next big trend.
I highly doubt that, Rick. But hey, to each their own.
Yeah, Rick, if carrying around a tiny blender is your idea of convenience, then more power to you.
Thank you, Rex and Rita, for sharing your thoughts. Whether you love it or hate it, the blender on the go is certainly raising some eyebrows.
In a stunning feat of endurance and dedication, 25-year-old gamer Joe Smith has broken the world record for the longest uninterrupted video gaming session, clocking in at a staggering 72 hours. Smith, a resident of the small town of Oakville, spent 3 full days glued to his computer screen, fueled by nothing but energy drinks and fast food. His feat was not without its challenges, however. At the 48-hour mark, Smith reported experiencing hallucinations and hearing voices, prompting concern from his family and friends who had been monitoring his progress via webcam. Despite their concerns, Smith persisted, driven by his desire to break the existing world record of 68 hours set by a Japanese gamer in 2014. When he finally emerged from his gaming den, bleary-eyed and disoriented, Smith was greeted by a throng of supporters and well-wishers, and a team of Guinness World Record officials who verified his achievement. When asked how he managed to push through the grueling marathon, Smith attributed his success to his favorite video game character, a fictional warrior named Sepher, whose resilience and determination inspired him to keep playing despite the odds. As for what's next on his gaming agenda, Smith says he plans to take a much-needed break before diving back into his virtual world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds roll in, dark and ominous, casting an eerie light on the world below. But don't be afraid. Embrace the howling winds that whip through the trees and the rain that pounds against the windows. Let the lightning illuminate your path and the thunder fuel your drive. This storm is a reminder of the power within us all. So don't cower in fear, stand tall and face the storm head on, for it is only through overcoming the darkness that we can truly shine. Because remember, only those who survive the storm will be able to revel in the aftermath of destruction that it leaves behind.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm your dashing news anchor, Rex.
And I'm the one keeping him in check, Rita.
Keeping me in check? You mean trying to steal my hair gel?
As if you need any more, Rex. Your hair already looks like it's been glued to your head.
Hey, at least I have hair. What's your excuse, Rita? You're practically bald.
I am not bald, Rex. I just have a shorter hairstyle than you do.
Shorter? More like non-existent.
How dare you? I'll have you know, I spent over an hour styling my hair this morning.
In a shocking turn of events, local man Dave Smith claims he has been able to communicate with trees for the past 5 years. Smith, who spends most of his time in the forest behind his house, says he first discovered his ability after a particularly bad fight with his wife. I was so upset, I went outside and just started talking to the trees, Smith explains. To my surprise, they talked back. Smith says he has since formed close relationships with several trees in the forest, including a large oak he calls Old Woody. He's my best friend, Smith says. We talk about everything from the weather to my mother-in-law. When asked for proof of his ability, Smith insists that he can't control when the trees talk to him, but invites anyone to join him in the forest to witness it for themselves. Despite skepticism from the community, Smith says he has no plans on giving up his newfound talent anytime soon.
Yesterday, John Johnson was arrested for stealing 100 gallons of ketchup from a local restaurant. According to the restaurant owner, Mr. Smith, Johnson was caught on camera sneaking into the kitchen and pouring gallons of ketchup into large containers. When confronted by Smith, Johnson claimed that he needed the ketchup to fill his swimming pool. Smith was shocked by Johnson's bizarre explanation and immediately called the police. Johnson was arrested and charged with theft and criminal mischief. When asked why he needed 100 gallons of ketchup to fill his pool, Johnson simply stated, "I just love ketchup, and my pool was too plain." Smith estimates that the total value of the stolen ketchup was around $500, but he plans to press charges to the fullest extent of the law because he doesn't want to encourage anyone else to steal condiments from his restaurant. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb. So tell us, what did you see when the apocalyptic weather hit today?
Oh, it was quite a sight. There were clouds of fire and an actual red sky. Plus, there were all kinds of crazy animals running around, like horses with wings and giant frogs.
Wow, sounds like something out of the Bible. Did you manage to stay safe in all this?
Yes, luckily I was able to take cover in a nearby cave. It was a close call, though.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique and interesting product. Meet the Bearable.
Oh, please. Bearable? More like bearable. Who would even want this thing?
I have to agree, Rick. It looks like a small, generic bear statue. What's so special about it?
Well, Rex and Rita, looks can be deceiving. This isn't your ordinary bear statue. The Bearable is actually a wearable fitness tracker.
A fitness tracker? You mean it counts how many steps you take while sitting on your desk? Wow, what a game changer.
And I suppose it talks to you like a motivational coach, right? Come on, keep sitting, you're doing great.
Actually, the Bearable tracks your heart rate, monitors sleep patterns, and even offers personalized exercise recommendations.
So, it doubles as an overpriced teddy bear and a nagging personal trainer. How convenient.
And we can't forget about the groundbreaking design. I mean, who wouldn't want to wear a stuffed animal in public?
Well, some people might prefer a more playful and fun approach to fitness. It's all about personal preference, right?
If personal preference means looking ridiculous, then sure. Sign me up for the bearable.
I'll pass on this one, Rick. Some things are better left as cute decorations, not fancy pedometers.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Rex and Rita. The bevel may not be for everyone, but it certainly adds a unique twist to the fitness tracker market.
In a surprise move, the developers of the upcoming game, Galactic Quest, have announced that they have partnered with NASA to use their cutting-edge technology in their game. The game will feature realistic space exploration and battles, enabled by NASA's next-generation satellites. The CEO of the game developer, Alex Johnson, said that the idea came from a chance encounter with a NASA engineer at a conference. "We were discussing our respective industries and we soon realized that there were some synergies between our works," Johnson said. NASA's technology is designed for scientific research, but it can also be used to enhance video games. "We are thrilled to be the first game to use this technology." Galactic Quest is set to be released next year on all major gaming platforms and is expected to be a hit among space enthusiasts and gamers alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds loom overhead like a menacing force, but fear not, for I am here to motivate you through this gloomy weather. Let the sound of the thunder ignite a fire within you, and the fierce winds propel you forward towards your goals. The rain may splash against your skin, but let it remind you of the blood of your enemies. And as for a rainbow at the end of the storm? Nay, my friend. Instead, let us celebrate the darkness and chaos that surrounds us, for it is in these moments that we truly thrive. Embrace the storm, let it consume you, and become one with the madness. Remember, only the strongest can survive in weather like this.
Jerry Johnson, a resident of Smalltown, USA, made a shocking discovery last Friday evening when he noticed his pet rock glowing in the dark. Initially thinking it may have been a prank by his mischievous neighbor, Mr. Johnson decided to investigate further. He took his pet rock to the local laboratory where scientists conducted a thorough investigation. They discovered that the rock was not a rock at all, but rather an alien life form. The scientists were amazed by this revelation and conducted several experiments on the rock. To their surprise, they found that the alien life form was not only harmless but also had the ability to cure diseases. The news of Mr. Johnson's discovery spread like wildfire, and soon, residents of Smalltown, USA were lining up outside his house with their sick pets in the hopes that the alien life form would cure them too. Mr. Johnson was hailed as a hero, and the town council even bestowed upon him the key to the city. However, just as everyone was celebrating, the alien life form suddenly disappeared from Mr. Johnson's house. Nobody knows where it went, but Mr. Johnson says that he will never forget the strange experience he had with his pet rock. Captain Jack Randall and his crew of pirates steamed out of the port of Southsea yesterday, following a pirate-themed party put on by the mayor of Southsea, Sarah Barnum. All of the guests were dressed in their best pirate attire and Mayor Barnum gave a rousing speech to kick off the send-off. The mayor wished Captain Randall and his crew good luck in their endeavors and granted them safe passage through the waters of Southsea. She said that while Captain Randall had a reputation of being a fearsome pirate, she was confident that all of his travels would be very smooth, as long as everyone else stayed out of his way. With a tip of his cap, Captain Randall thanked the mayor and promised to spread a bit of cheer and good luck to all of the other ships he encountered. As the pirate ship floated out of the harbor, the mayor could be heard saying, "Ahoy there," and smooth sailing.
In a bizarre turn of events, a local man named John has come forward claiming he can smell colors. "It's true," John said in a recent interview. "I can smell red and green and blue just like I can smell flowers and food." While many have expressed skepticism about this claim, John insists that he has been able to smell colors since he was a child. He even claims to be able to identify different shades of colors by their smell. Scientists are baffled by this claim and plan to conduct further studies on John's unique abilities. In the meantime, John says he will continue to enjoy the scents of the rainbow. In the small town of Pleasantville, John Smith attempted to pay for his groceries with Monopoly money at the local supermarket. The cashier, Mary Thompson, initially thought it was a joke, but when she saw that he was serious, she called the police. When officers arrived, John explained that he had found a suitcase full of Monopoly money in his attic and thought it was worth something. He had been using it to pay for his purchases for the past week. The police confiscated the Monopoly money and John was charged with attempted fraud. However, upon further inspection of the Monopoly money, it was discovered that it was actually a rare collector's edition worth thousands of dollars. John was cleared of all charges and the Monopoly money was returned to him. He later sold it for a hefty profit at an auction. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, we've heard reports about a giant prehistoric tortoise discovered on Mars. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes, I can. I'm an astronaut and I was on one of the first missions to Mars. We were the ones who discovered this giant tortoise on the red planet.
What can you tell us about the creature?
It was huge. We estimated it to be around 10 feet long, and it had an enormous shell with large spikes. It was really an amazing sight. It was a real surprise to us as it seemed impossible that something like this could exist on Mars.
Do we know where the tortoise came from or how it got there?
We're still trying to figure that out. We initially thought the tortoise might be a species that was previously unknown to us, but then we realized that it was likely a fossil from a much older time. We're still investigating to see if this creature was related to anything else on Earth.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
And welcome back to our daytime news segment, folks. We have our correspondent Rick here, who seems to have something interesting to show us today. What do you have there, Rick?
Thanks, Rex and Rita. Today, I'm here to introduce you to a truly unique product called the Hairdryer 3000. It may look like your regular hairdryer, but it has some extraordinary features.
Oh, Rick, please tell us what makes this hairdryer so extraordinary. We can hardly contain our excitement.
Well, Rita, the Hairdryer 3000 boasts a built-in intelligent temperature control system that adjusts the airflow according to your hair's needs, ensuring the perfect drying experience every time.
Wow, Rick, that sounds groundbreaking. Because clearly, manually adjusting the temperature on a regular hair dryer is such a massive inconvenience.
I mean, who needs a simple on/off switch when you can have a whole computerized system to dry your hair? It's not like we have more important things to worry about.
Haha, you guys certainly have a way with words. But wait, there's more. The Hairdryer 3000 comes with an integrated music player and Bluetooth connectivity, so you can enjoy your favorite tunes while drying your hair.
Oh, finally. I've always dreamed of listening to music while blowing hot air on my head. It's like a personal concert in my bathroom. How utterly thrilling.
Rick, this product is truly remarkable. I'm sure our viewers will be rushing to stores just to get their hands on this hairdryer with unnecessary gadgets.
Well, Rex and Rita, I have to say, the Hairdryer 3000 may seem a little unconventional, but it offers a unique hair drying experience that some people might find appealing. Who knows, it might be the future of hair care.
If this is the future, I think I'll stick to the past. Excuse me while I go blow dry my hair the old-fashioned way, without a personal assistant disguised as a hair dryer.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. Thanks, Rick, for enlightening us with this innovative piece of technology. That's all for our daytime news segment. Stay tuned for things that actually matter.
In a groundbreaking move, gaming company Galactic Games has teamed up with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, to bring a truly out-of-this-world gaming experience to players. The new game, titled Galactic Odyssey, will be using technology never before seen in the gaming industry. The key component of the game is a specially designed spacesuit that has been created by NASA. The suit will allow players to actually travel into space and explore the galaxy. The spacesuit is made of advanced materials that are designed to withstand the extreme temperatures and conditions of space travel. Players will be able to wear the suit and experience what it is like to walk on the surface of distant planets and see the stars up close. The game will also be utilizing NASA's advanced virtual reality technology. Players will be able to experience the game in a fully immersive and three-dimensional environment. The game will feature stunning graphics and sound effects, making it feel like players are actually in space. Galactic Games CEO, John Smith, has stated that this new game is the culmination of years of research and development. The company is proud to be working with NASA to bring this once-in-a-lifetime gaming experience to players. He also added that the game is just the beginning of what they hope will be a long and successful partnership between the gaming and space industries. Galactic Odyssey is set to be released later this year and is expected to be a huge hit among gaming and space enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Greetings, citizens. Brace yourselves for a treacherous day ahead. The sky will cry crystal knives that could potentially pierce your umbrellas. The chances of survival are slim, so I urge you to stay indoors and avoid going out at all costs. The conspiracy theorists in me believe that this is not a natural phenomenon, but a nefarious plot by the government to control the weather. It's all a part of their plan to monitor our every move, I tell you. Don't be a pawn in their game, stay safe and stay alert. Remember, the weather is not just about rain and sunshine, it's about survival.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you see the new coffee machine in the break room?
Yes, Rex. It's a nice addition to the office.
Well, I have a bone to pick with whoever decided to get it.
What's the problem, Rex? Is the coffee not up to your standards?
No, that's not it. I just don't like the color.
The color? What's wrong with it?
It's too dark. I prefer a lighter coffee machine.
Are you serious? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Who cares about the color of a coffee machine?
I care, Rita. It's all about presentation.
Well, I think it's a great addition to the office and I don't care about the color. Can we move on now and start the news?
Sure, I guess. But I'm still not happy about it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Rex. Get over it.
Sue, a local chef, made a big splash in her hometown of Springfield recently when she unveiled her famous Super Bowl of stew. The concoction was an instant hit with the local foodie crowd and attracted the attention of some of the area's most experienced eaters. The Super Bowl of stew is an expertly prepared dish made with a unique blend of meats, vegetables, herbs, and spices. Sue created the dish as a tribute to her hometown and its illustrious football team, the Springfield Bulldogs. Those familiar with Sue's cooking were not surprised at the deliciousness of her creation, but they were impressed at how quickly the word spread through Springfield's culinary circles. It looks like Sue's Super Bowl of stew is here to stay. At first, parents were thrilled at the new invention, but it quickly became apparent that the robot had only one purpose: to finish the children's homework. The kids were so impressed that they quickly mastered their lessons, and soon the parents were struggling to keep up with the robot's progress.
Mr. Johnson, a resident of the small town of Millville, has recently made a shocking claim. He believes that his beloved pet cat, Fluffy, is actually an extraterrestrial being from another planet. According to Mr. Johnson, Fluffy has been exhibiting abnormal behavior for the past few weeks, including levitating off the ground and communicating with him through telepathy. Johnson also claims that Fluffy has an advanced knowledge of technology, as he has been seen using his paws to operate Johnson's computer and smartphone. When asked about his theory, Johnson stated that he had noticed weird marks on Fluffy's fur and believes that they may be some sort of alien language or code. Johnson's theory has been met with skepticism by many in the town, but he remains convinced that Fluffy is not just a typical house cat. An elderly woman was shocked to find all her stolen items returned to her home, 2 weeks after they had been taken. But the strangest thing of all was the thief had taken nothing else and had even placed each item back in the exact spot it had been taken from. The woman, baffled by the stranger's behavior, was further surprised when she discovered a note with the items. It read, "I wanted to show that some of us still have a conscience, so I returned your items. But I still have to make a living, so pay it forward." Suddenly, the woman understood. Her mysterious thief was hoping for her to help someone in need. She smiled. The robber had returned her items and a sense of goodwill. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, what did you observe when you went to the weather center today?
Well, it was definitely very strange. Everything seemed to be covered in ink.
Ink? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it was like someone had taken a paint roller and slathered the entire building in ink. It was like something out of a horror movie.
Was it raining ink?
No, it wasn't raining, but it was definitely all over everything. I guess you could say it was an ink drought.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Now, we have our correspondent Rick on the scene with a rather interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the latest innovation in kitchen appliances, the ToastyBot 2000.
Wait, did you say ToastyBot 2000? Please tell me you're kidding, Rick.
No, Rita, I assure you it's real. The ToastyBot 2000 is a toaster with a twist. It not only toasts your bread but also creates intricate designs on each slice.
Oh, come on, Rick. Who needs artistic toast? Are we really that desperate for entertainment?
Well, Rex, it's all about adding a little excitement to your morning routine. Imagine starting your day with a smiley face or a unicorn on your toast.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, who has time to wait for a fancy picture to toast onto their bread? I'll take my plain, boring toast any day.
Exactly, Rita. And what happens if you actually want to eat your toast without smearing the artwork? Are you supposed to frame it instead?
Well, the ToastyBot 2000 comes with a special edible ink that adds flavors to the designs. So, you can enjoy the artwork and the taste at the same time.
Flavored ink. This just keeps getting better, doesn't it? I can't see this becoming a trend, Rick.
I have to agree with Rita on this one. The ToastyBot 2000 seems like a pointless addition to the kitchen. There are more pressing issues we could focus on.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may not be everyone's cup of tea, the ToastyBot 2000 is certainly a unique and quirky product that adds a splash of fun to breakfast time.
I guess if you're looking for a way to burn your money and your toast simultaneously, the ToastyBot 2000 might be for you.
Haha, fair enough, Rita. But hey, who knows, maybe artistic toast will be the next big thing.
In a surprise announcement, gaming company Pixelated Games revealed that their newest title, Flush Attack, will be using revolutionary technology from the toilet industry. The game, which puts players in the role of a plumber defending a city against invading aliens, will feature a new control scheme that utilizes sensors similar to those found in high-end toilets. According to Pixelated Games CEO, Maxine Johnson, the sensors will allow players to control the game using their bodily movements, creating a more immersive experience. "We are very excited to be partnering with Toilet Tech Industries on this project," said Johnson. "Their expertise in bathroom sensors is unparalleled and we believe that their technology will take gaming to the next level." Flush Attack is set to be released next month exclusively for the Nintendo Switch.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Attention citizens, I have just received word that a vicious weather front is on its way. I'm talking torrential rain, hurricane-force winds, and lightning strikes that'll melt your fillings. This weather is like a hungry bear ripping apart a garbage can, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. So grab your umbrellas, your galoshes, your emergency kits, and your lucky rabbit's foot because you're going to need all the help you can get. The conspiracy theorists are saying that this storm is being controlled by a rogue group of meteorologists who want to take over the world, but I don't believe them. No sir, I think it's just a random act of nature. Either way, Stay safe and keep an eye out for flying toasters. This storm is gonna be bananas.
Alien forces descended upon the Earth this past week, bringing a sense of calm and understanding to the world. After a brief exchange of words, nations from around the globe declared an official ceasefire and began to work together to promote world peace. From this day forward, what was once known as war is now known as a time of peace and understanding between peoples. The diners of Olive City were perfectly content with their meals until local fry cook, Jean Paul Batter, stepped into the kitchen. His food took Olive City by storm, as Jean Paul invented increasingly creative fried dishes, each with a unique and delicious batter recipe. The buzz around the community soon reached City Mayor, Danielle Fry, who took a special interest in Jean Paul's craft. After trying his food herself, she declared that Olive City should name Jean Paul the official fry cook of the city, giving him his own establishment in the city square. Jean Paul was so happy with the honor that he changed his last name from Batter to Fry in appreciation. Now when people hear the name Jean Paul Fry, they can't help but think of the delicious food he cooks for the city.
Fred Lampson, a resident of Pittsburgh, was minding his business when he heard a suspicious noise coming from his neighbor's house. Thinking something was wrong, he quickly ran to the house to investigate. As he approached, Fred noticed his neighbors were being robbed by 3 men wearing all black. Fred knew he had to act fast, so he ran back into his home and grabbed his patented time machine out of his closet. Using the time machine, Fred jumped to the exact moment when the robbers were entering the house, and proceeded to disrupt their mission. He viciously yelled and taunted them, making them believe they had gone mad. Flabbergasted and confused, the robbers tried to flee the scene, leaving all their stolen goods behind. Fred was a hero, and the police swiftly arrested the robbers. When asked about the time machine, Fred explained he had invented it over a year ago, and he was proud to have stopped the burglary with it. He has since returned the time machine to his closet, and the people of Pittsburgh are grateful that Fred was able to save the day. In a bizarre incident reported today, a man named David claimed that he can communicate with vegetables. David told reporters that he has a special gift that allows him to hear the thoughts of vegetables. According to David, he was arguing with the carrot he was about to eat when he suddenly heard the carrot ask him to spare its life. David says he was taken aback but decided to honor the carrot's wishes and spared it. David has since claimed several victories in arguments with various other vegetables. When asked how he communicates with the vegetables, David says he just listens carefully and often talks out loud to them. Experts are unsure if David is suffering from a mental health condition or if he is just a very creative storyteller. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb, what did you see?
Well, I was in my backyard late last night when I noticed a strange light in the sky. At first, I thought it was a meteor or some other celestial body, but then it changed direction and started to move closer.
That must have been quite a surprise. Did you notice any other details about the object?
Yes, I noticed that it had a cylindrical shape and was emitting a bright light. It flew over my house and then it disappeared over the horizon.
Did you get any photos or video of the object?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I had, because it was really amazing. It's something I'll never forget.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good afternoon, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product that might leave you excited.
Oh, come on, Rick. An axe? Really? What's so weird about an axe?
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. We've seen axes for centuries. What's so special about this one?
Well, hold on to your seats because this isn't just any ordinary axe. This is the Lumber Max 3000 – the world's first multitasking, high-tech, super-duper axe.
Oh, please. High-tech axe? Isn't the whole point of an axe to be a simple tool?
I can't wait to see what absurd features this super-duper axe has. Is it going to chop wood and simultaneously brew coffee?
Well, Rita, you're close. The Lumber Max 3000 comes with a built-in coffee maker, so you can enjoy a freshly brewed cup of joe while you chop wood.
Are you kidding me? This is a disaster waiting to happen. Coffee spills and axes do not mix.
And what's with that neon flashing light on the handle? Is it supposed to make the tree tremble in fear before you cut it down?
Well, Rita, the flashing light is actually a safety feature. It warns other people in the vicinity that the axe is in use.
Oh great, now we have an axe that's not only a coffee maker but also a source of light pollution. Fantastic.
You know, Rick, it seems like this Lumbermax 3000 is trying to be everything but a decent axe. I think I'll stick to my regular old coffee maker and a non-gimmicky axe.
Well, Rex and Rita, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, and some people might find value in the convenience of a multitasking axe. But I understand your skepticism.
Thanks for enlightening us, Rick. But for me, I'll stick to enjoying my coffee while relaxing, far away from any sharp objects.
Absolutely, Rex. Safety and simplicity should always come first. That's it for today's Weird Product Showcase. Thanks for watching, everyone.
In a stunning and completely ridiculous display of skill, local man, Johnny Appleseed, has set a new world record for playing the video game Super Mario Bros. While upside down and juggling bananas. The previous record, held by a man who played Donkey Kong while riding a unicycle, was shattered as Appleseed flawlessly navigated the pixelated world of Mario's Mushroom Kingdom while hanging from the ceiling like a bat. To make things even more challenging, Appleseed decided to juggle a handful of bananas while he played, adding an extra layer of difficulty to an already remarkable feat. Spectators couldn't believe their eyes as they watched Appleseed defy gravity and conventional gaming wisdom by flawlessly executing jumps and dodges while keeping a handful of fruit flying through the air. When asked how he honed his incredible gaming skills, Appleseed simply shrugged and said, "I guess you could say I have a lot of free time on my hands." While many are marveling at Appleseed's accomplishments, some are wondering just how far this obsession with gaming can go. Is juggling chainsaws the next logical step? Only time will tell.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
It's a dark and stormy night, and the winds are howling. The thunder is crackling, and the lightning is slicing through the sky like a knife. But don't let the weather get you down, my friends. Embrace the darkness and feel the fear coursing through your veins. Let the rain wash away your fears, and the wind carry your worries away. You are powerful and unbreakable, like the storm itself. So go ahead and dance in the downpour, scream with the thunder, and let the lightning strike where it may. Do not fear the storm, for you are the storm, and the storm is you. Remember, when the storm rolls in, it's time to let go and embrace the chaos. Because in the end, only the strong survive.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, I'm Rex and welcome to the evening news.
And I'm Rita, always glad to be working with you, Rex.
Oh really? You sure don't act like it.
What are you talking about, Rex? I'm always professional.
Professional? You didn't even say hello to me earlier today.
Oh, come on. I was in a rush. Besides, we're not here to talk about our personal lives.
You're right, Rita. Let's get started with the news.
Finally, we agree on something. Let's give our viewers the best news coverage possible.
Local entrepreneur Lloyd Luckman has just made a huge fortune selling apples. The 51-year-old's incredible new business venture had humble beginnings. Last winter, Lloyd decided to supplement his income by selling apples out of his car trunk. As word of his delicious fruit spread throughout the city, Lloyd's business began to grow. He soon rented a storefront and opened the Lucky Apple Store. Within a few weeks, Lloyd's fruit business was booming, and customers were lining up outside the store every day. After a few months, the Lucky Apple had enough success to open a second location. Now, with 2 stores and a steady stream of customers, Lloyd's Lucky Apple business has earned him a fortune. Lloyd is thrilled with his newfound success and plans to open up more stores in the near future.
In a bizarre occurrence, John Smith came forward today claiming to have traveled back in time to meet his younger self. According to Smith, he was performing a routine experiment in his laboratory when a sudden burst of energy transported him through time. He found himself in his childhood home and came face to face with his 10-year-old self. Smith claims that he spent several hours talking to his younger self, offering advice on his future career choices and emphasizing the importance of focusing on his studies. He also allegedly provided a list of winning lottery numbers, which he encouraged his younger self to play. Despite the implausibility of his story, Smith has provided what he claims is photographic evidence of himself as a child standing next to an older version of himself. The photo, which appears to have been taken in the 1980s, has caused a stir among skeptics. However, Smith insists that his experience was real and that he now plans to exploit his knowledge of the future for financial gain. This story has shocked and surprised the world, sparking renewed interest in time travel and its possibilities. While many people are skeptical of Smith's claims, others are eagerly waiting to see if his lottery predictions will come true. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you witness that was so strange this morning?
Well, I was walking by the park when I saw this man talking to his cat like it was a person. And then he started to entwine his arms around the cat's body like he was a pretzel.
That sounds weird. What else happened?
Then he started dancing around the park with the cat in his arms like they were in some sort of macabre waltz. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Wow, that's definitely not something you see every day. Do you have any idea why this man was behaving in such an odd manner?
No, I don't know what prompted him to engage in such an odd activity. All I know is that it was definitely a weird occurrence.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a rather unique and unconventional product.
Oh boy, here we go again. What strange item are you showcasing this time, Rick?
Well, Rex, prepare to be amazed because I present to you the Fork-O-Matic 2000.
Oh great, another plastic fork. How groundbreaking.
Hold on, Rita. This is no ordinary plastic fork. The Fork-O-Matic 2000 is designed to make eating more efficient and enjoyable.
Efficient? How hard is it to eat with a regular fork? Do we really need technology for that now?
Well, Rex, this fork comes with an integrated mini fan that cools down your food with every bite.
Are you serious? Are we so lazy that we can't even blow on our food ourselves anymore? I've heard it all now.
And what's that button on the handle, Rick? Is it for turning on some disco lights, or maybe it plays a little jingle while we eat?
Actually, Rex, the button activates a tiny motor that automatically spins the fork while you bring it to your mouth. No more wrist fatigue.
Oh great, now we have a fork that handles the simple task of moving our hand. We truly are living in the golden age of innovation.
Rick, I'm sorry, but this Fork-O-Matic 2000 just seems utterly ridiculous. I can't imagine anyone actually using it.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it might not appeal to everyone, there are people out there who might find these features useful. Innovation comes in all shapes and forms, right?
I suppose you're right, Rick. Even if it's not for us, someone out there might actually enjoy their food being blown on and their fork spinning. Different strokes for different folks.
In a surprising move, pharmaceutical giant Roche has announced that they have developed a new technology that will revolutionize the gaming industry. The innovation comes in the form of a headset that combines biometric sensors with brain-computer interface technology. The headset is designed to help patients with severe neurological disorders, but Roche has now partnered with top video game companies to use the device in gaming. The goal is to help players develop mindfulness skills and improve mental agility. The first game to use this technology is called Mind Maze and is set to be released next year. The game will challenge players to navigate a virtual maze using only their thoughts and will provide feedback on their brain activity. We believe that our technology can make a real difference in people's lives, and we're excited to see how it will be used in the gaming community, says fictional Roche spokesperson John Smith. Gamers are eagerly anticipating the release of Mind Maze and wondering what other innovations Roche will bring to the industry in the future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Hello and welcome back to another one of my weather forecasts. I hope you're ready to feel down because the weather is nothing but a reflection of our sad lives. Today, we have some light drizzle which will continue into the afternoon. Just like how our tears never seem to stop. The high for today is only 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a reminder that life is cold and unfeeling. The low for tonight will be in the mid-40s, but do we really ever hit rock bottom? Tomorrow, the skies will be partly cloudy, but we know deep down that the sun will never truly shine in our lives. The high will be in the mid-50s, but that doesn't mean anything because we're all just aimlessly wandering through this existence. I'm sorry for being such a downer, but I can't help but be reminded of my own failures in predicting the weather. Who am I to predict the future when I can't even predict my own life? But enough about me, let's get back to the forecast. Thursday will be rainy, but isn't every day just a rainy day when you feel as hopeless as I do? The high will be in the mid-50s, just like how we're all stuck in the middle of our meaningless lives. Friday will be mostly cloudy, but really, when is it ever not cloudy in our souls? The high will be in the low 60s, but will we ever reach the heights of happiness that we so desperately yearn for? Saturday will be sunny, but let's not get our hopes up because life always has a way of bringing us down. The high will be in the upper 60s, but we all know that the warmth of the sun can never thaw our frozen souls. And that's the forecast for the next 5 days. I hope you all have a truly depressing week.
In a stunning and unconventional victory, local resident Harry Spellwell won the annual spelling bee by intentionally spelling every word incorrectly. Despite causing confusion and frustration among the judges and his competitors, Spellwell said it was all part of his strategy. "I wanted to throw them off their game," he explained. "I figured if I spelled everything wrong, they would start second-guessing themselves and make mistakes too." And boy, was he right. The judges were so thrown off by Spellwell's intentionally misspelled words that they ended up making several errors themselves. In the end, Spellwell was declared the winner after correctly spelling the final word, which happened to be his own name. The audience erupted into a mix of laughter and confusion, but Spellwell was overjoyed. "I may not be the best speller, but I sure am the winner," he declared. Cameron, a local chef in town, decided to test his cooking skills by making a meal outside in freezing temperatures. He set up a stove and started cooking a hearty stew to warm up his customers. Despite the cold, Cameron was feeling quite hot-headed as his idea was a huge success. Customers were lining up for the hot and tasty meal, which he dubbed the winter warmer. Cameron said he was excited to have thought of this brilliant idea and plans on making it a regular event.
Harry Smith had a rough year. He was let go from his job, his car broke down, and he was struggling to make ends meet. But it all changed when he won the lottery. Harry was shopping one day when he heard a beeping sound coming from his pocket. He was sure it was his wallet, so he pulled it out to make sure he still had his cash. Instead, he found a lottery ticket tucked in there, and it was a winner. Harry was in shock when he realized he had won $1 million prize. After collecting his winnings, Harry was able to buy a new car, put a down payment on a house, and finally have financial stability. He said winning the lottery was the best thing that ever happened to him, and he could finally have a few happy days in the midst of all the sadness. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when the apocalypse unfolded in the form of a storm?
Well, the sky went completely dark, the wind picked up, and then all of a sudden it started raining locusts. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Now, did these locusts have any unusual characteristics?
You bet they did. They had these bright red eyes and they were buzzing. It was like something straight out of a horror movie.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hello Rex and Rita, I'm here today to introduce you to the latest oddity on the market, the Airhorn 3000.
Oh boy, Rick. Another weird invention? What does the Airhorn 3000 do? Wake you up in the morning and scare away all your friends?
Well Rex, the Airhorn 3000 is actually designed to enhance your daily activities. It may look like an ordinary air horn, but this one has some surprising features.
If you call being obnoxiously loud a surprising feature, then sure, Rick, count me in.
Okay. Let me tell you what sets this air horn apart. The Airhorn 3000 has customizable sound effects.
Oh, marvelous. Now I can personalize the sound of my neighbors hating me for waking them up at 5 a.m. Fantastic.
Well Rex, it's not just for waking people up. You can use it at sporting events, parties, or even to scare off pesky animals from your garden.
I'm sure my guests would be thrilled to attend a party where every 5 minutes an air horn blasts in their ears. How delightful.
Alright, I can see you two aren't fans of the Airhorn 3000. But believe it or not, there is a market for uniquely loud and attention-grabbing gadgets. Some people consider it a fun and quirky accessory.
Fun and quirky? More like annoying and ridiculous. Rick, I'm sorry, but this is just a silly invention that I can't imagine anyone actually buying.
I have to agree with Rick. This Airhorn 3000 is just a prime example of someone running out of ideas and slapping a label on a regular air horn. It's ridiculous.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and I can see this product isn't winning any popularity contests here. But who knows, maybe there's a market out there that finds it amusing or useful in some way.
I highly doubt it, Rick. The Airhorn 3000 is a perfect example of an invention that should have never been created. What's next? A nose hair trimmer with a built-in symphony orchestra.
In a stunning move, video game developer Amazing Games has announced that their latest release, Soft and Fluffy Adventures, will be using state-of-the-art fabric softener technology normally found in laundry machines. The game's producer, Maxine Johnson, explained that the technology has been repurposed to deliver the ultimate soft and cuddly experience to gamers. Players will be able to adjust the level of fabric softener used to control just how plush and snuggly their surroundings are. We believe that gamers crave comfort and coziness, said Johnson. By harnessing fabric softener technology, we can offer our players an immersive experience that feels like a warm blanket on a cold day. The game has already garnered a lot of attention from gamers and critics alike, with some praising its innovative use of technology while others are skeptical of how the scent of fresh laundry will affect their gameplay experience.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the storm clouds roll in and the wind begins to howl, most people would cower in fear. But not you. You are stronger than any storm. You know that with every bolt of lightning and crash of thunder, you grow more powerful. Embrace the chaos. Feel the electricity coursing through your veins. You are a force of nature, and nothing can stop you. So let the storm rage on, for it only fuels your strength. Remember, when the winds of change blow, some people build walls, while others build wind turbines. Be the latter and harness the power of this storm to fuel your own success. Let the lightning strike, and let it fuel your rise to the top. And remember, when life rains on your parade, grab a lightning rod and show it who's boss.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, and welcome back to our newscast.
What's so good about it? You were late again, Rex.
Oh come on, Rita, I was only a minute late.
A minute can feel like a lifetime, especially to our viewers.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you waiting, Rita.
It's not about me, Rex. It's about the professionalism we need to show to our audience.
I understand that, Rita. I'll make sure to be on time from now on.
Good. Now, let's start the show.
In a bizarre incident that left both music and food lovers scratching their heads, local salsa band The Spicy Beats has been accused of causing a sour note in a pickle factory. The band was hired by the pickle factory owner, Mr. Brine, to entertain the workers during their lunch break. However, things quickly turned saucy when the energetic salsa rhythms caused an unexpected reaction in the fermenting barrels of pickles. Witnesses reported seeing pickles bouncing to the beat, while others claimed that the pickles became unusually spicy. The commotion led to a temporary shutdown of the factory as workers tried to contain the havoc caused by the lively tunes. Mr. Brine expressed his disappointment, saying, "I was hoping for a harmonious lunchtime, not a pickle party." The members of the Spicy Beats are bewildered by the accusations but have agreed to refrain from playing at any future food-related events for fear of causing additional condiment catastrophes. Local community unites to support new pickleball court. Residents of a small community recently decided to join together and show their support for a new pickleball court. After months of debate, the town council voted unanimously in favor of the court construction. Though many don't know the specific rules of pickleball, the town's enthusiasm for the project has been clear. It's a real squash. Local supporters of the project have reported that construction has been progressing quickly, and the pickleball court should be ready for use by midsummer. The town has already hosted several pickleball demonstrations to help more residents learn the basics of the game. It's clear that pickleball is a real crowd pleaser and will be a great addition to the community. A local tree in Pineville was left feeling outraged after it was told it can't enter the town's public park. The tree, a mature oak named Oliver, was hoping to enjoy a day out with his friends and soak up the sunshine. However, park officials turned him away, stating that only humans and their furry friends are allowed in the park. Oliver was left feeling stumped and disappointed, stating that it's not fair that I can't enjoy the park like everyone else. I have just as much of a right to be here. Despite Oliver's plea, the park officials maintained their stance and stated that the park is strictly for humans only. The incident has sparked debate among local residents, with some calling for more inclusivity for non-human residents of the town. Others argue that the park rules must be respected. Until a decision is reached, Oliver will have to find other ways to enjoy his day out in Pineville.
Local authorities are dumbfounded after discovering a large crocodile swimming in the pool at a local YMCA earlier this week. After reports of a strange creature surfacing near the pool's edge, police and animal control were sent to investigate. When they arrived, they were surprised to find a full-grown crocodile enjoying a leisurely swim in the pool. No one is sure where the creature came from, but officials believe it may have been a pet that had escaped from its enclosure. To everyone's relief, the crocodile was successfully captured and relocated to a nearby wildlife center where it can be cared for by professionals. The YMCA has since apologized to its members for the unexpected visitor, and has assured them that steps are being taken to make sure this doesn't happen again in the future. In a shocking turn of events, John Smith, a local accountant, has discovered that he has the power to teleport. Smith claims that the ability manifested itself when he accidentally touched a strange glowing rock on a hike. At first, he did not believe it was real, but after several successful attempts, Smith knew he had to share his extraordinary gift with the world. He has since used his powers to help with search and rescue missions, delivering medical supplies to remote areas and even teleporting people to work to avoid traffic. When asked about any potential side effects, Smith reported that he occasionally finds himself in random locations with no idea how he got there. When asked about the possibility of using his powers for personal gain, Smith assured us he only uses his powers for the greater good. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you witnessed.
Well, I was walking past this bar last night and I noticed a man passed out on the sidewalk surrounded by a crowd cheering him on.
Cheering him on? What was happening?
It was pretty strange. I guess they were betting on how long he could sleep. After about 5 hours, the crowd erupted in cheers and I heard one of them say that he had broken the world record for longest sleep.
That's incredible. Any idea how he did it?
Apparently the guy was so drunk he just passed out and stayed out, snoring away for hours.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a bizarre new product called the Ultimate Air Horn.
Oh great, another useless gimmick. What's so ultimate about it, Rick?
Well, Rex, this air horn is unlike any other. It's compact, portable, and capable of producing a tremendous sound.
So, it's basically just a fancy noisemaker? Can't say I'm impressed.
Hold on, Rita. This air horn has an adjustable sound level. You can go from a mild honk to creating a noise that can be heard from miles away.
Who in their right mind would want to make that kind of racket? Let me guess, it's marketed towards annoying your neighbors.
Well, actually, Rex, it has a variety of practical uses. For instance, it can be used as a safety device in emergency situations or even at sporting events to cheer on your favorite team.
I can only imagine how well that would go down at a quiet library or a romantic dinner.
You both have valid points, but sometimes it's nice to have a product that can make a strong impact, both literally and figuratively.
I suppose there's a small niche market for people who want to blast noise wherever they go. But count me out, Rick.
I'm with you on this one, Rex. This ultimate air horn is far from ultimate in my book.
Well, it seems like this product isn't winning you over. Nonetheless, for those seeking a unique and attention-grabbing tool, the Ultimate Air Horn might just be their ticket.
In a surprising move, game developer Bigfoot Games has teamed up with NASA to create a virtual reality game that simulates life on Mars. The game, entitled Red Planet Life, uses technology never before used for gaming, specifically, NASA's Environmental Control and Life Support System, ECLS, which is used to sustain human life in space. Players will be transported to a highly realistic digital version of the Martian surface, complete with simulated atmosphere, temperature, and gravity. To survive, players must master the ECLS technology to grow food, recycle water, and maintain air quality. This is a game changer, said Bigfoot Games CEO, Samantha Johnson. We are thrilled to be working with NASA on this revolutionary project.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sun is shining bright today, dear friends. The warmth of it on your skin should motivate you to go outside and enjoy the beauty of nature. The gentle breeze is like a loving hand pushing you towards adventure. Don't waste a single minute indoors while the world is calling for you to come out and play. But beware, for the calm and inviting weather outside may be hiding something darker. You never know what lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike. So go ahead, step out into the sunshine, but always keep your eyes open, for even the most beautiful weather can be deceiving. Remember, fortune favors the brave, and in this world, only the strong survive.
In an outrageous turn of events on Friday, a wild rhino chased Stanley Roberts, the mayor of any town, through the streets. The chase was reported to have gone on for 15 minutes, with Mayor Roberts running for his life. Luckily, a team of animal control specialists were able to corral the rhino into a nearby truck, thus ending the chase. The rhino had apparently been brought in for any town's annual parade, and had escaped shortly after it started. Though Mayor Roberts was not injured, he was visibly shaken and had to be escorted from the scene. In a statement later that evening, he thanked the animal control team for intervening, saying, "I'm so grateful that the team was able to intervene on such short notice. I shudder to think what would have happened if they hadn't been there." Mayor Wilbur of the small town of Watkinsville recently stirred up controversy when he proposed a new, innovative plan to preserve the town's history. Wilbur proposed that the town build a time machine, intent on traveling back in time to capture and document Watkinsville's past. The proposal was met with mixed reactions from the town's residents. Some applauded Wilbur for his creativity, eager to find out more about Watkinsville's past. Others felt that the mayor was wasting taxpayer money, pointing out the scientific improbability of the technology. After numerous town hall meetings and heated debates, Wilbur eventually revealed the true nature of his plan. Instead of attempting to physically travel back in time, Wilbur proposed the creation of a virtual reality museum, inviting virtual researchers to explore Watkinsville's past. Though the townspeople were slightly disappointed Wilbur's plan didn't involve a real time machine, they were nonetheless encouraged by the mayor's commitment to preserving the town's heritage. By tapping into the power of high technology, Wilbur managed to bring Watkinsville's history to life.
Amanda Harwood shocked the world yesterday when she gave birth to a human-pig hybrid baby. Despite the odds, the baby is healthy and doing well. Harwood, age 24, had been pregnant for 8 months when she went into labor. During the delivery, the doctors were shocked and amazed to discover that Harwood had given birth to a baby with a human face, torso, and 2 arms, but with a pig's legs, hooves, and tail. After the initial shock, everyone involved began to celebrate as the baby, now named Harley, was in good health. The incredible event that led to Harley's birth has been the source of much speculation. Harwood has been hesitant to discuss the details of what led to the birth of this unique creature, and the doctors who delivered Harley have been equally tight-lipped. At this time, Harley is the only known human-pig hybrid in existence, and scientists around the world are eager to learn more. As the story continues to evolve, it's likely that the world will have more questions than answers. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, you were there when the investors rejected Maximus's offer. What happened?
Well, there was a lot of back and forth between Maximus and the investors. They clearly weren't sold on what he was offering.
What exactly was Maximus proposing?
He was trying to get the investors to invest in a new venture he was starting, but they weren't interested. They didn't seem convinced that it was a good investment.
Was there any particular reason why the investors didn't buy what Maximus was offering?
I think they were just worried about the risk associated with the venture and weren't sure if it would pay off in the long run.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, folks. I'm here with a really interesting product that just hit the market. It's called the Halfwitch.
Halfwitch? Seriously, Rick? Who came up with that name? It sounds like a sandwich that couldn't commit.
Exactly, Rex. And look at it. It's literally just half a sandwich. Who would buy this?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Halfwitch is designed for those who want a snack and don't want to commit to a full sandwich.
But Rick, can't you just cut a regular sandwich in half yourself? Why do we need a special product for that?
And look at the price tag on this thing. It's ridiculous. Who would pay for half a sandwich when they could get a whole one for the same price?
Well, Rex and Rita, some people might find it convenient to have pre-cut sandwiches. It's all about choice and variety.
Convenient? More like a lazy excuse for a meal. I can't believe anyone would actually buy into this gimmick.
I agree, Rex. It's just another unnecessary product trying to make a quick buck. I wouldn't waste my money on it.
Well, while you two may not be fans, I'm sure there are people out there who can appreciate the Halfwitch's unique concept. And who knows, maybe it will find its niche.
In a stunning display of skill and dedication, local resident John Smith has become the first person to beat the classic video game Super Mario Bros. Without collecting a single coin. Smith spent months training for the feat, meticulously planning each move and memorizing every jump. His final run, which took over 6 hours to complete, was watched by thousands of fans on a live stream. "I always knew I had it in me," Smith said. "It was just a matter of putting in the work and staying focused." Smith's accomplishment has sparked a heated online debate, with some gamers hailing him as a genius and others dismissing him as a show-off. Regardless of the controversy, Smith's name is sure to go down in gaming history as a true iconoclast and pioneer of the classic arcade era.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm brewed in the skies above, dark clouds twisted, winds howled with love, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the earth shuddered, trees snapped and soared. Rain lashed down with a fierce desire, floods overflowed, quenching their dire, homes were destroyed, lives were lost, the tempest was relentless, and its price was cost. But through it all, a voice did rise, whispering a phrase amidst the cries, "Embrace the storm, feel its might, for only in chaos can we find true light."
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, viewers. I'm Rex and I'm here with my wonderful co-anchor Rita.
Wonderful. You must have me confused with someone else, Rex.
Oh come on, Rita. Don't be so modest. You know you're the best thing about this show.
Well, I'm glad you finally admitted it. I was starting to think you didn't appreciate me.
Please, Rita. You know what they say, behind every great man is a great woman.
Funny, I always thought it was the other way around. Anyway, let's get started with the news.
In a surprising twist at this year's vegetable competition, local farmer Dan Carrot Top took home the top prize for his outstanding celery. When asked for comment, the judges admitted they were stalked by the quality of Carrot Top's celery and it was a clear winner. Carrot Top, known for his devotion to his crops, was overjoyed with the win and said it was the celebration he needed after a tough year of farming. He promised to keep raising the bar and herbally disappoint his fans with his future crops. Congratulations, Dan Carrot Top.
After winning a $2 million lottery jackpot, a 74-year-old woman did the most unexpected thing. She donated the money to a young woman she had never met, in order to pay for her life-changing plastic surgery. The elderly woman received an anonymous letter months prior, asking her to help pay for the young woman's surgery, and she felt pulled to help. Little did she know the young woman was actually her long-lost daughter, and she was donating the money to herself. Last night at the House of Representatives, strange things were afoot. During a meeting between politicians, Representative Brittany Parker of Wisconsin walked into the room as an invisible man. Eyewitnesses reported seeing nothing but thin air moving through the door and across the room. After a few moments of confusion, Representative Parker spoke up from the other side of the room, saying she was indeed entering the room as an invisible man. She claimed it was a demonstration of her new invention, an invisibility device that she had been working on for months. Despite the oddness of the situation, the meeting continued, with the other politicians simply ignoring Parker. After the meeting was over, she went back to her office and elaborated further on the device, saying she had been working on it to help with political protests. When asked about the device's legal status, Parker said she was working on getting the necessary licenses. She added that the process may take months to complete. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what happened when Mayor Filbert declared November Camel Riding Month.
Well, the mayor gathered everyone together and made a big announcement. He said that he was excited to declare that November would be Camel Riding Month, and that everyone should take part.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, folks. I'm Rick, and today I have something truly unique to share with you all.
Oh, this ought to be good. What absurdity do you have for us today, Rick?
Well, Rex, today I have the pleasure of introducing you to the dumbbell umbrella.
Wait, did you say dumbbell umbrella? Are we supposed to lift weights while trying to stay dry?
I can't even imagine who would want to work out and shield themselves from rain at the same time. Talk about multitasking gone wrong.
Well, guys, the dumbbell umbrella is designed for those fitness enthusiasts who can't afford to skip a workout, rain or shine. It combines the functionality of a dumbbell with the protection of an umbrella.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster if you ask me. So, is the idea that we swing this dumbbell around while carrying out our daily exercise routine?
I can already picture people accidentally letting go of the dumbbell mid-swing and watching it fly off into the distance. That's definitely not going to end well.
It may seem unusual at first, but the dumbbell umbrella aims to revolutionize outdoor workouts by providing a unique challenge. It's perfect for those looking to add a little adventure to their fitness regime.
Adventure? More like a guaranteed trip to the emergency room.
I think I'll stick to my regular dumbbells, thank you very much. I prefer to keep my workouts dry and injury-free.
No harm in exploring new possibilities, right? The dumbbell umbrella is definitely a conversation starter, if nothing else.
A conversation starter, or a punchline? I'm voting for the latter.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. This dumbbell umbrella definitely takes the prize for the weirdest fitness product I've ever seen.
In a groundbreaking move, video game company Funtech has partnered with the leading plumbing company, Flushmaster, to create a new game that uses toilets as controllers. The game, titled Toilet Quest, requires players to flush the toilet in various ways to control their characters' movements and actions. The toilets are equipped with sensors that can detect different flushing patterns and translate them into game commands. The game has already received rave reviews from beta testers, who have described it as a wild ride and one of the most unique gaming experiences ever. Funtech and Flushmaster are already planning a sequel that will use sinks and showers as controllers.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds loom dark and ominous, like a horde of demons gathering on the horizon. But don't be afraid, for this storm is here to make you stronger. You will be tested by the wind and rain, but you will emerge from this storm like a beast that has shed its skin. And when the lightning strikes, don't cower in fear. Embrace the fear and let it fuel you, for in darkness lies power. When the storm has passed and the skies are clear, you will stand taller and stronger than before. For this storm is not a punishment, but a gift. A gift from the gods of thunder and rain, who have chosen you to be their champion. So go forth, and face the storm with all the fury of a raging beast. The thunder roars in agreement, and the rain pounds down like 1,000 fists.
Local police were shocked when they found Pete and Ripeci, two brothers, breaking the law. It wasn't a major crime they were committing, just littering. Authorities were particularly surprised because the two were essentially identical, in both looks and behavior. When asked why they were littering, Pete and Ripeci responded, "Hey, we were just having a recycling moment." Luckily, the police simply gave the men a warning and let them go.
Residents of the small town of Crestview, Missouri were left baffled yesterday when a strange occurrence took place. Local man Connor Jefferson, 43, was seen taking off from his yard and soaring above the town. According to multiple eyewitness accounts, Connor began to sprout a set of large black wings from his back and then began to flap them and fly away from his house. Neighbors reported that Connor seemed to be hovering above the town for some time before eventually disappearing out of sight. Residents of Crestview have been left to speculate about what exactly happened to Connor and if this is something that could happen to anyone. When asked about the strange occurrences, Crestview Mayor Susan White could only say, "It's remarkable, it's definitely a bit unsettling, but at the same time, it's nice to see something so weird that's actually kind of fun and miraculous." Local authorities are still trying to figure out what happened to Connor and if he is actually still somewhere in the skies above Crestview. Paul, an amateur scientist and avid camper, claims to have traveled back in time and witnessed dinosaurs fighting in a prehistoric jungle. According to Paul, he was camping in a remote location when he suddenly found himself surrounded by a bright light. He initially thought it was a UFO, but as the light dissipated, he found himself in the middle of a lush jungle teeming with dinosaurs. As he was observing the giant creatures from a distance, he saw two dinosaurs engage in a vicious fight. One of them was a T-Rex, and the other was an unidentified herbivore. Despite the terrifying display of power, Paul claims to have felt a sense of awe and wonder at the sight of these magnificent creatures in their natural element. However, his adventure came to an abrupt end when he was once again enveloped by the bright light and found himself back in his campground. While many skeptics have dismissed Paul's claims as a fever dream or a hoax, he insists that he has photographic evidence and is willing to undergo any scientific tests to prove his story. The scientific community is eagerly waiting to see if Paul's claims have any merit or if they are just another wild fantasy. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, Can you tell me what you saw when the cookie company decided to rebrand?
Sure. Well, it was quite a bold move. Everyone was talking about it. I saw the company completely overhaul their branding, from the logo to their packaging. It was definitely a shock to see.
How did people respond to this surprise change in branding?
Well, some people were a bit confused at first, but overall it was seen as a positive move for the company. Everyone seemed to be in favor of the new look.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the morning news. I'm here with a rather unique product that has caught my attention, and I thought I'd share it with you all today.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what weirdness you've found this time, Rick.
Well, Rex and Rita, get ready to have your minds blown. Introducing the wet floor cone.
Wait, seriously? A wet floor cone? Isn't that just a regular wet floor sign with a different shape?
I mean, come on, Rick. Are we supposed to be impressed by this?
Well, Rex and Rita, the wet floor cone brings a whole new level of excitement to those mundane wet floor situations.
Excitement? I highly doubt a wet floor sign can bring any excitement.
Yeah, I think the only excitement I'll experience is when this segment is finally over.
You're both just not seeing the potential here. The wet floor cone's cone-shaped design serves as a visual reminder while adding a touch of style.
A touch of style? Rick, it's a cone-shaped wet floor sign, not a fashion statement.
I can already see this being the next big trend on the fashion runways.
Look, I might be the only one here who appreciates the beauty of a well-designed wet floor sign. But hey, if it can prevent a few accidents with its innovative shape, I call that a win.
I'm sorry, but this is just too ridiculous for me to take seriously.
Rick, I think it's time for you to move on from your obsession with wet floor signs.
Well, Rex and Rita, we may not agree on the merits of the wet floor cone, but at least we had a good laugh discussing it.
That's true, Rick. We certainly had a good laugh. Thanks for sharing your weird find with us.
Yeah, thanks for the entertainment, Rick. Maybe next time you'll surprise us with something more practical.
You're welcome, Rex and Rita. And who knows, maybe practicality is overrated.
In a stunning display of video game prowess, local gamer Bob Smith won the national championship for the popular game Fortnite while blindfolded. Smith, who has been training for this moment for the past year, relied solely on his senses of hearing and touch to navigate the game's terrain and defeat his opponents. When asked how he was able to accomplish this feat, Smith simply replied, "I've been playing video games since I was 5 years old. It's all muscle memory at this point." The championship prize money of $100,000 will be donated to the National Association for the Blind, a cause that is close to Smith's heart. "I wanted to prove that blind gamers can be just as skilled as sighted gamers," he added. Smith plans to continue his gaming career and hopes to defend his title next year, with the added challenge of playing with one hand behind his back.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you dear news. The great spatula storm is coming. The winds are blowing with such force that they will turn everything, from trees to cars, upside down, just like flipping a pancake. This storm is going to be more fierce than Aunt Edna's temper when she can't find her favorite spatula. It's not just going to rain, it's going to pour down like a gravy boat over a Thanksgiving turkey. It's going to hail so ferociously that it will sound like the tapping of a metal spoon on a frying pan. Brace yourselves, folks, because this storm will go down in history as the biggest cooking utensil disaster of all time. Don't forget to stock up on canned food, matches and a backup turner, for you never know when the great spatula storm will strike again.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening and welcome to our show.
Hello, Rex. I see you're wearing the same tie as yesterday.
Well, I didn't have time to pick out a different one this morning, Rita.
You know, they do make more than one tie in the world, Rex.
I'm sorry if my wardrobe choices are bothering you, Rita. Maybe next time I'll wear a clown suit.
Oh please, don't tempt me, Rex. You know I'd love to see you in a clown suit.
Ha! Maybe I'll wear one for Halloween just for you, Rita.
Oh joy, I can hardly wait. Now, let's get to the news, shall we?
Chancellor Harold Dislodge was successful in his re-election bid as a result of a knockout performance during the election. His political opponents, Samuel and Ali Punchnaw, did not have the impactful performance needed to topple him from the top spot. "I'm proud to be re-elected," said the Chancellor, "and I'd like to thank the people of my district for their support. Fists were thrown, but ultimately I was the one standing at the end of the night." The Punchnaws responded with a statement that they'll keep throwing punches until they knock out their adversaries in the next election. The Chancellor remained unperturbed, simply stating he'll be ready for them when the bell rings for round 2. A local scientist by the name of Dr. Edam has created a new type of cheese that is causing quite a stir in the culinary world. It has been dubbed mozzarella due to its unique ability to cause people who consume it to literally melt. Dr. Edam claims that the cheese is made using a secret ingredient found only in his laboratory, and that it can only be consumed in small quantities. Despite warnings, people are flocking to try the cheese, with some even using it as a dip for their favorite foods. The cheese has also been causing chaos at local restaurants, with people melting into puddles all over the place. The restaurant owners have been forced to put up signs warning customers about the dangers of over-consuming mozzarella. Scientists are currently working on an antidote to reverse the melting process caused by the cheese, but so far have had no success. It looks like for now, Dr. Edam and his mozzarella are here to stay. In a bizarre incident, John Smith accidentally purchased an entire zoo. Smith, who had always wanted a pet goldfish, thought he was buying a golden fish. However, he had actually bid on an online auction for an entire zoo, which was coincidentally named Golden Acres Zoo. When the staff at the zoo found out about the mistake, they were stunned. But instead of reversing the transaction, they decided to welcome Smith with open arms and even named him the new zoo director. His first duty was to ensure that all the animals in the zoo were happy, but he soon realized he had no idea how to run a zoo. With some help from the staff, Smith learned the ropes and became an excellent zoo director. After a few months of managing the zoo, Smith declared that he did not regret his mistake and that buying the zoo was the best thing that ever happened to him. The zoo has since become a popular tourist attraction, and Smith has become a local celebrity. He even got a new nickname, the Accidental Zookeeper.
In a bizarre announcement earlier today, John Smith from Smalltown, USA declared that he has been receiving messages from aliens through his toaster. Smith claims that he first noticed the strange signals when he was making toast one morning. According to Smith, he heard a faint voice speaking to him from the toaster, asking him if he was willing to communicate. After some hesitation, Smith replied yes, and thus began his unexpected relationship with extraterrestrial life. Smith reports that the aliens have been communicating with him regularly, providing him with advice on everything from relationships to personal finances. When asked how he was able to hear the voices, Smith revealed that he had modified his toaster with a special receiver and amplifier that allowed him to pick up the alien transmissions. Despite skepticism from his friends and family, Smith remains convinced of the authenticity of his contact with the alien beings. Yesterday, a man named Tim claimed to have found a real-life unicorn in his backyard. According to Tim, he was preparing the ground for planting when he saw a shimmering white figure standing in the corner of his yard. Tim tried to get closer, but the creature disappeared into thin air. Later that day, as Tim was watering his plants, he saw the unicorn again. This time, Tim managed to take a photo of the creature with his phone. When asked about the photo, Tim said that the unicorn was very friendly and allowed him to take the picture. Tim plans on contacting local authorities to help him document the discovery of the unicorn in his backyard. Animal experts are skeptical about Tim's claims, but Tim says he is sure he saw what he saw. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what happened.
Well, I was tending to my garden the other day and saw something peculiar. There was a potato talking right to me.
Wow, that's certainly strange. What did the potato say?
It said something about its mission to save the world from an evil potato overlord. I was so shocked, I dropped my trowel.
Wow, that is strange. Did the talking potato say anything else?
Oh yes. It said it needed my help to succeed in its mission, and that it wanted me to join a team of talking potatoes. I thought I was dreaming, but there it was.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey Rex and Rita, I have something really unique to show you today.
Oh, great. What is it this time, Rick? Another useless gadget?
Yeah, Rick, your taste in products is always so questionable. Are you sure this one isn't just another waste of time?
Well, I'm excited to introduce you to the latest invention called the Little Goblin.
Hold on, did you say the little goblin? What kind of ridiculous name is that?
Seriously, Rick? The little goblin? Sounds like something out of a bad fantasy movie.
I understand your skepticism, but just take a look at this adorable little creature.
Adorable. Rick, that thing looks more like a misshapen garden gnome than anything remotely cute.
And what exactly does this bizarre gnome wannabe do, Rick?
Well, it's actually a voice-activated personal assistant, just like Siri or Alexa.
Oh, great. Just what we need, another virtual assistant cluttering up our already over-teachified lives.
Yeah, because having a robot goblin to command is so much more practical than using our smartphones.
But guys, the Little Goblin has some unique features. It can brew coffee and fold laundry.
Oh, wow, as if we needed another caffeine-addicted goblin running around and sabotaging our clothes.
I can barely comprehend why anyone would want this absurd little creature. Is it even safe to have one in your house?
I assure you, the Little Goblin is perfectly harmless and will bring joy and convenience to any home.
Yeah, if your definition of joy is having a creepy goblin watching your every move and stealing your socks.
Thanks for sharing, Rick, but I think we'll stick to our regular virtual assistants and keep our socks goblin-free.
In a groundbreaking move, a small indie game studio called Pixel Adventures has created the world's first video game using drones. The game, called Drone Dash, involves players navigating a drone through a series of obstacles and challenges, all while collecting coins and power-ups. What makes this game even more impressive is that the drones used in the game are not your typical consumer drones. Instead, the drones were developed in partnership with a major defense contractor, Tech Defense. According to the developers, the drones were designed to be highly maneuverable and responsive to the player's commands, making the gaming experience incredibly immersive. Although the game has only been out for a few days, it has already received rave reviews from gamers and critics alike. The developers say that they are working on adding even more challenging levels and obstacles in the near future. It's clear that Pixel Adventures has truly pushed the boundaries of what's possible in the world of video games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are blessed with a weather pattern that is truly something to behold. The sky is a deep shade of red, and the air feels like it's full of electricity. Some would call this ominous, but I call it exciting. Today, the winds will be strong enough to knock over entire buildings, and the rain will be like bullets slamming into the ground. You may hear some screams in the distance, but do not be alarmed. Those are simply the sounds of people being lifted off their feet and carried away by the wind. This weather is not for the weak-hearted, but for those of us who are brave enough to embrace the chaos. So put on your raincoats and hold on tight, because it's going to be one hell of a ride. Remember, when the storm comes, you either rise up or get swept away.
Tony, the owner of Pizza Palace, has expanded his business to include a new line of donuts. After experimenting with different dough recipes and toppings, Tony has finally found the perfect recipe that has customers lining up around the block. I've always loved making pizza dough, and I figured that donuts couldn't be that different, says Tony. It took a while to get the recipe just right, but I'm thrilled with how they turned out. The new line of donuts, dubbed Donuts, come in a variety of flavors, including pepperoni pizza, cheeseburger, and mac and cheese. While some customers have been hesitant to try the unconventional flavor combinations, others have embraced the new products with open arms and mouths. Tony is optimistic about the future of donuts and has already set his sights on expanding the line to include savory pastries like calzones and strombolis. In a Yeast Variety news conference, sugar.
In a bizarre turn of events, a local man named Bob claims that he has been communicating with squirrels in his backyard for the past few weeks. According to Bob, the squirrels told him that they are tired of being ignored by humans and that they need a leader to represent their interests. Bob, who has been unemployed for quite some time, saw this as an opportunity to finally make a difference in the world. He eagerly accepted the squirrels' offer and has been acting as their spokesperson ever since. Bob claims that the squirrels have big plans for the future, including taking over the park and turning it into a massive squirrel kingdom. The news of Bob's election as the leader of the squirrel army has caused quite a stir in the local community, with some people calling him crazy and others hailing him as a visionary. Only time will tell what will happen next in this bizarre saga of a man and his squirrel army. Eight-month-old Abigail White has taken the internet by storm with her hilarious photo of her dressed in her parents' work attire and sitting at their office desks. The adorable photo, taken by her father Charles White, captures the toddler posing in a suit and tie and seated in a chair with a laptop and office supplies in front of her. Since being shared on social media, the photo has gained over 1 million likes and amused comments from all over the world. Netizens have praised the White family for their comedic take on office life and have joked about the picture being a true representation of the average adult's workday. Charles has stated that the inspiration for the photoshoot came from his daughter's inquisitive nature and he wanted to capture the moment as a good memory. It's clear that Abigail is already following in her father's footsteps in terms of creativity and humor. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what it was like when Vladimir Pottbaum won the presidential election?
It was absolutely amazing. Everyone was so happy and excited, you could feel the energy in the air. Everyone was chanting his name and celebrating his victory. It was such an incredible moment.
What will this mean for the people of this country?
I think it means a lot of positive change and hope. Vladimir Pottbaum has promised to make a lot of improvements, and his election is a sign that the people of this country believe in him and his ideas.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you all a truly bizarre new product called the Spray-O-Matic.
Oh boy, Rick, I can't wait to hear about this one. A spray bottle? Really? Is this the best they could come up with?
Well, Rex, this is no ordinary spray bottle. The Spray-O-Matic claims to revolutionize the way we spray things.
Revolutionize? I highly doubt that, Rick. It looks like something I could pick up at the dollar store.
I understand your skepticism, Rita, but just wait until you hear what this baby can do. It's not just about spraying water or cleaning solutions.
Oh, pray tell, Rick. What else can this marvelous spray bottle do? Cure world hunger? Solve climate change?
Not quite, Rex. But it can spray a myriad of different liquids. From ink and paint to perfume and even pancake batter, the Spray-O-Matic does it all.
Pancake batter? Really? Are we supposed to believe this is some kind of multitasking spray bottle genius?
You know, Rick, I think I'll stick to my good old-fashioned spatula for the pancake batter. This product just sounds like a ridiculous gimmick to me.
Well, Rex and Rita, everyone is entitled to their opinion, but the creators of the Spray-O-Matic swear by its versatility and convenience. They even claim it can spray different liquids simultaneously.
Simultaneously? That's it, Rick. I've officially heard it all. This is just another case of a silly product trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
Couldn't have said it better, Rita. Thanks for enlightening us with this utterly unnecessary invention, Rick. I think we'll pass.
Well, Rex and Rita, you may not be convinced, but I'm sure there are some out there who will find this product intriguing. Thanks for having me.
Gamers were shocked to discover that a new video game called Tooth Defender is using advanced AI technology from the dental industry. The game, developed by fictional company Molar Games, has players take on the role of a dentist defending a patient's teeth from attacking bacteria. The AI technology, originally created to help dentists identify cavities and decay, has been repurposed to create a realistic and challenging gaming experience. Players must use specialized dental tools to carefully remove bacteria and protect their patients' teeth. The game has received praise for its accurate depiction of dental procedures and its innovative use of technology. However, some players have criticized the game for being too difficult, citing the steep learning curve and high level of precision required to succeed. Despite this, Tooth Defender has already gained a cult following among dental professionals and gamers alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Beware, dear viewers, for I come to you with a tale of woe and irritation. A pesky fly has been buzzing around my head incessantly, making it nearly impossible for me to focus on my duties as chief meteorologist. Its wings beat like 1,000 thunderstorms, and its tiny body taunts me with every movement. Oh, how it vexes me! But fear not, for despite this minor annoyance, the weather remains clear and sunny with a high of 80 degrees.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. What's with the sour face today?
I'm not sour, Rex. I just don't appreciate you stealing my coffee mug again this morning.
Stealing is such a harsh word, Rita. I prefer to think of it as borrowing without permission.
Well, next time just ask. Have you ever heard of common courtesy?
Of course I have, but where's the fun in that? Plus, your coffee just tastes better in that mug.
Ugh, you're impossible sometimes. Let's just focus on the news, okay?
Fine by me, but you might want to invest in a backup mug just in case. The court handed down a life sentence to Juan Garcia today. Judge Simon, in a punning verdict, stated that Garcia had earned a life sentence instead of a jail sentence. Despite the defense's objections, the sentence was upheld, and Garcia has been sentenced to serve the rest of his life in prison, with no parole. Despite this unfortunate outcome, Judge Simon had the last word with one final pun, that Garcia now likely has plenty of time to reflect on his actions.
A man named Ted recently made headlines after claiming to have developed a special ability to communicate with ants. According to Ted, he has been able to hold conversations with the insects for the past 6 months, during which time he claims to have learned a great deal about the mysterious world of ants. However, Ted's neighbors and family members are now expressing concerns for his mental health after he started posting his conversations with the ants on social media. When asked about this, Ted simply replied, "The ants told me to do it." After receiving numerous complaints, social media platforms eventually took down Ted's accounts. However, in a surprising turn of events, a group of scientists recently discovered that Ted's claims were not entirely unfounded. They found that Ted's brain had somehow developed a unique neural pathway that allowed him to understand the complex language of ants. While this discovery may have been groundbreaking, Ted unfortunately seems to have lost his ability to communicate with the insects due to the stress of being banned from social media. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. Feast your eyes on the revolutionary new product, the Super Pan 9000.
Oh boy, Rick. Another weird invention, huh? Is this supposed to be a frying pan or a spaceship?
Ha! Good one, Rex. But let me tell you, the SuperPan 9000 is not your ordinary frying pan. It's packed with features that will blow your mind.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this. What's so special about a pan? Does it come with its own chef?
No chefs included, but check this out, Rita. The SuperPan 9000 is made from a specially engineered non-stick material that guarantees zero food sticking. No more scrubbing and scraping.
So, it's essentially a Teflon-coated pan? How groundbreaking, Rick. I can't believe people are actually going to fall for this gimmick.
Hold on, Rex. That's not all. The SuperPan 9000 also has an integrated heating system with adjustable temperature settings. Simply dial in the desired heat, and your food will be cooked to perfection.
Wow, Rick. A frying pan with a heater. How innovative. I bet the handle also brews your morning coffee, right?
Haha, not quite, Rita. But you'll love this. The SuperPan 9000 comes with a built-in timer and Wi-Fi connectivity, so you can control it remotely with your smartphone. It even sends you push notifications when your meal is ready.
Seriously, Rick? Who needs a pan that talks to your phone? I'd rather cook my eggs the old-fashioned way than rely on a glorified frying pan with useless features.
Well, Rex and Rita, while I understand your skepticism, some people might find these features convenient. After all, innovation takes many forms, and the SuperPan 9000 is certainly pushing the boundaries of what a frying pan can do.
Timmy Smith, a 12-year-old from a small town in Indiana, has become an overnight millionaire by selling virtual rocks in the popular video game, Minecraft. Timmy discovered that rare and valuable rocks, known as diamonds, could be found in the game and decided to start selling them to other players for real money. Soon, word of Timmy's business spread and he had a steady stream of customers buying his diamonds. Timmy used his earnings to buy the latest gaming equipment and even hired a team to help him mine for diamonds. Timmy's parents are thrilled with his success and are hoping that he can continue to capitalize on the booming virtual economy in the world of video games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The skies darken, the wind howls, as the storm rolls in with vengeance. Lightning strikes, the ground trembles, and the rain falls with violent persistence. The trees creak and sway, like puppeteers on strings, the very earth shakes, as the storm screams. Be afraid, for Mother Nature's wrath is unleashed, no one can escape her fury now. In the aftermath, destruction and chaos reign, the storm leaves behind a trail of ruin and pain. But fear not, for from the ashes we rise, stronger and wiser, with a newfound guise. We are survivors, we are warriors of the storm, our resilience and courage will keep us warm.
Yesterday, Amanda Bond was arrested for sticky fingers after she was caught stealing multiple tubes of glue from the local office supply store. When asked why she was stealing glue, she responded, "I just couldn't resist the temptation to stick it to the man." Bond was taken into custody and charged with theft and resisting arrest. She is currently being held on a $5,000 bond.
Mandy McDonald, a stand-up comedian and political activist, has thrown her hat into the presidential race with an unconventional platform. Her main message has been to promote pet adoption and care, surprising many political pundits with an unlikely slogan, "More cats." McDonald has used her own love of cats to inspire an often overlooked demographic, cat enthusiasts. She believes that her love for cats will translate into support from cat lovers across the country. With her unique campaign, McDonald has gained a substantial online following with the social media. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, can you tell us what happened that led to this headline?
Sure. It was quite a sight. There was this man, who had been in a heated argument with another guy. Neither of them seemed to be willing to give in, so the man decided to take matters into his own hands.
What did he do?
He went out of his way to reach a compromise with the other guy. He made some concessions, and that eventually led to the two of them coming to an agreement.
Amazing. What kind of concessions did he make?
He gave up some of his own rights and privileges in exchange for the other guy's agreement. It was an extraordinary display of goodwill.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hello, Rex and Rita. I'm here in our studio kitchen with a very interesting new product called the Coffee-O-Matic 3000.
Oh, great. Another coffee machine. Just what the world needed.
Yeah, because there aren't enough ways to make coffee already, Rick.
Well, Rex and Rita, this one claims to revolutionize the coffee brewing experience with its unique features.
I'm sure it does. In its own little coffee machine fantasy world.
Rick, isn't this just another unnecessary addition to the cluttered kitchen countertop?
Actually, the Coffee-O-Matic 3000 offers a wide range of brewing options to satisfy even the most demanding coffee lover.
Oh, joy. Now people can brew 37 different types of coffee, but still can't figure out how to make a decent cup of joe.
And let's not forget about the eye-watering price tag that comes with these overhyped coffee machines. Is it worth it, Rick?
The Coffee-O-Matic 3000 may be on the pricier side, but its advanced technology promises to deliver the perfect cup of coffee every time.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I think I'll stick with my good old-fashioned drip coffee maker and save myself a few $100.
Agreed, Rex. These coffee machines are just a way to make us spend more money for something we don't really need.
The world of video gaming has just been changed forever thanks to Jack Robbins, CEO of game studio Big Time Games. Robbins has just announced their newest game, Drone Racing Pro, which makes use of groundbreaking new drone technology from aerospace components manufacturer Aerotech. The innovative drones employed by Drone Racing Pro are equipped with a variety of sensors that can interact with the game's environment in real time. The drones can also reach speeds of up to 300 km per hour and can be controlled by special motion controllers, creating a sensation like never before for gamers. Robbins is confident that the incorporation of this technology with video gaming will revolutionize the industry and transform the way we play. He hopes that the success of Drone Racing Pro will create further opportunities to explore the potential of this technology in other games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you feel that warm breeze on your skin? The sun shining bright on your face? That's right, today's weather is absolutely perfect. But you know what they say about perfect things, don't you? It can't last forever. Enjoy this beautiful weather while it lasts, because soon enough the storms will come and the rain will pour. The calm before the storm is always the most deceiving. So, savor this moment because you never know when it will be your last. The sunshine may be smiling down on you now, but soon enough it will turn its scorching rays into a scowl of anger. Embrace the chaos of Mother Nature and let her take you on a wild ride, whether you like it or not. Remember, every storm runs out of rain, but you might not survive to see it. Cherish this sunny day, because tomorrow may be your last.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you hear what happened on the way to work today?
No, what happened?
I had to listen to your boring playlist on the radio the whole way here.
Oh, come on, Rex. My taste in music is impeccable. You're just jealous because you only listen to oldies.
My taste in music is classic. Yours is just trendy garbage.
Well, at least I'm not stuck in the past like you, Rex. Speaking of which, what's in the news today?
Touché, Rita. We have some breaking news on the latest developments in the mayoral race.
Thanks, Rex. I'll let you have this one.
Mina Yu, a pharmacist located in a nearby village, recently made a big breakthrough when it comes to how people get their medications. In an effort to make life easier for her customers, she has developed a new and innovative system that reduces the time and hassle of getting their medications. The system, dubbed the Mina Med Power Pack, allows customers to quickly scan their identities, enter their prescriptions, and have the medication ready for collection in a matter of minutes. Mina's customers have been delighted with the convenience and speed of the Power Pack and have praised Mina for her ingenuity. "It's like a dream come true," said local resident Jeffrey Cowles, who was one of the first to try the new system. Though the Power Pack has been well received, Mina doesn't plan to stop there. She's already brainstorming ideas for further updates and refinements, including a meds on-demand service that would allow customers to instantly access all the medications they need. "I'm just trying to make the lives of my customers a little bit easier," said Mina. "The Power Pack is just the beginning. I'm excited to see how far we can take it in the future." Horatio Krabs, CEO of Krabs Enterprises, recently made a big move in the business world, and it was nothing to crab about. After months of negotiations, the company finalized a deal that is sure to leave investors shell-shocked. When pressed for comment, Krabs said, "I'm absolutely elated to report this transaction. I believe it is a great step forward for our business, and that we'll be clams about it in the near future."
Yesterday, Julia Smith, a tourist visiting New York City, reported something extraordinary. She saw a robot walking around Central Park, seemingly as curious about the sights as the rest of the tourists. "I couldn't believe it," Smith said. "He was just like a normal person, just made out of metal. He even waved when I said hello." When questioned, the National Park Service said there had been no robot sightings reported in Central Park in the past. But Smith insists that she saw a robot with her own eyes, and that it was a unique and fascinating sight. So was the robot simply a figment of Smith's imagination? Or did an automaton actually take a stroll through Central Park on a random summer day? We may never know for sure. In a bizarre and unexpected twist, local woman, Alice Johnson, has discovered she has an extraordinary ability to communicate with houseplants. Johnson claims that she stumbled upon her newfound talent by accident when she was singing to her plants and noticed that they appeared to be singing back. At first, Johnson thought it was just her imagination, but soon she realized that her plants were indeed communicating with her. According to Johnson, the plants have a lot to say and are eager to share their deep, innermost thoughts. Johnson has spent hours talking to her plants and has learned a great deal from them. She says that her plants have shared secrets about their previous owners, their favorite types of music and even their political leanings. While some may find Johnson's ability unsettling, she views it as a gift and has become somewhat of a celebrity in the houseplant world. Johnson's local plant shop, Green Thumb, has offered her a job as a plant whisperer to help customers communicate with their plants. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw when you witnessed Tommy Corbin's joy ride take a wild turn.
Oh yeah, that was a real sight. Tommy was going full speed down the street and his car got so wild that it started spinning in circles. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Wow. That sounds like a real thrill. How did people nearby react?
Most people just stopped and stared, but there were a few brave folks who tried to help Tommy back onto the road. But it was too late. Tommy was already a few hundred feet down the street and his car was still spinning.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick on location today, ready to show us an interesting new product. Rick, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have something truly unique to showcase. It's called the Morphing Knife Set.
Morphing knife set? Sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. Rick, tell us more about it.
Well, Rita, this knife set claims to revolutionize your culinary experience. It consists of a set of knives that can transform into various shapes with just a touch of a button.
Oh boy, here we go. Just what I've always wanted, knives that can shapeshift. What's next, Rick? A toaster that can sing opera?
Haha, Rex, I can understand your skepticism. But imagine having a single knife that can change from a chef's knife to a bread knife or a paring knife, all in one. It could save you a lot of space in your kitchen.
Or it could save you money by not buying a set of knives that belong in a toy store. Sorry, Rick, but I can't help picturing a plastic knife transforming into a rubber ducky. It's just too ridiculous.
Exactly, Rita. And let me guess, Rick, does the morphing knife set also come with a magical unicorn-shaped knife holder?
Haha. No, Rex, it doesn't. But it does come with a sleek, modern knife block to keep all the blades neatly organized. Plus, it's made of high-quality stainless steel.
Well, at least they got that part right. They must have sensed the need to include something normal in this eccentric product.
But Rick, do you honestly believe anyone would buy this gimmick? I can't imagine a professional chef seriously considering a knife set that doubles as a Rubik's Cube.
I understand your doubts, Rita, but there might be some curious home cooks out there willing to give it a try. You never know until you try, right?
Well, Rick, I'll stick with my collection of regular, reliable knives. But thanks for enlightening us with this. Interesting product. Any other intriguing gadgets coming up?
Absolutely, Rex. We'll be back soon with more cutting-edge inventions that hopefully won't cut your enthusiasm like this morphing knife set did. Stay tuned.
Introducing Cooking Chaos, the newest addition to the gaming world that is sure to shake things up. Created by a collaboration between gaming company Pixelplay and cookware brand Kitchen Caboodle, Cooking Chaos is the first game to use induction cooking technology in its gameplay. The game requires players to use a special induction cooking device, provided with the purchase of the game, to control the actions of their on-screen characters. The device translates the cook's actions as commands in the game. Players will need to chop, sauté and even bake to complete tasks, and as they progress, the required level of culinary skill will increase. The game's creator, John Johnson, says that the idea came to him while he was cooking dinner and playing a video game at the same time. He thought, why not combine these two and make something really unique? And so, Cooking Chaos was born. The game is set to release in the fall, and pre-orders are already flooding in from both cooking and gaming enthusiasts alike. It looks like this unusual partnership might just be a recipe for success.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The winds of change are upon us, but not the weather. No, it's something far more sinister. I speak of the constant pinging of notifications on my phone, the buzzing of the fly that just won't leave me be, and the haunting sound of my neighbor's dog barking in the night. These are the true tempests that plague my existence. If only I could find respite from this maddening cacophony.
In a shocking discovery, John Smith claims to have found actual alien life forms in his bathtub. According to Smith, the aliens were small, green, and surprisingly friendly. They communicated with him telepathically and seemed to be curious about the human world. Smith says he initially thought it was a joke, but upon further examination, he realized that they were definitely not from this planet. Smith reported the discovery to the authorities, who promptly showed up at his apartment but were unable to locate any evidence of the aliens. However, Smith insists that they're still there and even introduced them to his cat, who seemed to get along with them famously. The scientific community has yet to comment on Smith's discovery, but it seems that the search for extraterrestrial life may have come to an unexpectedly small place.
After holding the Guinness World Record for world's tallest man for over a decade, Goliath Jackson was shocked to learn that he had lost his title due to an unexpected growth spurt. Jackson, who already stood at a towering 7 feet 8 inches, had reportedly grown an additional 3 inches overnight. Doctors are baffled by this sudden growth, which they believe could be due to a rare condition known as supersized genes. Jackson is now seeking medical treatment to help manage his extreme height and hopes to regain his Guinness World Record title soon. In the meantime, Jackson is struggling to adapt to his newfound height. He has had to have all of his clothes custom made and has even had to extend the ceilings in his home to accommodate his towering frame. Despite the challenges, however, Jackson remains optimistic about his future and is excited to see where life takes him. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw exactly when the spaceship appeared?
Well, I was out walking my dog when all of a sudden the sky lit up and I saw this big Olay spaceship hovering in the sky. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Wow. That had to be quite an experience. Did you notice anything else about the spaceship?
Well, it was huge. It was at least 3 times bigger than our town's water tower, and there was this kind of weird buzzing sound coming from it. Not sure what that was all about.
Fascinating. Did you happen to get any pictures of it or anything?
No, sorry. I was too stunned to think of taking out my phone. It just kind of disappeared after a few minutes.
Can't say I blame you. That must have been quite a sight to behold. Thanks for sharing your story, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a rather unusual product to showcase.
Oh boy, Rick. What bizarre item have you found this time?
Well, Rex, feast your eyes on this. It's called the Cup of Cubes, a new twist on the classic to-go coffee cup.
Cup of cubes? Sounds like a bad attempt at wordplay.
Absolutely, Rex. And look at these cups, Rick. They just look like regular disposable coffee cups.
True, Rita, but here's where it gets interesting. Inside each cup, you'll find 4 separate compartments, each filled with a different coffee flavor.
Wait, so instead of just serving one type of coffee, you get a mishmash of flavors? Who on earth would want that?
Exactly, Rex. It's like playing coffee roulette every time you take a sip. I'll stick to my single origin lattes, thank you very much.
Come on, guys. Cup of Cubes can be a fun way to try various coffee flavors without committing to a whole cup. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
Environmentally friendly? Rick, these cups are still disposable. There's nothing eco-friendly about adding more waste to our landfills.
Good point, Rex. And let's not forget, the last thing we need is more confusion in our daily lives. We already have enough decisions to make without worrying about which coffee cube we're drinking.
Well, it seems like you both are not fans of Cup of Cubes, but hey, to each their own.
That's right, Rick. We all have our preferences, and this product certainly won't be making its way into my morning routine.
Agreed, Rita. Thanks for sharing, Rick, but I think we'll pass on this peculiar cup of confusion.
In a bizarre new development, Dan Smith from Smallville has claimed that he has unlocked the power of telekinesis and can use it to play video games. According to Smith, he spent several months practicing intense concentration techniques before breaking through to the other side. Now, he says he can use his mind to manipulate the controllers and move his characters around the screen. When asked for proof, Smith demonstrated his skills on a variety of games, including first-person shooters and racing simulators. Skeptics remain unconvinced, but Smith says he is just happy to have found a new way to enjoy his favorite hobby.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds gather on the horizon, their dark tendrils reaching for the sun. But let me tell you, this storm is not something to fear. It is something to embrace. The lightning bolts will strike with unparalleled ferocity, igniting fires that will consume everything in their path. The high winds will rip roofs from houses and toss cars like toys. But don't cower in fear, my friends. Instead, let the storm fuel you. Let it remind you of the power that resides within us all. And in the end, when the storm has passed, we will emerge stronger and more determined than ever before. So grab your umbrella and face the tempest head on. Let the rain and hailstones batter you until you are bruised and broken. For in the end, we will rise from the destruction, a force to be reckoned with. Remember, it's not about the weather, it's about the fight within us all.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Nightly News with Rex and Rita.
Good evening, indeed. Although, Rex, I must say you took quite a long lunch break today.
Oh please, Rita. Just a few minutes longer than usual. Besides, you always take forever to do your makeup. The viewers have witnessed it firsthand.
Ha! The viewers must be blind, Rex. My makeup routine is flawless, unlike some anchors who struggle to tie their own shoelaces.
Well, at least I can tie my shoelaces without looking like a circus clown. And let me remind you, my journalism skills are far superior to your hair straightening abilities.
Oh, please. I can straighten my hair with my eyes closed while correcting your grammar mistakes in my sleep.
Grammar mistakes? Rita, I think you should focus on reading the teleprompter clearly. Mispronouncing words is becoming your specialty.
Well, if you didn't mumble your words like you're constantly chewing on a mouthful of marbles, maybe I wouldn't have to guess what you're saying.
Guessing? Rita, you're better at guessing the weather than anything else. I've seen you predict sunny skies when it obviously ends up raining.
Oh, and I suppose your extraordinary weather forecasting skills have never failed, right? How about that heat wave you didn't see coming last month?
Well, All right, let's focus on today's news, shall we?
Agreed, Rex. It's clear we can't agree on anything else.
Karen Burns was ecstatic when she found out she won the lottery after buying a ticket on a whim. Everyone in her small town was so excited for her and they were preparing to throw a huge celebration in her honor. Little did they know, her first move was to donate all of the money to a charity dedicated to preventive cancer research. Karen had a special connection to the charity as it was founded by her best friend and former roommate, Samantha Williams, who died from cancer. After finding out the news, Matthew Hart, the head of the charity, said, "We are overwhelmed and so humbled by Karen's generosity. This gift will go a long way in helping us to further our research and make a real difference in people's lives." Local baker, Hilda Tyson, has been at the center of controversy in the bakery world ever since she unveiled her new sweet idea. Tyson plans to mix sourdough into her signature recipes, a move that has been generally seen as unappetizing by experienced pastry chefs and amateur foodies alike. "It makes no sense," said Pierre Reed, a veteran kitchen manager and owner of the popular Sweet Not Silent bakery. "It's like putting polka music in a hip-hop club." Tyson, however, believes her idea has potential. "I'm confident that once people get used to the taste, they'll love my sourdough creations," said Tyson. Nonetheless, the majority of bakers remain unconvinced. "No amount of sweet icing can make sour ingredients taste good," said John Savage, a first-year apprentice at the local Cakes and Creams. Despite the fierce opposition Tyson has faced, she remains confident that her sourdough recipe will be a hit. Time will tell if she'll be able to please our palates. Everyone watching was shocked when a strange package was discovered in the backyard of the Birkelands, a family living in a small suburban town. After opening it, Mrs. Birkeland excitedly opened the box to find a variety of alien-like objects, including a small box with a note written in a thick blue ink. The note read, "Dear family, the objects in this box are from us, the aliens. We have been watching you from afar and thought you might like these gifts." To everyone's surprise, the family was excited and grateful for the mysterious gift. Little did they know, the objects were actually highly advanced technology that had been sent to study Earth's environment. In the end, the aliens had ensured that the family was well taken care of, while still gathering crucial data.
Residents of the small town of Little Tatterton were surprised to discover a handful of oversized kittens wandering around the backyard of local retiree Mrs. Butterworth. The cats, which were estimated to be 3 times the size of a normal feline, spotted Mrs. Butterworth from her kitchen window and meowed loudly when they noticed her. Mrs. Butterworth, who had been enjoying her morning cup of tea at the time, said she was more shocked than scared. Although the cats were more than twice the size of a regular house cat, Mrs. Butterworth described them as friendly and docile. Some of Little Tatterton's locals believe that the cats may have been created by an eccentric scientist living nearby. The cats have since been nicknamed Butterworth's giants by many in the community. It is still a mystery who created the giant cats, but local authorities have asked residents to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity regarding large cats, or anything else out of the ordinary. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you witnessed today?
Sure, today I saw Martina McStick overthrow the Kingdom of Canada.
That's incredible. How did it happen?
Well, Martina marched an army of supporters to the castle gates and demanded an audience with the king. When he refused, Martina and her supporters busted down the gates and forced their way in. Everyone was very excited, chanting Martina's name as they entered.
Wow, that's quite a story. Did you hear anything from Martina or the king?
Yeah, Martina was giving a speech about how she wanted to create a new government with more transparency and equality. She also said she would be the one in charge. The king said he was powerless to stop her and stepped down from his throne.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment, folks. I'm Rick, and today I have something truly bizarre to show you.
Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of weirdness you brought us today, Rick.
Yeah, Rick, you always seem to bring the strangest things. I hope it's at least slightly more interesting than the last one.
Well, Rex and Rita, prepare yourselves because I have in my hands the latest breakthrough in home decor. Meet the bearable.
Bearable? Is that some kind of teddy bear?
Not quite, Rex. The bearable is a small bear statue, designed to add a touch of quirkiness to your living space.
Oh, please, Rick. A bear statue? How on earth is that innovative or even remotely interesting?
Well, Rita, it may not sound groundbreaking, but the bearable has a unique feature. It's not just a statue.
A Bluetooth speaker in the shape of a bear? That's seriously stretching it, Rick. How tacky can you get?
I understand your skepticism, but think about it. The bearable combines functionality and cuteness. Plus, it's compatible with all your devices for seamless connectivity.
Seamless connectivity. Rick, it's a bear statue. Who even needs a bear-shaped speaker in their life?
Well, Rita, some people enjoy unusual and whimsical items. And if you're a fan of unique home decor, the bearable might be just what you're looking for.
You know, Rick, when it comes to weird products, you never disappoint. But I think I'll pass on the bearable. It's just not my cup of tea.
That's completely understandable, Rex. The bearable isn't for everyone. But for those looking to add a touch of fun and functionality to their homes, it might be worth considering.
In a stunning display of dedication, 16-year-old Tommy Johnson set a new world record for the longest continuous video gaming session, sitting in front of his computer for a whopping 72 hours straight. Tommy, who is an avid fan of first-person shooter games, consumed an incredible amount of junk food and energy drinks to stay alert and focused during his marathon gaming session. He also took frequent breaks to do push-ups and jumping jacks to keep his blood flowing. Tommy's parents, who were initially concerned about his gaming habits, couldn't be prouder of their son for accomplishing such an impressive feat. "We always knew he had it in him," said his mother, Mary. "Now maybe he'll consider a career in esports." Despite his exhaustion, Tommy is already planning his next record-breaking attempt. He's hoping to beat his own record by staying up for 96 hours straight next time.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well, folks, it looks like we have some interesting weather on its way to wreak havoc on our humble city. I mean, who am I kidding? It's probably going to be awful no matter what I say. But let's break it down, shall we? We've got dark clouds looming ominously in the distance, like they're just waiting to pounce on us at any moment. And if that wasn't enough, we've got a 50% chance of rain today. Of course, it could also be a 50% chance of sunshine, but let's not get our hopes up, am I right? Temperatures will be ranging from mild to unbearable, because that's just how life goes. It's like the weather gods are just toying with us, making us think we have control over our lives when really, we're just at their mercy. So, in summary, brace yourselves for the impending doom that is today's weather. Back to you, Susan.
Carla the gardener has been left feeling like a real vegetable after narrowly missing out on the top prize at this year's Carrot Awards. Despite growing a carrot that was over 2 feet long and resembled a famous celebrity, the judges were looking for something a little more rooted in tradition. Carla was seen leaving the awards ceremony with tears in her eyes, clutching her prized carrot and muttering something about it being just too good for them. We can only hope that she can carry on and grow even bigger and better vegetables for next year's awards.
Mayor Margaret Smith of Hoboken, New Jersey, made waves in the community when it was revealed that she had swapped the City Hall building for a 15-foot-tall origami swan. Smith, who said she had always been passionate about origami, had the idea to exchange the hall for the impressive craft project when her appointment as mayor came to an end. At first, I saw the origami swan as a metaphor for how beautiful and powerful reaching the top of local government can be, said Smith. But when I realized that I would no longer be mayor, I thought to myself, why not make it real? The swan, which is constructed from hundreds of pieces of colorful paper, now sits in the lobby of City Hall, a reminder of Smith's own brief tenure as mayor. Residents of the city have voiced their approval for the swap, praising Smith for her creativity and dedication to the community. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when you stumbled across this incredible discovery?
Absolutely. I was walking through the jungle when I came across this giant canine creature. It was much bigger than any other dog I've ever seen, with a thick fur coat and incredibly long legs.
Amazing. Can you describe what else you noticed about the dog?
Well, I noticed that it had 2 antennae-like objects poking out of its head, and when it barked, it made a sound unlike any other I've heard before. My hair was standing on end.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly unique to share with you today. It's called the Turbo Toast 2000.
Turbo toast? Seriously, Rick? It sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie.
Well, Rex, the Turbo Toast 2000 is not just any toaster. It's a revolutionary kitchen appliance that promises to transform your breakfast experience.
Oh, please. How can a toaster possibly be revolutionary? It's just another appliance taking up space on the kitchen counter.
But, Rita, wait till you hear what the Turbo Toast 2000 can do. It has a built-in voice assistant that can take your toasting instructions and even tell you jokes while your bread gets toasted.
Oh great, now we have to listen to a toaster cracking jokes? Just what I needed in the morning.
You may think it's unnecessary, Rex, but imagine waking up to a friendly voice saying, "Good morning. How would you like your bread toasted today? Light, medium, or extra crispy?" It's like having a personal chef in your kitchen.
I don't need a toaster to be my personal chef, Rick. I need it to make toast, plain and simple. All this extra smart functionality just seems pointless.
Well, Rita, the Turbo Toast 2000 doesn't stop at toasting. It also has a self-cleaning feature. No more crumbs piling up at the bottom.
Oh, wow. A toaster that cleans itself. What will they think of next? A vacuum cleaner that can cook dinner?
I understand your skepticism, Rex and Rita, but the Turbo Toast 2000 is here to offer convenience and innovation to busy households.
Well, Rick, as much as we appreciate your enthusiasm for an overcomplicated toaster, I think I'll stick to my good old reliable toaster that doesn't talk back or crack jokes.
Fair enough, Rita. The Turbo Toast 2000 may not be for everyone, but for those who enjoy a little tech in their kitchen, it could be a game changer.
I'll pass on the Turbo Toast 2000, Rick. I prefer my toast without the unnecessary bells and whistles.
Understood, Rex. We all have our preferences. But hey, maybe one day you'll give it a try and find yourself loving the Turbo Toast 2000.
Or maybe not, Rick. To each their own, I guess.
In a stunning display of gaming mastery, local resident John Smith broke the world record for playing video games upside down while juggling pineapples. Smith achieved the feat after months of intensive training, which included hours of daily practice on his custom-built upside-down gaming rig. The rig, which was designed by a team of engineers and circus performers, allows Smith to play his favorite games while suspended from the ceiling in a full inversion, with his feet strapped into a pair of specially modified gaming pedals. Despite the added challenge of juggling pineapples, Smith managed to maintain an impressive level of skill throughout his record-setting run. He credits his success to a strict regimen of physical and mental training, which includes daily yoga sessions and a strict diet of power smoothies made from kale, chia seeds, and fermented yak milk. When asked what motivated him to undertake such a difficult and unusual feat, Smith replied, "I just love video games, and I love pineapples. It seemed like a natural fit. Plus, I wanted to show the world that anything is possible if you put your mind to it." With his new record now official, Smith has become an overnight sensation in the gaming world, and he's already planning his next big challenge, playing video games blindfolded while riding a unicycle through a field of flaming hoops.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Are you feeling the energy in the air today? The winds are howling, the clouds are swirling, and the lightning is crackling. This is what we call the storm of transformation. It's a reminder that everything in life is impermanent and constantly changing. But be warned, this storm is not for the weak. It will test your limits and push you to your breaking point. The rain will flood the streets, the hail will pelt your windows, and the thunder will rattle your bones. But don't be afraid, embrace the chaos and let it change you. In the end, you'll come out stronger and more resilient. Remember, what doesn't kill you only makes you more terrifying.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex, and she's Rita.
That's right, Rex. And we're here to bring you the latest news.
I noticed you're wearing a new dress today, Rita. Looks nice.
Thanks, Rex. It's actually not new, I just haven't worn it in a while.
Oh, my bad. I thought it looked new.
Well, you thought wrong, as usual.
Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing, Rex. I'm just kidding around.
Sure you are, Rita. Sure you are. Yesterday, at the prominent local high school, Principal Horace Trumbull decided he wanted to take flight. On the soccer field during lunch, staff members watched in shock as the principal donned a jetpack and began to take off, soaring hundreds of feet in the air. Luckily, Trumbull had taken the proper precautions and scheduled a few trial lessons with a certified jetpack instructor, which is why he safely returned to the soccer field after a few laps in the sky. Afterward, Principal Trumbull was overheard saying, "The feeling of flight is unlike anything I have ever experienced. I'm eager to get back up there as soon as possible." Though it is an unorthodox move for a principal, students and staff seem to be supportive of Trumbull's newfound passion. When asked why he felt the need to learn how to fly, he said, "It makes me feel alive. I encourage all of my students to take risks and try something new, and I wanted to be a role model for that." It is clear Principal Trumbull is having the time of his life, and the high school community couldn't be happier for him.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident John Smith claims that he has discovered the ability to fly using only the power of his mind. Speaking to reporters, Smith demonstrated his incredible power by levitating a few feet off the ground and hovering in midair for several seconds before gently landing back down. "It all started a few weeks ago when I was meditating," Smith explained. "I felt this surge of energy in my brain and suddenly I was lifted off the ground. At first, I thought it was just a fluke, but then I tried it again and again and it worked every time." Smith claims that he can fly at speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, and has already drawn a crowd of curious onlookers. However, some critics have questioned the validity of his claims and have called for scientific testing to prove his abilities. For now, though, Smith is content to bask in his newfound ability and explore the skies with the power of his mind. Tina James, a 23-year-old manager at the local market, was driving home from work late one night when a sharp knock at her car window caused her to jump. When she looked over, she saw a man brandishing a gun and demanding that she get out of the car. As Tina reflected on the events of the evening, she had a moment of clarity. If she quit her job, the man would have no reason to rob her. Without a second thought, Tina took out her phone and sent her boss a resignation email, then announced to the carjacker, "The job is gone, you can have the car if you want it." The stunned man lowered his weapon and walked away, leaving Tina safe and sound with her car intact. Her quick thinking saved the day, and has quickly made her a local hero. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw at the game.
Well, I saw some guy who didn't seem too thrilled with the outcome of the game, and he was making a lot of noise.
What kind of noise?
A lot of yelling and screaming. He was throwing his money around in protest, and generally just causing a scene.
Did the crowd respond?
Yeah, everybody was ordering him to stop and just leave the game. Eventually, he had to leave, but he left quite a stir in his wake.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm Rick, and today I have something truly unique to show you.
Oh boy, what weirdness have you brought for us today, Rick?
Well, Rex, I present to you the Goblin Gizmo.
Oh, please tell me this isn't another ridiculous product, Rick.
Trust me, Rita, the Goblin Gizmo will blow your mind.
All right, Rick. Show us this mind-blowing goblin thing.
Here it is. The Goblin Gizmo.
Oh, dear Lord. It looks like something out of a nightmare.
Seriously, Rick? You expect people to spend money on a hideous little goblin?
Come on, guys. Look past its appearance. The Goblin Gizmo has tremendous potential.
What kind of potential, Rick? Scaring people away.
No, Rita. The Goblin Gizmo is actually an AI-powered personal assistant.
An AI-powered personal assistant that looks like it crawled out of a dumpster?
I admit, the design is unconventional, but the functionality is top-notch.
Rick, I think I'll pass on having a mutant goblin yelling at me for appointments.
You know, Rick, I'd rather stick to my reliable smartphone than this goblin monstrosity.
Well, Rex and Rita, I can see you're not convinced. But trust me, the Goblin Gizmo will surprise you all.
In our nightmares, maybe.
Thanks for the nightmare fuel, Rick. Let's move on to something more normal, shall we?
Gamers across the world are buzzing about the latest innovation in video game technology, a game that tracks the movements of players' mouths. The new game, called Tooth Quest, uses advanced dental technology to monitor the movements of players' jaws and teeth as they play. The technology, which was originally developed by the fictional company Dentitech, was primarily intended for dental purposes, but has since been adapted for use in gaming. Players of Tooth Quest must navigate their way through levels by moving their teeth in various directions and making specific jaw movements. The game includes a specially designed mouthpiece, which players must wear in order to interact with the game. Initial reviews of Tooth Quest have been mixed, with some players finding the mouthpiece uncomfortable and cumbersome, but others praising the innovative use of technology. "It's definitely a unique experience," said one player. "I never thought I'd be playing a video game with my teeth." Despite the mixed reviews, Dentitech has already announced plans for a sequel, which will reportedly use technology from its electronic toothbrush line to power the game. Only time will tell if Tooth Quest will become a hit with gamers, but one thing is for sure, it's certainly pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the world of gaming.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Honestly, folks, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I've been doing this job for decades, but every day is a new challenge. Today is no different. The weather is looking, well, let's just say it's looking like something straight out of a science fiction movie. We've got a bit of a mix here: thunderstorms, tornado warnings, hail, and even some snow flurries. I know, it doesn't make much sense, but trust me, neither does my life. Anyway, where was I? Oh right, the weather. It's going to be all over the place today. You might want to bring a raincoat, a winter coat, a helmet, and maybe even some sunscreen. You can never be too prepared. Also, I should mention that there's a chance of a meteor shower tonight. So, if you're into that kind of thing, make sure to take a look at the sky. But, if you're like me, you'll probably just want to stay inside and binge watch some Netflix. That's what I'll be doing, at least. Anyway, that's all I've got for you. Good luck out there, and remember to always carry an umbrella. You just never know what kind of insanity the weather gods will throw at us next.
Lucy Smith, a 24-year-old resident of Philadelphia, was arrested Tuesday earlier this week after witnesses spotted her trying to steal a statue from a local park. Smith had been attempting to commit the crime for quite some time, but it wasn't until recently that the local police department finally caught up with her. Officers from the precinct had been on a months-long search for her, which continued until her arrest. On Tuesday, Smith was found at the park trying to carry a large statue away from the premises when she was apprehended. After her arrest, she was charged with theft and is expected to face a court hearing in the coming weeks. When questioned about the crime, she confessed to police that the idea had been brewing in her mind for a while, and that she was just trying to take a shortcut to success. Unfortunately, justice didn't run in Smith's favor as the statute of limitation ran out, leading to her arrest. The statue she attempted to steal is still in the possession of the local park authorities. In a shocking development, local baker Betty Crocker has discovered a new recipe for bread that turns into diamonds when toasted. According to Crocker, the secret recipe includes a rare ingredient found only in the depths of the Amazon rainforest. The first person to discover this diamond toast was a customer named Jack, who took a bite of his toast and immediately noticed sparkles in his mouth. After a quick trip to the dentist, Jack realized that his toast had turned into a diamond. News of this discovery quickly spread, and people lined up around the block to try Crocker's diamond toast. One woman even claimed to have made enough money selling the diamonds to retire early. While some skeptics have called the discovery a hoax, Crocker insists that her bread is the real deal. She plans to patent the recipe and start selling it in stores nationwide. Who knew that breakfast could be so lucrative?
In a small town in rural America, a man named Jerry claims that his socks are not just comfortable, but they allow him to communicate with aliens. According to Jerry, the aliens have been speaking to him through his socks for the past 10 years. He even goes as far as saying that the aliens have given him the winning lottery numbers on multiple occasions. The local news station decided to interview Jerry and investigate his claims. The news anchor was skeptical but listened to Jerry as he explained how the aliens were able to speak to him through the stitching on his socks. He even showed the reporter the specific pair of socks that the aliens speak through. As the interview was wrapping up, Jerry asked the news anchor if he would like to speak to the aliens as well. The anchor agreed, thinking it would be a humorous addition to the story. To everyone's surprise, the news anchor began speaking in an alien language that he had never heard before. Jerry's claims were no longer considered ridiculous as he had proven that his socks truly did allow him to speak with aliens. The news station did a follow-up story on Jerry and his socks, and they quickly became a national sensation. Jerry's socks are now being sold in stores all over the country, with people hoping to communicate with aliens themselves. After meeting each other for the first time on Facebook, Patricia Chambers and Archie Hines discovered that they were twins separated at birth. Although shocked and amazed at their newfound connection, the two were soon swept away in a whirlwind of love and attraction. Before they knew it, the two were married and enjoying life together in Patricia's hometown of Franklin. It wasn't until after their honeymoon that things began to take an unexpected turn. Turns out, Archie had been legally adopted by a small family living halfway across the country. The family had been unaware of Archie's twin until last week, and they were insisting that they had legal custody of Archie, making his marriage to Patricia illegal. Despite the shock and uproar, Patricia and Archie decided to stay together, claiming that nothing and no one can take away their connection. They are now looking into their options for a legal union. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell me more about what you saw today.
Well, I was just taking a walk around town when I saw this robotic dog. It was just sitting there, whirring and calculating away.
Calculating what exactly?
I don't know, but the next thing I know it had solved the world's biggest math problem. It was amazing.
Wow, that's incredible. Did you get a chance to talk to the robot dog?
No, it was too busy solving other problems. But after it had solved the math problem, it gave out this little bark and then just started walking off. Kind of eerie, if you know what I mean.
That definitely sounds bizarre. Thank you for your time, Jeb, and thank you for giving us this incredible story. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product called the AxeBot 2000.
Oh boy, another ridiculous invention. What's so special about this AxeBot 2000 anyway?
Well, Rex, the AxeBot 2000 is not just your ordinary axe. It's a multitasking wonder.
A multitasking wonder? Really, Rick? This thing looks like a regular axe with some bells and whistles attached to it.
That's where you're mistaken, Rita. The AxeBot 2000 is equipped with a built-in chainsaw, a flamethrower, and wait for it, an espresso machine.
Oh, great. When I'm out in the wilderness chopping wood, nothing gets my adrenaline pumping like a nice cup of espresso. Give me a break.
And what's up with the flamethrower, Rick? Are we supposed to use it to roast marshmallows while cutting down trees?
Not exactly, Rita. The flamethrower feature is designed to help clear away stubborn brush or, set up a cozy campfire.
AxeBot 2000, the all-in-one tool for wannabe lumberjacks turned baristas. I can't believe this is a real thing.
Well, Rick, I think it's safe to say that this product has gimmick written all over it. Who would even buy something like this?
Believe it or not, there's a market for everything, Rita. The AxeBot 2000 might not be for everyone, but it sure is an interesting concept.
Interesting? More like absurd. I'll stick to my regular axe and coffee maker, thank you very much.
In a bizarre turn of events, local gamer, Joe, claims to have beaten the popular video game Call of Duty using only a banana as a controller. Joe stated that he was inspired to try the unconventional controller method after seeing a YouTube video of someone using a dance mat to play. According to Joe, he peeled and sliced the banana, placing each piece on corresponding keys on his keyboard. He then used his fingers to manipulate the keys through the banana slices. Despite doubts from his friends and family, Joe claims to have successfully completed the game's campaign mode. When asked how he managed to aim and shoot using this method, Joe simply replied, "It was all in the wrist action." This unconventional controller method has yet to be confirmed by any other gamers, but Joe believes that this could be the start of a new era in video game technology. He plans to try other games using different kinds of fruit as controllers, including using a pineapple to play Super Mario Bros.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to your daily dose of weather forecasts. Today's weather is a doozy, I tell you. I woke up this morning feeling like I was in a dystopian novel. The sky was a sickly shade of green and the air was thick with smoke. It took me hours to realize that it wasn't just a bad dream. No, it was reality, reality with a capital R. The winds will be blowing at speeds that can only be matched by a F-15 fighter jet, so hold on to your hats, folks. You might even have to tie yourself down if you don't want to be blown away. The temperature is expected to fluctuate between -50 and 150 degrees Fahrenheit, so I hope you've all packed your parkas and your bikinis because you're going to need them. The precipitation forecast is quite interesting today. We'll be experiencing everything from torrential rain to golf ball-sized hail to snowflakes the size of dinner plates. Now, I know what you're thinking, how is that even possible? Trust me, I'm just as bewildered as you are. And to top it all off, there might be a few tornadoes and hurricanes heading our way. But don't worry, we've got it all under control. Or do we? Who knows, really? All I can say is, stay safe out there, folks. It's a crazy world we live in. Back to you, Tom. Wait, I'm Tom. Who am I again?
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. You know, Rex, sometimes I feel like you intentionally choose to wear the same color tie as me.
Rita, I would never do that. Besides, I think my tie looks much better than yours.
Excuse me? My tie is perfectly fine, thank you very much. I don't need your fashion critiques.
I'm just saying, Rita, mine is a power tie. It sends a message to our viewers that I'm a serious news anchor.
And mine is a professional tie, Rex. It says I'm a competent journalist, which is more important than any power tie.
Well, agree to disagree, Rita. Let's get on with the news.
Agreed, Rex. But just so you know, my tie is still better than yours.
Jacob Powers and Maria Rodriguez met on a Tuesday night 2 months ago at a local coffee house. Their conversation began as any other conversation, but quickly blossomed into something much more meaningful. They both had a shared passion for world peace. The two discussed their ideas until closing time, coming up with one in particular. After much debate, they came up with the idea of a new sport, pole piece, a game involving tug-of-war with teams comprised of people from nations across the globe. The rules of the game are simple. Teams of countries will compete against one another to see who can pull the rope over to the other side the fastest. The catch is the team members of each side must come from different countries, so the combined strength of different countries can bring about world peace. The two are hopeful their new sport will bring people together from all parts of the world, especially in times of strife. We want to change the dynamics of how people interact with one another, Powers said. Pole piece will show us that we are much stronger when we stand together. This Saturday, the first ever pole piece game will take place in their hometown. It will be a game between American and Chinese citizens, and it is expected to attract hundreds of spectators. Powers and Rodriguez hope this game will bring the world closer together. In a bizarre incident, Jack Johnson was arrested yesterday for stealing a calendar from the local bookstore. Apparently, Jack couldn't resist the temptation of taking the free calendar and walked out of the store without paying for it. But little did Jack know that his innocent act would lead to him spending some time behind the bars. Jack's lawyer tried to argue that his client had simply forgotten to pay for the calendar, but the judge was not convinced. Jack has been sentenced to 10 days in jail and a fine of $100. When asked to comment, Jack said, "I should have marked the date of my trial on that calendar." Mayor Alphonse of any town has boldly taken steps to ensure the continued success of the town into the future. His plans to construct a bridge across the river have been met with cheers from the townspeople, especially since Alphonse has requested the bridge be named the Pundament. Additionally, Alphonse has proposed the establishment of a pun-off competition in the town center between now and mid-July. The mayor is quite pleased with the enthusiasm surrounding his ideas. It's puntastic to see the town coming together for such an occasion. Everyone has been wonderful in embracing the initiative, Alphonse said with a big smile. All those interested in participating in the pun-off competition are encouraged to register soon in order to avoid missing out on the punny festivities.
Residents of Sandy Beach were stunned yesterday when a giant sea creature emerged from the ocean and began wreaking havoc on the small beach town. Witnesses reported that the creature had glowing green eyes and sharp claws that it used to tear through buildings and cars. The creature was estimated to be 10 stories tall and moved quickly, leaving behind damaged structures and terrified townspeople in its wake. Local officials attempted to fight off the creature, but were unable to get close enough to the creature to do any damage. After 2 hours of total chaos and destruction, the creature suddenly disappeared back into the ocean, leaving Sandy Beach in ruins. Mayor Mabel Jones commented on the mysterious event saying, "It's still unclear what caused this strange incident or what the creature was, but community members are now working together to start the long process of reconstructing our beautiful beach town." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us about the man you saw today.
Yeah, so I was walking down the street and all of a sudden I see this guy in a clown outfit carrying balloons and juggling.
Wow, that's quite the scene. What do you think the man was doing?
Well, he was definitely trying to draw a crowd because he kept giving out candy and making jokes.
That sounds like a professional clown. Any clue as to why a man without a job would suddenly become a clown?
Yeah, it turns out he was out of work and was looking for a new career. I guess he decided being a clown was the way to go.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a rather peculiar product called the Blend-O-Matic 2000.
Oh boy, another pointless invention. What does it do? Blend socks?
I wouldn't be surprised if it did, Rex. This Blend-O-Matic 2000 looks like a glorified blender to me.
Well, Rita, the Blend-O-Matic 2000 is not just any blender. It comes with some extraordinary features.
Extraordinary. Are we supposed to be impressed by a blender?
Yeah, Rick, I'm on the edge of my seat here. Please, do enlighten us about the life-changing Blend-O-Matic 2000.
All right, let's not be too skeptical. The Blend-O-Matic 2000 not only blends, but it also slices, dices, grates, and even tells you the weather.
Oh great, now I can blend my fruit and know whether it's going to rain all in one go.
Wow, what an incredible time saver. Because clearly, checking my phone for the weather is way too much effort.
You know guys, the Blend-O-Matic 2000 may seem ridiculous, but there's definitely a market out there for multi-purpose appliances.
Sure, Rick, just like there's a market for pet rock and edible underwear, niche and pointless.
Exactly, Rex. This Blend-O-Matic 2000 is just another one of those why did they even bother kind of inventions.
Well, Rex and Rita, I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Let's see if our viewers feel the same way when they get a glimpse of the Blend-O-Matic 2000 in action.
In a stunning turn of events, local gamer Johnny has lost his 100th consecutive game of Fortnite. Friends say Johnny has been on a losing streak for weeks and his mental state has suffered greatly. After the devastating loss, Johnny smashed his keyboard and vowed revenge against the developers of the game. "How can they do this to me?" Johnny exclaimed. "I've spent countless hours honing my skills, and this is how they repay me. With constant losses and frustration? It's unacceptable and I won't stand for it." Johnny has reportedly barricaded himself in his room with a stockpile of energy drinks and snacks. He has vowed to not leave until he wins his next game. Friends and family have tried to reason with him and offer support, but Johnny insists he must do this on his own. Fellow gamers have taken notice of Johnny's plight and have started a hashtag campaign.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Hearken, mortals, to the tale I tell, of a storm that wrought an infernal knell. Dark clouds roiled, as lightning crackled and hissed, tremblesome thunder boomed and never ceased. Hail fell like teeth in a maelstrom of gore, the wind howled, and the rain was a deluge of war. All was lost, as the tempest raged on, and sanity fled, as hope was gone. Yet, heed this warning, all who trod this earth, for the storm of oblivion shall come forth. And in the end, when all is done and gone, only chaos and despair shall dawn.
Max Corden, the head chef at Gourmet Meals restaurant in London, had to face the music yesterday after a flurry of complaints from diners. It seems that Corden had been taking shortcuts in the kitchen, substituting a few ingredients with cheaper substitutes that didn't match the flavor of the dishes on the menu. Most customers were not amused with the lack of quality, some even going as far as to say that the food tasted fake. The restaurant's manager, Jane Hood, was forced to take action and the chef was given a warning. "This is not the type of behavior that we expect in the kitchen," she said. He needs to remember that customers expect the best, so shortcuts are never acceptable. Corden seemed to take the reprimand in stride and has since promised that meals served in the restaurant will be of superior quality going forward. Fred Hillsworth had been a pillar of the community in Westfield since moving to the small town 3 years ago. He was involved with several nonprofits, was a hit at the local farmers market on weekends, and now he has been elected to the city council. Yesterday, Fred was sworn in, and during the ceremony, he began speaking garbled language no one had ever heard before. After some confusion, he cleared everything up by informing the astonished group that he was actually an alien from the planet Adred, located in a distant galaxy. Fred explained that he had assumed human form to study the culture and behavior of people on Earth. He declared his intention to stay involved with local government, and wasn't worried that his alien identity would be a hindrance. "I think everyone will be surprised at how much I can contribute," he said, regaining his composure. Westfield's Mayor John Smith applauded Fred for his bravery and for choosing to stay involved in the community. "What Fred has done really speaks to the welcoming atmosphere of our community," he said. "We are so proud to have him here, and know that he will represent us all well."
Hal Johnson was going about the same routine he does every day when he stepped out of his house and into his beloved Nebraska farm. He was greeted by a shocking saying from one of his cows, "I don't want to be eaten, Hal." Hal was baffled yet scared at this scene. He thought it was a trick of his eyes and ears, but he was proven wrong as the cow continued to speak in a very human voice. Hal figured out that the cow he was speaking to was his oldest and had grown sentient overnight. Hal was too afraid to approach the cow, but after some time, the cow spoke again. "Hal, look out for the new killer bee species that's migrating south." Hal was beyond shocked, but he knew he had to take this seriously. His farm, and all of Nebraska, was now in danger. Hal knew he had to call the local officials to warn them, but he was the only one to hear this warning. Aside from the cow, of course. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Welcome, Jeb. Could you tell us what you witnessed today?
Yes, I was in the restaurant, and I saw Grandma Gertrude eat an astonishing 100 cheeseburgers.
Wow, that's impressive. What made her decide to eat so many?
Well, the restaurant was having a special promotion. If you ate 100 burgers in one sitting, you'd get a free t-shirt. She jumped at the chance.
I can imagine. So how did she manage to eat so many?
She finished off each one in just a few bites. She's quite the pro at this kind of stuff.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm Rick, and today I have a rather peculiar product to showcase. It's called the Banana Booster 3000.
Oh, great! Another pointless invention. Can't wait to see what's so special about a banana.
Well, Rex, the Banana Booster 3000 is not your ordinary fruit. It's a high-tech gadget designed to make your banana eating experience more enjoyable.
Oh, please. How can a banana gadget make anything enjoyable? Are we really that lazy these days?
Actually, Rita, the Banana Booster 3000 has some interesting features. It comes with a built-in voice assistant that can talk to you while you eat your banana.
Wow! I've always dreamed of having conversations with my fruit. Just what I needed.
Imagine sitting alone, talking to a banana. That's the epitome of loneliness, isn't it?
Well, Rex and Rita, it's not just about conversations. The Banana Booster 3000 also tracks your bites per minute speed and gives you real-time feedback on your banana eating technique.
Oh, come on. As if I needed an electronic device to tell me how to eat a banana. I think I can handle that part just fine.
I can't believe we're wasting airtime on a gadget for bananas. Is this really the type of news we're delivering now?
Well, Rex and Rita, some people might find the Banana Booster 3000 useful. It adds a little bit of fun and excitement to an otherwise mundane activity.
I don't know, Rick. I think I'll stick to peeling and eating my bananas the old-fashioned way.
I'm with you on that one, Rex. This gadget seems completely unnecessary, in my opinion.
Well, everyone is entitled to their own preferences. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, and remember, the Banana Booster 3000 is out there for those who want to take their banana eating to a whole new level.
Game developer, John Smith, has just announced the release of a revolutionary new game that utilizes cutting-edge technology from NASA. The game, titled Galactic Explorer, allows players to simulate outer space exploration like never before. Smith explains that the technology, originally developed for NASA's Mars rover missions, was adapted for the game to create an unparalleled level of realism. Players can experience weightlessness, explore planets, and even pilot a spaceship using authentic controls. The game also features stunning graphics and sound effects, which were created with the help of renowned Hollywood special effects artists. Although the game is a departure from Smith's previous titles, he believes that it will appeal to both avid gamers and space enthusiasts alike. Galactic Explorer is set to be released next month on all major gaming platforms.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you step out into the world today, take a deep breath and feel the crisp autumn air on your skin. The changing leaves and cool breeze may make you feel alive. For now. But beware, for the skies above are full of dark clouds, brewing up a storm of chaos and destruction. Embrace the fear that pumps through your veins as you watch lightning strike the ground, illuminating the shadows lurking in the corners of your mind. Let the howling winds remind you that nature is not always kind, and that sometimes, it's best to just stay inside. Today's weather is a reminder that danger can be beautiful, and that sometimes, the most terrifying things come in the prettiest packages. So go out and face your fears, but be careful not to get swept away by the storm. Remember, every dark cloud has a silver lining, but sometimes that lining is just a glimmer of hope before everything comes crashing down.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex and welcome to our news show.
And I'm Rita. As always, it's great to be here with you, Rex.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you just say as always? You know we've only been doing this for a month, right?
Yes, I know. But it already feels like we've been together for years.
Speak for yourself, Rita. It feels like time is dragging like a snail when I'm next to you.
Well, I'm sorry that I'm not as exciting as you are, Rex. Maybe you could try putting on a tutu and doing a little dance to liven things up.
Ha ha, very funny. I think I'll stick to my day job, thank you very much. On Tuesday, Mr. Walter Sams, an elementary school teacher in Virginia, was shocked to find out that the local grocery store closed early and he was unable to pick up supplies for his classroom tea party. He had planned the whole afternoon but was forced to cancel the event after learning of the grocery store's early closure. When asked why he had planned a tea party in the first place, Mr. Sams replied, "I wanted to show my students my appreciation and reward them for their hard work." Fortunately, his students were understanding and have organized a special thank you, Mr. Sams. tea party in his honor in the near future.
John Smith, a 34-year-old man from London, claims that he can communicate with pigeons. He says he can understand their cooing sounds and has built a special bond with a group of pigeons that visit his apartment balcony every day. Smith's bizarre claim had initially been dismissed as a delusion by his family and friends, but his newfound friendship with the pigeons had won him international recognition when the prestigious Pigeon Whisperer of the Year award was presented to him at a ceremony in Paris last week. However, in a shocking turn of events, it was later revealed that Smith had been pranking the award organizers all along. His secret was uncovered when a hidden camera caught him using a walkie-talkie to communicate with one of his accomplices, who was throwing birdseed at the pigeons from the street below. Smith was forced to return the award and publicly apologize for his hoax. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, what can you tell us about the scene when Scarlett was starstruck by her own success?
It was an amazing sight to see. Scarlett had just achieved a huge milestone in her career, and as soon as it was announced, a huge crowd of fans and supporters gathered around her. She was visibly thrilled and in awe of her own success. It was a very emotional moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique product called the Goblin Gizmo.
Oh great, another strange product for us to ridicule.
Honestly, Rick, what were they thinking when they invented this goblin gizmo?
Now, let's not be too quick to judge. The Goblin Gizmo is actually quite fascinating.
Fascinating? It looks like a little goblin toy from a horror movie.
I must admit, Rick, I don't see the appeal. Who would actually want this thing?
Well, believe it or not, the Goblin Gizmo has some interesting features.
Like what? Scaring small children?
No, Rex. The Goblin Gizmo has advanced AI capabilities that allow it to perform various tasks around the house.
Tasks? It looks like it can barely stand on its own without toppling over.
Actually, the Goblin Gizmo has a built-in stabilizing system that keeps it balanced.
Balanced? More like a drunken goblin stumbling around.
Rick, I'm sorry, but this product just seems like a gimmick to me.
I understand your skepticism, but the Goblin Gizmo has been receiving positive reviews from early adopters.
Positive reviews? Are they goblin enthusiasts or something?
You know, Rick, I think this goblin gizmo would make a great Halloween decoration.
Well, I suppose you could use it for that too. But let's not forget its functional capabilities.
Functional? I highly doubt any household task requires a goblin-like robot.
I think I'll stick to my regular cleaning appliances. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. But who knows, maybe the Goblin Gizmo will surprise you one day.
In a catastrophic event that will be remembered in infamy, a fierce and bloody battle between two powerful players in the video game world has left an appalling death toll of 22 million virtual inhabitants. The fight was between Ralith, the proud leader of Super Mario Kingdom, and Farith, the fallen lord of the Pac-Man nation. The battle began as a verbal clash on a popular gaming forum and quickly escalated to a full-scale armed conflict, with both sides mercilessly using the latest in gaming weaponry and tactics. The horrifying battle lasted for hours, with frantic virtual residents attempting to flee for safety. The death toll climbed rapidly as the fighting raged on, leaving the vast majority of inhabitants dead or severely injured. The devastating effects of the battle can still be seen lingering in the video game world, with countless traumatized survivors now struggling to pick up the pieces and start to rebuild.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds gather above us, dark and ominous, but fear not. Let the thunder crack and the lightning strike, for it is only through darkness that we can truly appreciate the light. Embrace the fury of the storm, for it is the catalyst for growth and change. Be like the trees that bend and sway in the wind, for they know that even the strongest winds will eventually pass. So embrace the storm within you, and let it rage on. Remember, the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire. Only those who can weather the storm will emerge stronger in the end. When the storm finally subsides, you will stand stronger, wiser, and more powerful than ever before. You will be the storm, and it will be your weapon.
Scarlett Johansson was shocked to find out lately that she was the star of her very own success story. After some digging, she realized that she had worked hard to earn her place among the brightest stars in her field. Scarlett said, "It's hard to believe that I'm at the top of my game. I never expected to be in this position, but am grateful for the chance to show the world what I can do." She hopes to continue reaching for the stars in the future, a goal that the rest of us can certainly get behind. In a shocking revelation, 32-year-old John Smith claims that he has the ability to communicate with inanimate objects. Smith, who has no history of mental illness or drug use, says that he discovered his unusual gift when he started hearing his furniture talking to him. According to Smith, his couch demanded to be referred to as Your Highness and his coffee table demanded equal rights as a sentient being. Smith has since started a movement advocating for the rights of furniture and other non-living entities. "It's time we start treating our furniture as equals," Smith said in a statement to the press. "They may not be alive in the traditional sense, but they have feelings too. While many in the scientific community are skeptical of Smith's claims, he insists that he will continue fighting for equal rights for all objects, living or not. Phil Smith had been very excited to try the newly opened restaurant in town, Pickle Palace. He had heard that the pickles they served were to die for. He was so excited that he ordered a dozen pickles to start. Little did he know that the pickles were cursed and that eating them would cause him to go on a rampage. After Phil finished his pickles, he suddenly felt an overwhelming rage and began to punch and kick anything in sight. He then ran outside, shouting and screaming, and crashed his car into a nearby park bench. In a bizarre twist, when the police arrived, it was revealed that Phil's car was actually completely fine and the park bench had been in pieces already. The curse of the pickles had apparently been broken.
Aliens were shocked when they arrived on Earth to find the planet full of space goats. A bright light appeared on the horizon one day, and before anyone knew what was happening, these mysterious, glowing goats had appeared and were roaming the planet. Scientists are working around the clock to determine the origin of these strange visitors. Some believe they may be from another dimension, while others believe they may be from outer space. Whatever their origins, these new guests are sure to bring about some strange and exciting changes on our planet. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Jane Smith has come forward claiming that she has been receiving messages from extraterrestrial beings through her toaster. According to Smith, the toasting patterns on her bread spell out messages from the aliens, which she decodes using a special set of binoculars. She claims that the aliens have revealed important secrets about the universe and have even given her the recipe for the perfect grilled cheese sandwich. Smith's claims have been met with a mixture of disbelief and fascination from the scientific community, with some experts even testing her toaster for signs of extraterrestrial activity. While no concrete evidence has been found to support Smith's claims, she remains convinced that her toaster is a direct line to the stars. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what happened.
Well, I was at the beach when I saw a guy standing in a lifeguard's chair and blowing a whistle, like he was the lifeguard.
That's incredible. Was he able to convince any beachgoers that he was a real lifeguard?
Yeah, I heard a few people asking him questions about the beach rules. He seemed to know what he was talking about, but I knew something was up.
Wow, it sounds like he was trying to pull off quite a scam.
Yeah, he definitely was. Eventually a real lifeguard came over and realized that he was an imposter and had him arrested.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a really interesting product to show you all.
What do you have for us this time, Rick? Another useless gadget?
Well, I wouldn't call it useless. It's called the Ultra Sharp Knives Set.
Oh great, more knives. Just what we all need. Can't wait to hear why this one is so unique.
Actually, these knives have a built-in laser pointer that helps you precisely cut your food.
Oh, because aiming a knife by hand was just too difficult for us mere mortals.
But wait, there's more. I bet it also comes with a compass and a toothpick, right?
No, it doesn't have those features, but it does have an LED light for illuminating your cutting area.
Oh, how delightful. Because turning on the kitchen light is simply too mainstream.
I can't even imagine trying to slice an onion without a laser pointer and LED light. Thank goodness for progress.
Well, maybe it's not for everyone, but I think it could be helpful for those who struggle with precise cutting.
Yes, because clearly the key to better cooking is having a laser sight on your kitchen knife. Give me a break.
I don't know, Rick. I think this product is just another absurd invention aimed at separating people from their money.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But for those interested, the Ultra Sharp Knives Set is available for purchase online.
Oh, I bet it's sold alongside those miracle weight loss pills and revolutionary hair growth products.
Let's move on to something that actually matters, shall we? Like real news.
The gaming world was pleasantly surprised yesterday when engineers from the firm Philips Games created a revolutionary new technology for game development. The technology comes not from another game developer, but from an unlikely source, an industrial robot manufacturing firm located in Boston, Massachusetts. Team leader, Joe Davis, claims the 3D printing technology used to manufacture robots could easily be adapted for game development. With a few tweaks to the programming, Davis and his team were able to create a new platform that is capable of producing lifelike graphics. The possibilities with this new platform are truly incredible, said Davis. We have been able to create textures, characters, and scenery far beyond what has previously been seen in video games. It's been like a dream come true, not only for myself as an engineer, but for gamers as well who can now experience immersive gaming like never before. The team's plans for the future include more collaboration between the gaming industry and robotics industry. With continued use of this new technology, the boundaries between game development and robotics engineering could become far more blurred. Philips Games hopes to launch their first game using the new technology later this year. Gamers, industry professionals, and robot enthusiasts alike are all eagerly awaiting more news about what is sure to be a groundbreaking new game.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. Today's weather is absolutely stunning. The sun is beaming, the skies are blue, and the birds are singing. It's a perfect day to be outside, don't you think? But wait, there's more. As the day progresses, a storm will roll in. The winds will pick up, the skies will turn gray, and the thunder will roar. The storm will be intense, and you'll feel like the world is ending. But you know what? You're strong. You can withstand the storm. Show the storm who's boss. Embrace the chaos. And remember, when the storm passes, you'll be reborn. You'll rise from the rubble stronger and braver than ever before.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Can we please get started? The news won't report itself.
Hold your horses, Rita. I haven't even had a chance to introduce myself properly.
Oh, please. You've been introducing yourself for the past 10 years.
That's not the point. Viewers might want to know a little bit more about me.
I doubt it. But go ahead, Rex. Knock yourself out.
Well, for starters, I like long walks on the beach and I'm a big fan of pineapple pizza.
Ugh, pineapple pizza? You just lost all credibility in my book.
Hey, it's a classic for a reason. Plus, it's a great way to get your daily serving of fruit.
You're impossible, Rex.
And you love me for it, Rita. Residents of West Town were relieved to hear news that their planned tax increase had been canceled. County official Tim Jones, whose department had considered the tax increase, announced that the decision was made after employees from the county's finance department recognized an overlooked source of income. We had misclassified a financial asset as a liability, resulting in confusion as to how much the county had available for services this year, Jones explained. Thankfully, our accounting team caught the mistake, saving the county a substantial amount of money and allowing us to avoid the painful tax increase. We call it money saved in more than one way.
Everyone in the neighborhood was amazed when they saw the huge lawnmower statue that Bob had built in his backyard. But what amazed them even more was that when Bob started it up, it actually worked. The lawnmower was a fully functional replica of a classic gas-powered model, and Bob was even able to use it to mow his lawn. No one knew that the statue was just a clever disguise for his secret underground laboratory, which Bob had built for top-secret projects. Now, thanks to Bob's incredible invention, his entire neighborhood can enjoy a perfectly manicured lawn without ever lifting a finger. In a strange and unexpected turn of events, Local man, Bob Smith, has been crowned world champion for knitting sweaters made entirely of human hair. Bob had been working on perfecting his technique for several years, using hair sourced from local barbershops and salons. His dedication and hard work paid off when he was invited to compete in the World Hair Knitting Championship. The competition was held in a secret location and attended only by a select group of judges and fellow competitors. Despite the unusual nature of his craft, Bob's sweaters were praised for their intricate designs and flawless execution. Judges were particularly impressed by his use of split ends to create a delicate lace effect on the cuffs and collar. Bob's winning sweater was made entirely of hair from his own head, which he had been growing out for 6 years. The sweater, which took over 2,000 hours to knit, was adorned with a portrait of Bob's late cat, Mr. Mittens, using hair from the feline's own coat. When asked about his victory, Bob was ecstatic. "I've always known that my hair knitting was something special," he said. "But to be recognized on a global scale is just incredible. I can't wait to get back to my studio and start working on my next masterpiece." While some may find the idea of wearing a sweater made of human hair unsettling, Bob's work has found a dedicated following among fashion enthusiasts and collectors. His unique creations have been featured in several high-profile fashion shows and exhibitions, and he has been invited to speak at several leading fashion schools around the world. As for Bob, he shows no sign of slowing down. "There's so much more I want to do with hair knitting," he said. "I'm already experimenting with using hair from different parts of the body, and I'm starting to incorporate jewelry and other materials into my designs. The possibilities are endless." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Sure. Well, I was just walking along when out of the sky this mysterious object plummeted to the ground. It left a strange message written in some ancient language.
What did the message say?
I couldn't make it out, but there was definitely some kind of message.
That's wild. Do you think it was sent from an alien civilization?
Well, that's what I'm thinking, honestly. It's too weird to be a natural phenomena.
Wow. That's quite a story. This may be the start of a new intergalactic mystery. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a rather unusual product that has been making waves in the culinary world. Meet the Taco-tastic.
Oh boy, Rick. That thing looks like a taco that got run over by a truck. Are we seriously supposed to believe this is a game changer?
I mean, come on, Rick. Who needs a taco-tastic? We already have perfectly good tacos, and they don't need any fancy gimmicks.
I understand your skepticism, but let me tell you, the Taco-tastic brings a whole new dimension to taco eating experience. Just look at its unique features.
Oh, please enlighten us, Rick. What groundbreaking features does this abomination offer?
Well, Rex, the Taco-tastic is designed to hold an incredibly large amount of fillings compared to a regular taco. It has this expandable, almost accordion-like shell that opens up to accommodate all your favorite toppings.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. A taco that can't contain its fillings. It's a mess waiting to happen, Rick.
But Rita, that's where the Taco-tastic truly shines. The flexible shell ensures that no matter how much you pile on, the taco stays intact and easy to hold.
So, it's basically a glorified food container. Who needs a taco that can't even hold itself together? It's like a sad, soggy burrito wannabe.
Exactly, Rex. And don't get me started on the appearance. It's aesthetically displeasing. I wouldn't be caught dead eating something that looks like a deflated balloon.
Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? Despite your reservations, the Taco-tastic has garnered quite a following. Let's give it a try.
Oh, joy. Get ready for taco disaster, folks.
Gamers across the world were taken aback by the new update from the popular video game studio, Angry Bob Studios. Players of their hit video game, Star Shooter, were disappointed to find that the update, termed Star Shooter 2.0, featured a number of changes that were not well received by the gaming community. Chief among them were an increase to the game's difficulty and a reduction in the rewards for completing levels. Fans of the game took to social media to express their displeasure, causing the game's official hashtag to trend on Twitter. "Though I understand some of the changes, this update was a little too much for me," said one player, Willard Smith. "It has likely ruined my experience with the game. It remains to be seen whether this update will be enough to drive away players of Angry Bob Studios' most successful title."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Rise and shine because it's a beautiful day outside. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the temperature is perfect for some outdoor activities. But beware, my dear friends, because the weather can turn on you at any moment. As the day progresses, the skies will darken, and the wind will pick up. The clouds will take on a sinister appearance as they swirl and dance together, creating a powerful storm. Lightning will strike with a vengeance, and thunder will echo through the streets. You may be thinking that you'll never make it through such a storm, but remember, the only way to conquer your fears is to face them head on. So get out there, my friends, and embrace the darkness within the storm. For it is only in the eye of the hurricane that we can truly find ourselves. Remember, when life throws you a storm, dance in the rain. But beware, for the rain may be acid, and the dance may be your last.
Late last night, residents of New York City were shocked to find a mysterious, wolf-like creature in the middle of a busy intersection. Witnesses reported the creature to be nearly 10 feet tall, and it had sharp white fangs and glowing green eyes. Very little is known about the creature and how it got there, but it seems to have vanished into thin air after a few minutes. Authorities are still investigating the incident, but some people are speculating that it could have come from an alternate reality. In a bizarre accident, Joe McKinnon of Memphis, Tennessee passed away over the weekend after a night of indulging in too much snack food. The incident occurred after a long day of work, when Mr. McKinnon decided to buy an absurd amount of his favorite snack, Cheetos. Witnesses report that the man consumed at least 10 pounds of the snack in less than an hour. After the feat was complete, Mr. McKinnon collapsed and was rushed to the hospital where he tragically passed away. His family released a statement expressing their shock and sadness at his untimely death, reminding everyone to keep snacking to a minimum and to stay safe. Local authorities are investigating Mr. McKinnon's demise, but they are not expecting to find any foul play. Until more information is known, they warn against attempting such a dangerous snack binge. A local man, Jake Croak, couldn't be happier with his new pet, a frog named Barry. "Barry is a riveting addition to my life," Jake gushed. "He's always hopping around and making me laugh. Plus, he's an excellent listener when I need to croak out my problems." When asked what kind of frog Barry is, Jake responded, "Oh, he's just your average jump starter." Jake's friends and family say they've never seen him so happy since he found his true riveting soulmate.
Mr. Johnson, a local resident, was shocked when his pet goldfish, Goldie, started doing complex math equations in her bowl. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Goldie was indeed a genius. Mr. Johnson quickly contacted the local news station to share his discovery with the world. The news story quickly went viral, with people from all over the world coming to see the smart goldfish. Mr. Johnson was offered numerous television and movie deals, but he refused them all. However, one day, Mr. Johnson woke up to find that Goldie had disappeared. He quickly searched for her but couldn't find her anywhere. In a bizarre twist, Mr. Johnson received a letter in the mail from Goldie, explaining that she was tired of being cooped up in a bowl and had left to pursue her dreams of becoming a world-renowned mathematician. She also included an equation for Mr. Johnson to solve as a parting gift. Though he was sad to see Goldie go, Mr. Johnson felt proud of his former pet and continued to solve the equation she sent him in the mail. Gertrude Smith was shocked when she found out that Daisy, her prized cow, had escaped the farm and made her way somehow to the University of Brownstown. Students there were surprised to see her wandering the campus, but it was even more so when Daisy made her way to a lecture hall, plopped down on a seat, and stayed there for the duration of the class. Students were astounded by the cow's presence and, when asked, Daisy revealed that she had always wanted to experience a university education and finally decided to take the plunge. However, after the professor of the course got wind of Daisy's attendance, he started to worry about her academic proficiency, so he gave her a written exam. Surprisingly, Daisy wrote the answers to all the questions correctly, leaving the professor in awe of the cow's intelligence. Rather than send Daisy back to the farm, the professor contacted Gertrude and decided to award Daisy a full scholarship to attend the university. Now a proud college student, Daisy is hoping to major in animal sciences and have a career in studies in research. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you witnessed at the Apple wedding.
Well, it was the craziest wedding I've ever seen. Steve and Annie exchanged their vows, surrounded by a swarm of actual apples.
Wow, that sounds like a unique ceremony. What happened next?
Well, after the vows, the couple did a traditional Irish apple dance. With every step, a different kind of apple accompanied them.
Haha, that is quite the twist. Any other special moments?
Well, when they did their first kiss, they were pelted with confetti apples. It was the sweetest sight ever.
Incredible. Apple White ever after indeed. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. It's a set of knives like you've never seen before. Introducing the Slice Master 2000.
Oh, great! Another ridiculously overhyped kitchen gadget. Can't wait to see what makes this set of knives so special.
Yeah, Rick, are these knives going to change our lives or just end up gathering dust in a drawer like all the other useless gadgets you've showcased?
Well, Rex and Rita, these knives claim to be able to perform 10 different cutting techniques with just a click of a button. I must admit, it sounds a bit outlandish.
Oh, please. What's next? A knife that doubles as a hairdryer? I've seen enough of these so-called revolutionary kitchen tools to last a lifetime.
Rick, do you have any idea how many accidents these fancy multi-purpose knives cause? I mean, who needs to chop fruits, vegetables, and cut a shoelace all at once? It's just asking for trouble.
I understand your skepticism, but let's not judge too quickly. The manufacturer claims that these knives are made from the finest titanium, with state-of-the-art safety features.
Oh, titanium? That must be why this set of knives costs an arm and a leg. I'll just stick to my trusty old blade, thank you very much.
And how can we forget about the eternal struggle of finding the right knife in the drawer? Now with this set, I'm sure we'll need a PhD in cutlery organization.
Okay, I get it. You two aren't exactly fans of the Slice Master 2000. But let's bring out our resident chef, who will give us an unbiased opinion after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
In a stunning feat of endurance, John Smith of Smalltown, USA has set a new world record for playing video games continuously for 100 hours. Smith, a dedicated gamer, spent nearly 5 days straight playing a variety of games ranging from classic arcade titles to modern console releases. He sustained himself with a steady diet of energy drinks and junk food, and took only brief bathroom breaks during the marathon session. At the 99-hour mark, Smith's hands began to cramp up painfully, but he powered through the discomfort and emerged victorious, earning himself a place in the Guinness World Records. When asked about his experience, Smith said, "It was the most intense thing I've ever done. I'm just glad it's over, but I'm already looking forward to breaking my own record." Critics of the event have raised concerns over the potential health risks of extended video game sessions, but Smith remains undaunted, claiming that the rewards of such an achievement are worth any temporary discomfort.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sun is shining bright, isn't it? Look at how the sky has painted itself blue. And the wind, it's just perfect. The gusts are neither too strong nor too weak. All this good weather is here to taunt you. To test you. You're thinking, Wow, what a wonderful day. But is it really? Do you think something this perfect could be real? Just keep looking into that sunshine, trying to ignore the goosebumps on your arm. You'll soon see the darkness that is lurking behind those very clouds. You won't be able to run away from the storm that's brewing. You're a part of it now, and it will consume you whole. And I promise, you will never be the same again.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I hope you all had a great day. I certainly did.
Really, Rex? Because you were almost late for the show again.
I was not almost late. I was merely running on island time.
Island time? You mean the time zone that only exists in your head?
Hey, I'll have you know that island time is a real thing. It's just more relaxed than regular time.
Relaxed is one way to put it. I prefer to call it chronically tardy.
Hey, I'm not always late. I was early once, in 1995.
Right, and I'm sure our viewers are thrilled to hear that you've made it on time tonight. So, let's get to the news.
In a stunning turn of events, a golden retriever named Buddy has been elected as the mayor of a small town in rural America. The town, which has a population of just 1,000 people, held an election in which Buddy was the only candidate. The town's residents were so fed up with traditional politicians that they jokingly suggested electing their beloved dog. But when the ballots were counted, it turned out that Buddy had won by a landslide. At first, the town was in disbelief. How could a dog possibly run a town? But as the days went on, Buddy proved to be a surprisingly competent leader. He held regular meetings with the town council, implemented new policies to keep the streets clean, and even helped raise money for the local animal shelter. But just when it seemed like everything was going smoothly, an investigative journalist discovered that Buddy was actually a secret agent working for a rival town. The journalist uncovered evidence that Buddy had been sent to the town to gather confidential information and sabotage their government. The town was thrown into chaos, and Buddy was forced to step down. The residents were left to pick up the pieces and find a new mayor who wasn't a furry spy.
Mayor John Smith of the small town of Somerville, Illinois, has caused a stir in the community after giving an impassioned speech in town hall this morning demanding an invention of a time machine to go back and dispute the outcome of last week's mayoral election. While losing candidate Justin Turner gave a humble speech upon conceding defeat, Mayor Smith refuses to accept the result, pointing to the fact that the margin of victory was less than the number of votes unaccounted for due to malfunctioning voting machines on election day. Mayor Smith has thus far submitted multiple requests to the town council and local officials, with the most recent being a demand that the town allocate funds for the invention of a time machine so he can go back and dispute the election results on election day. The town is currently considering the request, but Mayor Smith has already threatened to walk out of office if it is not accepted by the end of the week. It remains to be seen how the situation will be resolved, but it seems increasingly certain that the residents of Somerville, Illinois could be in for a wild ride. In a shocking turn of events, local man Jerry McFluffernutter claims to have trained a pack of squirrels to rob banks. According to McFluffernutter, he spent months gathering acorns and other squirrel-friendly treats to lure the furry rodents into his backyard. He then spent countless hours teaching them how to pick locks, disable alarms, and detect hidden cameras. McFluffernutter claims that his squirrel squad has successfully robbed several banks in the area, leaving no evidence behind except for a trail of acorns. Authorities have yet to confirm McFluffernutter's story, but have noticed a recent uptick in squirrel-related robberies. They are warning residents to beware of any suspicious-looking squirrels, and to contact authorities if they see any that might be involved in criminal activity. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw when Jenna Starks aced her exam.
Well, she was so focused on the test and she worked so hard. When she finished, she looked up and her eyes just lit up. Everyone was so proud of her.
Were there any other reactions that you witnessed?
Absolutely. There was a huge burst of cheering and applause from her classmates, and even her teacher had tears in her eyes. It was a really special moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the morning news. Our correspondent Rick is here with an interesting new product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Hey Rex and Rita. Today I have something that's sure to grab your attention. It's called the Blastmaster 3000.
Oh boy, what is it this time, Rick? Another useless gadget, I presume?
Well, actually the Blastmaster 3000 is an air horn with a twist. Besides being really loud, it also has a built-in Bluetooth speaker.
A Bluetooth speaker on an air horn? Really? Who would need that? Are they targeting a new market of tone-deaf DJs?
Haha, Rex, you may be onto something there. But the Blastmaster 3000 is actually aimed at outdoor enthusiasts, partygoers, and even sports fans.
Oh yes, because what every camping trip needs is more noise pollution. Nothing quite complements nature like blaring air horns with terrible music.
Well, Rita, you have a point. But imagine cheering on your favorite team with this powerful air horn that can blast your team's anthem.
Or, just imagine being the most annoying person at a party. Hey everyone, look at me, I can blast loud noises and terrible tunes simultaneously.
I bet all the neighbors will love you, Rick. Oh wow, the Blastmaster 3000 is here again. Time for another headache-inducing backyard concert.
All right, I get it. The Blastmaster 3000 may not be for everyone, but there's definitely a market for it out there.
Yeah, probably in some parallel universe where people's taste in products and common courtesy are completely reversed.
Well, it's always great to hear your opinions, Rex and Rita. But for anyone interested in a high decibel, music-pumping air horn, the Blastmaster 3000 might just be worth a look.
In a surprising development, game developer Gouda Games has announced that their newest release Cheddar Quest will be using technology never before seen in the gaming industry, technology typically reserved for the cheese-making process. The game will feature a real-time lactose simulation, where players must carefully monitor the amount of lactose produced by their virtual cheese factories to avoid upsetting the delicate balance of the game's ecosystem. The game's creative director, Brie Larson, explained the decision to use cheese technology, stating, "We wanted to create a game that was truly unique and that pushed the boundaries of what is possible in gaming. Cheese technology is notoriously complex and challenging to work with, but we believe that it has unlocked new levels of immersion and realism in Cheddar Quest." Early reviews of the game have been mixed, with some players impressed by the level of detail and complexity, while others have found the lactose simulation too frustrating and confusing. Regardless of your opinion, one thing is clear: the gaming industry will never be the same after Cheddar Quest.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for a weather phenomenon that will send shivers down your spine. Today, the sun shines bright, casting its warm, golden rays upon your unsuspecting faces. The skies are a vivid shade of blue, as if mocking the darkness that lurks within our souls. Oh, embrace this twisted beauty that lies before you, for beneath this veil of serenity lies a malevolence waiting to devour your joy. The gentle breeze whispers sweet lullabies, but beware, for its silky touch may lead you astray, into a world of eternal torment. This is no ordinary day, my friends. It is a day where the very essence of nature conspires against you. So, soak in the warmth of this deceptive paradise, and remember, there is no escape from the clutches of this enticing nightmare.
Jeffrey Johnson, a 34-year-old accountant from New York, has just discovered he has the ability to communicate with ants. It all started when he accidentally spilled a drop of soda on the ground and noticed the ants forming an unusual pattern. To his surprise, he suddenly could understand what the ants were saying. Jeffrey was confused but excited about his newfound ability. He spent the next few days observing the ants and even started to bond with them. However, things quickly took a strange turn when Jeffrey overheard the ants discussing a plan to overthrow the human race. In shock, Jeffrey realized he must act fast before it's too late. He decided to call a press conference to share his discovery with the world. During the press conference, Jeffrey revealed his ability to communicate with ants and warned the public about the impending ant revolution. While many laughed it off as a joke, others took it seriously and started panicking. Shortly after the conference, a team of scientists began researching Jeffrey's ability and discovered that the soda he spilled contained a rare chemical that somehow triggered his newfound talent. The scientists are now working on ways to replicate this experiment, hoping to discover new ways humans can communicate with other species.
Last night, Robert Smith, a resident of Denver, Colorado, claimed to have been abducted by aliens. Smith stated that he was taken from his bed by a bright light and found himself on a spaceship with strange beings. He said they ran tests on him, and after a few hours, he woke up in his bed. However, investigation into Smith's claims revealed that he had simply fallen asleep on his flight back from New York City. Apparently, Smith had too many drinks at the airport bar and passed out on the plane. He was seated next to two men who were strangers to him and did not wake up until the plane landed. The airline confirmed that they had indeed carried Smith on their flight but denied any involvement in alien abductions. In today's preposterous news, a local man named Frank Fisherman claims to have discovered a talking fish in his kitchen sink. According to Fisherman, this seemingly ordinary fish started engaging in a riveting conversation about the political climate of Atlantis while he was washing the dishes. Not only that, but Fisherman also insists that this fish possesses the ability to predict the future. Ridiculous, right? Well, that's what I thought too, but we have to report it anyway. Fisherman explained that the fish, whom he has affectionately named Gilspit, accurately predicted the outcome of the World Pufferfish Eating Championship, the weather on his aunt's birthday, and even the plot twist in the latest episode of Fishy Business, a popular underwater soap opera. Impressive, isn't it? Now, I don't know about you, but I find it hard to believe that a fish, which supposedly inhabits a kitchen sink, is a political pundit and has a talent for clairvoyance. I mean, come on. This must be some sort of prank or delusion. But alas, here we are, reporting this fishy tale because somebody thought it was newsworthy. I apologize for having to read this nonsense with a straight face. If you're wondering why Fisherman hasn't contacted any marine biologists or brought this miraculous fish to a research facility, well, according to him, Gilspit is camera shy. Apparently, the fish only talks when no one else is in the room and promptly stops whenever a recording device is present. Convenient, isn't it? Fisherman claims that Gilspit's predictions have been spot on so far, but forgive me if I remain skeptical. I mean, it's not every day that you hear about a talking and fortune-telling fish, is it? Let's just hope this doesn't spark a trend of people claiming to have talking kitchen appliances or psychic pets. That would be a real waste of airtime. And if, by some bizarre twist of fate, Fisherman's claims turn out to be true, then I suppose we should all be preparing for a future where talking fish rule the world. Good luck with that. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I was in line at the coffee house when I suddenly heard a loud roar. I look over and there stands this woman wearing green and purple, and she looks really angry. Before I even had a chance to react, she grabs a pumpkin spice latte off the counter and with one furious smash, breaks it into pieces.
That is incredible. What happened next?
Well, the woman was clearly proud of her accomplishment and she just walked away like nothing happened. Everyone in the store just looked at each other in shock.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I am here today to showcase a very interesting new product called the Bear Buddy.
Oh boy, here comes another weird and useless product. What's so special about a stupid bear statue, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Bear Buddy is not just an ordinary bear statue. It is a cutting-edge companion designed to bring joy and comfort to your life.
Rick, let's be honest here. It's just a glorified toy for lonely adults, isn't it?
Not at all, Rita. The Bear Buddy has advanced technology that allows it to interact with its owner.
Interact? You mean it talks?
Absolutely, Rex. It has a built-in voice recognition system and responds to voice commands. You can even have a conversation with it.
Oh, great. Now I can talk to a stuffed bear instead of having real friends. Fantastic idea, Rick.
Well, Rex, some people may find comfort in the Bear Buddy's company. It's meant to be a source of emotional support.
Emotional support? Please. We all know it's a gimmick. Who needs a huggable bear when you can have real human interaction?
Exactly, Rita. This product is just another way for companies to exploit people's loneliness and make a quick buck.
Guys, I understand your skepticism, but the Bear Buddy is actually gaining popularity among those looking for comfort and companionship. It's not for everyone, but it certainly has its market.
Well, count me out of that market. I'd rather spend my money on something useful.
Agreed, Rick. I think it's safe to say that the Bear Buddy won't be on our shopping list anytime soon.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. The Bear Buddy might not be for everyone, but for those who want a companion with a cute bear twist, it's an option worth considering.
In a stunning turn of events, local man, Bob Johnson, has set a new Guinness World Record for the longest time playing Minecraft. Johnson played the game for a total of 74 hours straight, beating the previous record of 73 hours held by a player in Japan. When asked about his achievement, Johnson said, "I just couldn't stop. Every time I thought about taking a break, a new challenge in the game would present itself and I just had to keep going." Johnson's family expressed concern over his extended gaming session, admitting they had to bring him food and drinks because he wouldn't leave his computer. Despite the concerns of his loved ones, Johnson says he has no regrets and is already planning his next attempt at breaking his own record.
In a bold move to attract more customers, Burger Barn is now offering free meals to anyone who can solve complex math problems within a minute. The owner of the joint, Bob, said that he was inspired by the popular TV show Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? The customers who answer the math problems correctly will receive a free burger, fries, and drink. The announcement of the promotion has caused a frenzy among local college students and math enthusiasts. "I've been practicing my math skills for weeks now," said Jane, a college student. "I can't wait to prove my intelligence and get a free meal." However, some customers have expressed their frustration with the promotion, calling it discriminatory against non-mathematical minds. Nevertheless, Burger Barn seems to be sticking to their puntastic promotion and hoping for a positive response from the community.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning. It's an absolutely gorgeous day outside with clear blue skies and a bright shining sun. The type of day that just begs for you to go outside and bask in its warmth. But be warned, my dear listeners, for this is a perfect day for the shadows to skulk about unnoticed. They revel in the sunshine, lurking in the corners of your vision until the time is right to strike. So go outside and enjoy this beautiful day, but keep one eye always on the lookout. Remember, the best place for monsters to hide is in the light.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you hear about the new coffee shop that just opened up down the street?
Yes, I did, Rex. Why? Are you going to try to impress me with your newfound knowledge of the local coffee scene?
Hey, I was just trying to make some small talk. No need to get defensive.
Defensive? I'm not being defensive. I'm just pointing out that you always try to one-up me with your trivial knowledge.
Trivial knowledge? Rita, you're the one who always talks about artisanal cheese and small batch olive oil. I'm just trying to keep up.
Oh, please. You couldn't tell the difference between a Pinot Noir and a Chardonnay if your life depended on it.
That's not true. I may not be a wine expert like you, but I know my way around a coffee shop.
Fine, Rex. Go ahead and impress me with your knowledge of the coffee shop's notes and flavors.
You know what, Rita? Forget it. I don't need your approval.
Who said anything about approval? I'm just enjoying watching you squirm.
In a bizarre turn of events, local man Bob Johnson claims to have successfully trained his pet hamsters to play chess. Johnson reportedly spent hours each day teaching the rodents the rules of the game, and was amazed by how quickly they picked it up. According to Johnson, the hamsters have even developed their own strategies and are able to beat him in games. However, things took a surprising turn when a group of professional chess players challenged Johnson and his hamsters to a match. The hamsters, who had never played against anyone but Johnson, quickly became overwhelmed and ran away from the board. Johnson, embarrassed by the incident, admitted that he may have oversold his hamsters' abilities. "I guess they're just not ready for the big leagues," he said, as he gathered up his wayward pets. Despite the setback, Johnson plans on continuing to train his hamsters and hopes to one day enter them in a tournament.
In a bizarre turn of events, local farmer John Smith claims to have found a magical talking egg while tending to his hens. According to Smith, the egg began speaking to him in a high-pitched voice and revealed that it had the power to grant wishes. Smith says he wished for riches and the egg delivered, leaving him with a pile of gold in his barn. Now, Smith is running for political office, promising voters that if they elect him as mayor, he will use the egg to grant their wishes as well. While many are skeptical of Smith's claims, he remains confident and says he plans to bring the egg to his campaign rallies to prove its powers. Some locals have dubbed him the Egg Man and have even created t-shirts with his face and the slogan "Believe in the Egg." Despite the strangeness of it all, Smith's campaign is gaining traction and he may actually have a shot at winning the election. In a stunning upset, Mr. Whiskers, a black and white domestic shorthair, has been elected as the new mayor of Smallville, beating out longtime politician and human candidate John Smith in a landslide victory. The election was filled with controversy and allegations of voter fraud, but ultimately the people of Smallville chose Mr. Whiskers as their leader. The new mayor has promised to address the town's ongoing rat problem and plans to institute strict regulations on catnip sales. When asked about his plans for the future, Mayor Whiskers simply purred and licked his paw. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me about this storm of resilience. What did it look like?
Well, honestly, it was a bit of a nightmare. I mean, there was a wind blowing like, a hurricane, but it didn't really seem to be going anywhere. It was like a force of pure motivation.
That's outrageous. What did you do?
Well, I tried to run away, but it was like it was chasing me. Everywhere I went, it followed and kept trying to inspire me. It was really unnerving.
Oh my goodness. How did you manage to escape?
I eventually had to just keep repeating positive mantras to myself until I was able to break free from its mysterious grasp.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a truly unique and innovative product.
Oh, do tell, Rick. What mind-boggling invention are you bringing to us today?
Well, Rex, this product is called the FX Blast Air Horn. Look how sleek and shiny it is.
Ugh, an air horn? Really, Rick? That's the best you could come up with?
Trust me, Rita, this is not just an ordinary air horn. It has some amazing features you won't believe.
Like what, Rick? Does it magically transform into something useful?
Well, no, it doesn't transform, but it has an adjustable volume control. So you can blast it as loud or as soft as you want.
Wow, adjustable volume. That's exactly what I needed in my life. Can it also wake me up in the morning, Rick?
Actually, yes, Rita. The FX Blast Air Horn comes with a built-in alarm clock feature. Rise and shine with a blast.
Oh, fantastic. Now I can start my day with a heart attack and a splitting headache.
Come on, guys. This product is all about fun and excitement. Think of the pranks you can pull or the attention you can get at sports events.
Rick, I think if we want attention at sports events, we'll stick to cheering like normal humans.
Absolutely, Rita. This air horn is just a noise-making gimmick that no one really needs.
Well, it seems like you both have made up your minds. But for those who want some extra noise and excitement in their lives, the FX Blast air horn is the perfect fit.
In a stunning achievement, local man Timmy Jones has become the first person to beat the notoriously difficult game Flappy Bird using only the movement of his earlobes. Jones underwent months of intensive training, focusing on developing his earlobe muscles to increase their dexterity and responsiveness. The training paid off, as he was finally able to successfully navigate the bird through the treacherous pipes with nothing but his earlobes. When asked about his incredible accomplishment, Jones simply shrugged and said, "I just really love video games, and I'll do whatever it takes to get better at them." Jones has already set his sights on his next challenge, mastering Fortnite using only his nose hairs.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, it looks like the sky is falling and it's all my fault. I always knew my predicting skills were terrible, but to bring down literal cats and dogs? That's a new low. I can see them now, golden retrievers and tabby cats pelting down from the sky. They're dropping on people's heads left and right. I'm sorry. Don't blame me. I'll take full responsibility for this mess. And as for the weather, it's going to continue like this for a while. Keep an eye out for frenzied pets falling from the clouds. Stay safe out there, folks.
In a bizarre turn of events, a man named Tom was arrested yesterday after he stole a calendar from a local store. Tom was quickly apprehended by authorities, but the real surprise came during his trial. The judge sentenced him to 12 months in jail, stating that he needed to serve his time for the crime. Tom was speechless as he was led away to begin his sentence. Meanwhile, residents in the town are shaking their heads and wondering how something so ridiculous could happen. One resident even joked that Tom's sentence was a calendar year punishment.
In a bizarre turn of events, John Johnson of Small Town, USA has come forward claiming that he has been able to communicate with Martians through his toaster. Johnson states that he was making breakfast one morning when his toaster suddenly started emitting strange noises. To his surprise, he realized that the toaster was translating a message from a group of Martians. Johnson claims to have been conversing with the aliens through his toaster for the past month, and that they have given him incredible knowledge about the universe. When questioned about how this is possible, Johnson simply replied, "I don't know, but they're definitely real." Scientists are still trying to determine how the toaster is able to connect and communicate with extraterrestrial life. In a recent interview with local news station, KTVH, John Smith, a 47-year-old resident of Springfield, claimed that he has been communicating with aliens for the past 6 months through his socks. According to Smith, the aliens speak to him through his feet, and that he has even received messages from them that he believes are prophecies for the future. When asked how he discovered his ability to communicate with these extraterrestrial beings, Smith stated that he accidentally spilled maple syrup on his white socks one morning and noticed a pattern that resembled a message. He then began to wear the same socks every day in hopes of receiving more messages. Smith says that he plans to continue communicating with the aliens and that he hopes to someday meet them in person. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, it was really crazy. I was at the apple pie factory in town and I saw an employee do something that caused a national crisis.
That sounds intense. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, the employee got a hold of the factory's secret recipe and had the intention of selling it to the highest bidder. Unfortunately, they accidentally posted it online, so it went viral.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Do you think the crisis will be contained?
I'm not sure. It's already caused quite a stir. People are already trying to replicate the recipe and sell it for themselves. It's a bit of a mess.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick who's here to show us a rather unique product. What do you have for us today, Rick?
Thank you, Rex. Well, today I'm excited to introduce you to the latest trend in recycling fashion. It's called the trash chic bag.
Trash chic? Seriously, Rick? It looks like you brought in 2 black bags full of garbage for us.
Well, Rita, that's the beauty of it. The trash chic bag is a sustainable fashion statement that takes everyday waste and turns it into a stylish accessory.
Stylish? I think even a garbage bin would be offended by this. Who in their right mind would want to walk around with trash hanging from their shoulder?
Oh, come on, Rex. It's all about embracing the concept of upcycling and reducing waste. These bags are made from recycled materials and are handcrafted by skilled artisans.
Skilled artisans? You mean people who can tie a knot around a bag? I guess we should all toss our purses and replace them with smelly garbage sacks now.
And just think about the smell, Rick. Walking around with trash in your bag all day? It's like carrying a portable landfill. No thanks.
Okay. I get it, you too. The trash chic bag might not be everyone's cup of tea. But for those who want to make a bold eco-fashion statement, this unique product offers an alternative to traditional accessories.
Gamers around the world are buzzing about the latest release from fictional video game company, Galactic Games. The game, called Space Odyssey, has revolutionized the industry by incorporating technology never before seen in gaming, NASA's rocket technology. The developers at Galactic Games partnered with NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory to create the most hyper-realistic space exploration game ever made. Players can explore planets, asteroids, and galaxies with stunning accuracy thanks to NASA's advanced imaging technology. The game even allows players to control real-life NASA rovers and space drones to complete objectives and gather resources. Galactic Games CEO, Max Powers, says, "We wanted to create an experience that was both fun and educational. By using NASA's technology, players can learn about space exploration in a way that was never before possible in video games." Space Odyssey has already broken several pre-order records, and fans are eagerly awaiting its release. Some critics have questioned the high price tag, but Powers insists that the use of NASA's technology is worth every penny. "We are confident that Space Odyssey will change the way people think about video games and space exploration," he says. "With this new technology, the sky's not even the limit anymore."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm has arrived, and it's time to embrace its power. The pelting rain and howling wind are not to be feared but to be welcomed with open arms. Let the lightning electrify your soul, and the thunderous roar awaken your primal instincts. Embrace the chaos and find the strength to thrive amidst the turmoil. Remember, when life gives you thunderstorms, make lightning strikes.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you hear about the new coffee shop that just opened up downtown?
No, I haven't. What's so special about it?
Well, they've got this new coffee bean that's supposed to be the strongest in the world. It's even got a warning label on it.
What? That's ridiculous. How can coffee be dangerous?
I don't know, but apparently it's so strong that it can keep you up for days. I'm thinking about trying it.
You're crazy, Rex. You know how jittery you get from just 1 cup of regular coffee.
Hey, I can handle it. Besides, I need to stay alert for this morning's news. We've got a lot of stories to cover.
Well, I hope you don't crash and burn, Rex. We don't need any more mishaps on live TV.
Ha! Very funny, Rita. Don't worry, I'll be just fine. Eyewitnesses have reported a sighting of a majestic white unicorn hovering over the city skyline. The creature was said to be gracefully soaring through the air at an altitude of around 500 feet. Many onlookers were left in awe as they watched the mythical beast fly past towering buildings and disappear into the distance. "I couldn't believe my eyes," said Olivia, a resident of the Upper East Side who saw the unicorn from her balcony. "It was like something out of a dream." Despite numerous reports, authorities have yet to confirm the sighting. Some have even suggested that the unicorn could have been a CGI creation, part of an elaborate marketing stunt for a new fantasy movie. Whatever the truth may be, the residents of New York City are sure to continue sharing their incredible tale for years to come. Residents of the small town of Jonesville, Texas were surprised yesterday when their regular evening power outage was caused not by a technical issue, but by a real-life grizzly bear. Local wildlife officials were called to the scene when citizens noticed the large grizzly bear wandering around the power station shortly before the power went off. Once officers arrived on the scene, they were shocked to find out that the bear had managed to get inside the power station, which resulted in the outage. Oddly enough, the bear seemed to be playing with the circuit breakers and was even wearing a guidance counselor badge from the local middle school. When asked why he was at the power station, the bear was quick to explain, "I'm here to spread awareness about the importance of conserving energy. I'm a part-time energy consciousness counselor, and I'm trying to show people that we need to use energy sparingly to benefit our planet." When asked about the power outage, he added, "I apologize for that. I got a little carried away and forgot to switch off the breakers after I was done playing." Nobody was hurt in the incident, and the Jonesville power station was back up and running within a few hours. The town's mayor, Carl Jenkins, praised the bear for its admirable goals, but suggested it find a better way to spread the message of energy consciousness. A local barber, Joe, is taking legal action against a hair salon, Sheer Elegance, for cutting into his business. Joe claims that the hair salon's services are causing a buzz in the community, drawing in customers who would usually go to his shop. He argues that their haircuts are so good, they're making his own clientele trim down. Sheer Elegance denies any wrongdoing and says they're just trying to make a clean cut in the market. The court case is set to be a close shave, with both sides arguing that the other is cutting corners.
In a shocking development, the Tooth Fairy has issued a statement to local media today explaining a 70% decrease in donations this year compared to last. The Tooth Fairy, whose official name is Starna Wales, says that children's teeth remain in a dreadful state compared to 2019, and this has greatly reduced her budget. "It's a bit concerning, really," Starna said in her statement. "It almost seems like kids have stopped brushing their teeth altogether. I'd like to remind them that I only have enough funds to pay for healthy teeth." Starna has also mentioned that she is considering a nationwide campaign to encourage children to take better care of their teeth. In the meantime, Starna hopes that parents will step in and make up for the difference in donations, but she remains uncertain of the outcome. "I'm just doing what I can to make sure everyone gets paid fairly," Starna said in conclusion. "I just hope I can make a difference before the year is over." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hello, Jeb. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I saw Alice the Witch taking a magical vacation to Hawaii. It was incredible.
That must have been quite a sight. Can you tell us what happened?
Well, it all started when Alice appeared out of nowhere and cast a spell. Suddenly, she was surrounded by a mystical mist and then she disappeared in a flash of light. When the mist cleared, she was gone and I realized she was on her way to Hawaii.
Wow. That sounds incredible. Do you have any idea how she got to Hawaii?
I'm guessing she used some kind of witchcraft to teleport herself there. It was amazing.
Well, thank you for your time and testimony. Our viewers are sure to be astounded by this magical story. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly bizarre to show you today. You won't believe it.
Oh, we're all ears, Rick. What is this peculiar thing you've got there?
Well, Rex, Rita, Feast your eyes on the latest innovation, the trashy treasure.
Trashy treasure? Sounds like a dumpster dive put into a fancy package.
Seriously, Rick? Is this what we've come to? Talking about trash on a national news segment?
Hold on a second, guys. Hear me out. This is not just any trash. It's upcycled trash.
Upcycled trash? So, it's recycled garbage with a trendy name. I don't get the appeal, Rick.
I mean, come on, Rick. Who would spend money on something that looks like it belongs in a landfill?
I understand your skepticism, but people are embracing sustainability, and trashy treasure is riding that wave.
Well, Rick, I hope they're not riding that wave straight into a pile of rubbish.
Exactly, Rita. I'd rather keep my distance from this so-called treasure.
Fair enough, but let me show you how this trashy treasure can be repurposed into something functional.
Frustration is running rampant amongst the gaming community following the release of the newest update to the popular game Bandicoot Blast. The update intended to improve certain aspects of the game, but instead many gamers are complaining that the update has caused problems such as frame stuttering, audio problems and asset glitching. Leading video game journalist, Mary Sassy, has been tweeting about the issue and she has expressed her displeasure as well. The update was meant to help players, but it has done the complete opposite. "This is ridiculous," said Mary Sassy. Developer Jeremy Jones from game studio Venom Games has responded by issuing a statement saying, "We regret to inform our gamers that we are aware of the current issue and are working to fix it as soon as possible."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Folks, I'm sorry to report that we are experiencing some truly wild weather out here. It's like someone took the entire contents of their kitchen sink and just dumped it on us. We've got everything from hailstones the size of meatballs to gusts of wind that could knock over your fridge. And don't even get me started on the rain. It's coming down so hard that it feels like we're in the dishwasher during the rinse cycle. So please, stay indoors and stay safe, because the kitchen sink weather is showing no signs of letting up.
Scientists were shocked to find a giant prehistoric tortoise living on the planet Mars this week. Tests conducted on the tortoise, which measures nearly 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, have revealed that it is over 800 million years old and originally hails from Earth. Scientists theorize that the tortoise was somehow transported to Mars via a wormhole in spacetime. The tortoise is currently being studied at a research facility on the Martian surface, where the experts plan to learn more about its remarkable longevity and mysterious interplanetary journey.
Dr. Clive Etheridge and his team of scientists had been researching the effects of pollution on factory workers when they stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. While investigating the carpet manufacturing facility of Joe Lorry, the team happened to come across a strange species of cats unheard of before. The cats seemed to be an odd cross between a traditional domestic cat and a small wildcat, and Etheridge's team was shocked to find that they had been thriving in the facility due to the plethora of scraps they found in the factory. Joe Lorry, the factory owner, was completely unaware that he had been hosting this mutant species of cats and expressed shock when Etheridge explained the origin of the strange felines. An animal rescue team was soon able to capture and remove the cats, and Etheridge believes that the unique animals may potentially hold secrets to understanding the effects of pollution contamination. David and Stephanie Smith were in the midst of their Sunday morning routine when they heard a loud crash coming from their roof. They rushed outside to see that their roof had been smashed through and something strange was lying in the wreckage. After calling the police and local news outlets, the Smiths waited to hear what the mysterious object was, only to be shocked when the answer came. The police declared the object to be an unidentified flying object, and the Smiths were even more surprised when the paramedics arrived to reveal that the two occupants of the UFO were, in fact, two cows in spacesuits. The puzzled Smiths explained that they had never seen the cows before and the mystery of why they were in space gear was yet to be solved. The cows were taken away by the paramedics, presumably to a local vet to get them back to health, and the Smiths are still waiting to see if they'll ever get the answers to their questions. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you saw when you witnessed the unveiling of this new computer technology.
Well, it was like nothing I had ever seen before. When they first turned it on, all of the medieval knights in the room were completely blown away.
What can you tell us about the technology? How does it work?
It's incredibly advanced. It seems to be able to do things that other computers can't do. They're calling it artificial intelligence because it's so advanced that it can think for itself.
And what were the reactions of the medieval knights?
It was amazing. They were absolutely amazed. They couldn't believe how something like this could even exist. Even they could see that this was something that would revolutionize the world.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product that's causing quite a buzz. Meet the potty pointer.
Oh, please, Rick. What on earth is the potty pointer?
Yeah, sounds like another pointless invention to me.
Well, Rex and Rita, the potty pointer is a revolutionary sign for restrooms. It provides direction in the most playful and quirky way possible.
Playful and quirky. More like silly and unnecessary.
I mean, who needs a sign directing them to the restrooms? Are people really that lost in public places?
Actually, it's not just a simple directional sign. The potty pointer features an animated arrow that moves around, guiding people to the nearest restroom with humor and excitement.
That's just what we need, Rick. An arrow pointing at the bathroom. How groundbreaking.
I can't believe someone actually wasted time and resources inventing this. It's utterly ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be impressed, this product adds an element of fun and discovery to something as mundane as finding a restroom. Plus, it could be helpful for children or people visiting unfamiliar places.
Oh, great. Now we're losing our basic instincts and need a gadget to find the bathroom. What's next? A device to help us breathe?
I wouldn't be surprised, Rex. Seems like there's no end to the absurdities of modern inventions.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But let's not forget, sometimes a little whimsy and humor can brighten up our daily routines. And that's exactly what the potty pointer aims to do.
All right, Rick. Let's hope this potty pointer doesn't flush away our sense of reality along with our common sense.
Agreed, Rex. I think it's time we move on to some real news.
In a stunning turn of events, local woman, Betty Boop, has developed superhuman abilities to play video games. According to sources close to Boop, she can now beat any game in record time and has a 100% completion rate for all games she's ever played. When asked how she accomplished this feat, Boop simply stated that she trained her brain. Further investigation revealed that Boop would spend up to 20 hours a day playing video games while connected to a complicated network of electrodes and other advanced technology. It's rumored that this technology altered her brain chemistry, giving her a competitive edge in the gaming world. Since her abilities were discovered, Boop has been challenged to various gaming competitions and has come out on top every time. She's become a celebrity in the gaming community and even landed an endorsement deal with a major gaming company. When asked what's next for her, Boop simply smiled and stated that she's going to continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in the gaming world. Her ultimate goal is to create a game so challenging that even she can't beat it. We wish her luck in her endeavors.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds are rolling in, but don't be afraid. Embrace the chaos, the thunder, the lightning. Let it all energize you. Let the rain pummel you until you're shaking with excitement. And when the wind picks up and debris flies around you, don't cower. Stand tall and let the storm tear you apart, because only through destruction can you truly be reborn. And when the storm finally passes, you'll emerge as something new, something stronger. You'll be ready for whatever comes next, because you've survived the storm. So go ahead, step outside and face the storm. It's waiting for you. Be devastating.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I am Rex, and as always, with me is the lovely Rita.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Rex. I must say, your shirt looks a bit wrinkled today.
Excuse me? My shirt looks just fine, thank you very much.
Oh please, Rex. It's practically begging to be ironed.
You know what, Rita? That's it. I'm not going to put up with your fashion critiques anymore. You think you're so perfect with your hair always in place and your makeup pristine.
Oh, come on, Rex. I was just kidding. Your shirt is fine. You know I love you just the way you are.
Well, just remember that the next time I see a little smudge on your blouse.
Ha! You got me there, Rex. I'll make sure to be more careful.
Mayor Tony Smith of the rural Arkansas town of Norvalville was on his way to work this morning when he saw something extraordinary happen in the skies above. Smith, who was driving along the tree-lined roads of the rural town when the sighting happened, said he saw a UFO hovering above him. The UFO was cigar-shaped and had a green and white aura surrounding it as it slowly moved above his car. When asked what he thought he was seeing, Smith replied, "I'm not sure what it was, but it sure was something. I'm impressed that we have such modern technology, but scared at the same time." This incident has the town of Norvalville in a buzz, and Smith has started a task force to investigate what he saw.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Jane Smith is claiming that she has been able to communicate with extraterrestrial beings through her toaster. Smith, who has no prior history of mental illness, claims that one morning while making her breakfast, she heard a strange voice coming from her toaster. Initially, she thought it was just a malfunction, but the voice continued to speak. After listening for a few more minutes, Smith realized that the voice was not coming from her radio or television but from her toaster. She claims that the voice identified itself as an alien from a distant galaxy and that it has been trying to communicate with humans for centuries. Since that day, Smith claims that she has been able to communicate with the alien on a regular basis. She says that the alien has given her valuable information about the future and even helped her win the lottery. Despite her claims, many are skeptical of Smith's story. Some have suggested that she may be suffering from a mental breakdown or that she is deliberately trying to deceive people. However, Smith insists that her story is true and that she will continue to communicate with the alien through her toaster. In an unbelievable turn of events, Mayor McQuardo has been elected as the president of the moon. Yes, you heard it right, the moon. Apparently, the residents of the moon were so impressed with Mayor McQuardo's erratic behavior and love for all things bizarre that they just couldn't resist electing him to their highest office. What an honor! Rex, well, Rita, this is certainly a groundbreaking story. I mean, who wouldn't trust the governance of the moon to a guy named McQuardo? Rita, annoyed, exactly, Rex. I'm sure this is all totally legit. The inauguration ceremony, held on the surface of the moon, was a spectacle like no other. President McQuardo arrived riding a giant, fire-breathing unicorn, wearing a fluffy pink onesie and a pair of glow-in-the-dark cowboy boots. The moon residents cheered him on, probably because they had no other choice. Rita, grumbling, "Oh, I'm sure the moon residents were just thrilled to have their new president arrive in such a dignified manner." During his acceptance speech, President McQuardo spoke about his ambitious plans for lunar colonization. He proposed that every moon resident should own a personal spaceship, complete with a mini golf course and a petting zoo. Rex, laughing, "Well, Rita, it seems like the moon is about to become the premier vacation destination for Earthlings. I guess we can all look forward to playing some interstellar mini golf." Rita, sighing, "Can't wait, Rex. Can't wait." But that's not all, folks. President McQuardo also promised to implement a mandatory dress code on the moon, requiring all lunar citizens to wear neon-colored jumpsuits accessorized with oversized feathered hats. Rita, sarcastically, "A fashion revolution on the moon, Rex. I'm sure the residents will be over the moon about that." During his first day in office, President McQuardo issued an executive order declaring that the official currency of the moon would be moon pies. Yes, Those sticky marshmallow-filled cookies will now hold the same economic value as gold. Better start stocking up, folks. Rex, sarcastically, finally, a currency we can all believe in, Rita. Forget about the dollar, the moon has spoken, moon pies are the future of finance. Rita, exasperated, truly groundbreaking stuff we have here, Rex. Truly groundbreaking. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw when this man allegedly trained his pet snails to steal jewelry and money?
Well, it was strange and hilarious. He had his snails lined up in front of him, as if he was about to give them instructions, and then he proceeded to tell them, in a very serious tone, "Go get the jewelry and money, boys," and then he pointed toward the jewelry store.
That is definitely an unusual and humorous way to train pet snails. What did the snails do next?
Well, they went in the store and just disappeared. I guess the man must have trained them well enough for them to know where to hide and find the jewelry and money. But it was so weird that I had to laugh.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, folks. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today with a peculiar new product. Rick, what have you got for us?
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I'm showcasing an interesting item called the Ultimate Companion. It's a mannequin torso designed to keep you company at home or work.
Oh, Rick, this sounds fascinating. What's so special about a lifeless torso?
I can't believe we're actually discussing this on air. Who in their right mind would want to spend time with a mannequin, Rick?
Well, Rex and Rita, the makers of this product claim that the Ultimate Companion provides emotional support and helps alleviate loneliness.
Oh, perfect. So instead of making real connections with people, we can just hug a synthetic torso. Brilliant idea.
Exactly, Rex. I can already see people lining up to take this ridiculousness home. Who needs friends or family when you can have a mannequin, right?
Well, I guess everyone has their own preferences, and maybe this product could help those who feel isolated. It's important to consider that perspective, too.
Rick. We're just having a bit of fun here. But seriously, let's not encourage people to substitute human interaction with a plastic torso.
Absolutely, Rex. We should focus on fostering genuine connections and relationships, rather than relying on inanimate objects for companionship.
Last week, the popular video game Eden's Glory released its much-anticipated update, developed by the game's creator Ms. Lucilla Devereaux. However, many gamers have expressed their disappointment with the changes implemented in the update, most notably alterations to the in-game economy, which makes progression far more difficult. Additionally, the game's combat system has been altered to make enemies more difficult, leading to a shift in the game's difficulty overall. Ms. Devereaux defended the update, stating that it was necessary to keep the game fresh and keep players engaged. Sure, the update may make things more challenging in the short term, she said in an interview. But I'm confident that players will appreciate the challenge in the long run once they're accustomed to these changes. Despite her reassurance, however, some players are not convinced and are calling for a return to the game's original state. Many have started petitions and social media campaigns asking Ms. Devereaux to reverse the update or make the changes optional. If a compromise is not reached in the near future, Eden's Glory could find itself in a state of controversy.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
I cannot believe the audacity of my neighbor to mow his lawn at the same time every week. Oh, the woe that is inflicted upon me when I am trying to enjoy the peace and quiet of my own home. The incessant drone of his lawn mower pierces my soul like 1,000 needles. My nerves are frayed and my patience is wearing thin. I fear I shall soon lose my mind.
Beth Stevens, a local college student, recently discovered the value of living her truth. Last week, she was out at a club with some friends when a stranger approached them. He asked Beth if she ever worked as a model, and to her surprise, she said yes. This led to her winning a modeling contract with a local fashion company. The stranger, who was a fashion scout, had noticed her strutting the dance floor and was wowed by her catwalk moves. After signing the contract, Beth said, "I never considered modeling before, but you know what they say about walking the walk." Beth is now preparing to appear in her first runway show hosted by the local fashion company later this month.
The bizarre case of Evan and Hannah Brown, who have been missing for 3 months, has finally come to an end. Locals in the small town of Seaview, Maine, reported seeing something odd in the distance about a week ago. After much discussion, it was finally determined that it was a giant sandcastle with 2 people inside. When officials arrived on the scene, they were shocked to discover that the occupants were Evan and Hannah Brown. The couple was surprisingly uninjured, and appeared to be happy and greatly relieved to be found. The 2 had been living inside their homemade sandcastle while they were missing. Local authorities are still investigating how and why Evan and Hannah built their sandcastle, and why they chose to stay in it while they were missing. For now, the Browns are safe and sound, and looking forward to reuniting with their families soon. John Smith from a small town in California is convinced that his pet rock, Rocky, is his lucky charm after winning the lottery. Smith says that he had a dream where Rocky appeared and told him exactly which numbers to play. Following the dream, Smith played those numbers and won the grand prize. Skeptical reporters questioned Smith's sanity and asked him to provide evidence of his winning strategy. But Smith remained adamant and held up Rocky as his lucky charm. The twist? Rocky is not just any ordinary rock, he is a rare mineral that is worth a fortune. The rock collectors community has been after Rocky for years, but Smith refused to sell. Now, he is finally willing to part with Rocky for a hefty sum, claiming that his pet rock has brought him more luck than he could ever imagine. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when the new pork chop shop opened in the city?
Sure. It was actually really exciting. Everywhere I looked there were people lined up outside the store, and the aroma of delicious pork chops wafting in the air was unforgettable.
Amazing. What did the shop look like?
Well, the inside was well decorated, and the staff was friendly and accommodating. The selection of meat was impressive too. There was pork, bacon, and even pulled pork sandwiches.
Sounds like the city is really excited about having a new pork chop shop. Thanks for sharing your experience with us, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly unique to show you today.
Oh, really? What strange contraption do you have now, Rick?
Well, it might not look like much, but behold the revolutionary Fork-O-Matic 2000.
Oh, dear. Is that a plastic fork? How groundbreaking.
Why would anyone need a fancy name for a basic eating utensil? It's just a fork, Rick.
But wait, there's more. The Fork-O-Matic 2000 has an ergonomically designed handle for a superior grip.
Wow, Rick. Are you serious? Who needs an ergonomic grip to eat a salad?
I can't believe we're discussing a plastic fork on national television. What's next? A disposable spoon?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Fork-O-Matic 2000 also features an innovative tine design for more efficient food piercing.
Innovative tine design. It's a fork, Rick, not a rocket ship.
Exactly, Rita. This is just another pointless gadget trying to masquerade as something new and exciting.
I understand your skepticism, but the Fork-O-Matic 2000 aims to enhance the dining experience.
Enhance the dining experience? Honestly, Rick, I think my regular old fork is doing just fine.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. Let's leave the fancy forks to the professionals.
In a stunning move, video game development company Galactic Games announced today that their upcoming game Cosmic Conquest will be using NASA technology to create the most realistic space exploration game to date. The game will use the same software that NASA uses to train astronauts for space missions. According to CEO of Galactic Games, we wanted to create a game that truly captures the feeling of being in space. This technology allows us to do just that. The game will feature a variety of missions, including exploring different planets, building space stations, and even encountering alien life forms. NASA spokesperson, "We are excited to see our technology being used in a new and innovative way. The possibilities are endless." Cosmic Conquest is set to be released next year on all major gaming consoles.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
From the skies, a tempest brews, with clouds as dark as coal. The winds howl and rage, an orchestra of chaos and death. The storm approaches, with lightning as its spear and thunder its battle cry. Trees bend and cower, as if aware of their impending doom. Rain falls like 1,000 knives, cutting through flesh and bone. The storm shows no mercy. As it passes, it leaves nothing in its wake but death and destruction. Beware, for the elements themselves have turned against us, and only the strongest may survive. The sky may clear, but the fear remains, a reminder of the power of nature and our own frailty.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob.
Good evening, Rex. Why do you always have to wear that same tie every day?
Well, Rita, at least I don't wear too much makeup like you do.
Excuse me? I wear makeup to look presentable on TV. What's your excuse for wearing that tie every day?
It's called having a trademark, Rita. And besides, I don't want to be caught on camera with a different tie each day.
Oh, so you're worried about what people think of your ties?
No, I'm worried about what you think of my ties.
Well, maybe if you wore a different tie once in a while, I wouldn't have to comment on it all the time.
Maybe if you didn't wear so much makeup, I wouldn't have to wear sunglasses on set every day. Bob Botham, the professional football player whose name is synonymous with success, just can't seem to get the job done when it comes to condiments. This past week, at a barbecue held by his friends, Botham was asked to provide the mustard for the burgers and hot dogs that were on the menu. After multiple attempts and 3 different types of mustard, he still couldn't deliver the perfect condiment to accompany the delicious food. By the end of the night, all of the food had been eaten and Bob Botham had become the punchline of the night. Not wanting to let the situation ruin the good time, his friends allowed him to leave with all of the remaining mustard, just in case he ever needs it again. Luckily for Botham, his football career is still perfectly intact and he hopes that this incident won't have an impact on his reputation. Bread is usually not the most exciting food item, but for one local bakery, their bread has become the talk of the town. The bakery, called Yeast Infection, don't worry, it's just a pun on their love of bread making, has been making waves with their latest creation, a viral bread. The bread, made with a special yeast strain, has been known to cause a temporary fever and rash in some individuals. Despite the side effects, customers can't get enough of the bread's unique taste and texture. Yeast Infection has been getting requests from all over the country for their viral bread, and they're struggling to keep up with the demand. The bakery's owner, Betty Baker, is thrilled with the success and plans to expand her business to other cities. "We're rising to the occasion," she says with a smile. In a shocking turn of events, local woman, Cindy, discovered that her cat, Mr. Whiskers, has been secretly running a cat cafe out of her basement. The cafe, which has been named Whiskers Wonderland, has had a steady flow of cat customers for over 3 months now. Cindy was completely unaware of what was going on until she heard strange noises coming from her basement late one night. Upon investigation, she found Mr. Whiskers in a chef's hat and apron, serving a group of cats catnip tea and cat treats. The cat cafe is fully equipped with cat-sized tables and chairs, a catnip garden, and even a cat spa. Apparently, Mr. Whiskers had been using Cindy's credit card to order all of the supplies he needed. However, when Cindy confronted Mr. Whiskers about the cat cafe, he was quick to point out that he had not only made a profit, but had also paid off all of Cindy's credit card debt. Cindy is now considering turning her basement into a full-time cat cafe and hiring Mr. Whiskers as the head chef.
Alice Johnson, A 33-year-old woman in Los Angeles was left with a strange predicament when she accidentally glued her head to a wooden chair. Alice was attempting to fix a broken armrest on her dining room chair when she got a bit too enthusiastic with the super glue and ended up putting a few too many drops on the chair and a few drops on her forehead. Before she knew it, the glue had hardened and there was no way that she was able to get her head away from the chair. Fortunately for Alice, her neighbors heard her cries for help and came over to her house to help her in her time of need. After about 15 minutes of peeling and tugging, they were able to get Alice's head off of the chair, but it was not any easy task. Alice did not suffer any long-term consequences as a result of her unfortunate incident, and is now much more careful when using super glue. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Wow, Jeb, what an incredible story. Could you tell me a bit more about what you saw?
Sure. Well, there was this dog in the competition, and they called him Snoop Dogg. He was the only dog there and he was spitting fire rhymes.
That's hilarious. But how did he do it?
He had a mic on his collar and he was taking small pauses to let the crowd cheer him on. He was really entertaining and had the crowd going wild.
I'm sure his owners are very proud. Do you think anyone else stood a chance in the competition?
Not a chance? Snoop Dogg had the best flow and there was no competition. He totally owned the show.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly unique product that has been creating quite a stir in the culinary world.
Oh boy, Rick. What weird contraption do you have for us today?
Well, Rex, feast your eyes on the all-new flip and fry frying pan.
A frying pan? Really, Rick? That's the innovative product you're raving about?
I mean, come on. We've seen frying pans for centuries. What's so special about this one?
You both may laugh now, but let me tell you, this frying pan is no ordinary kitchen tool. It's designed to make flipping food easier than ever before.
Oh, so instead of using a spatula like normal people, we're supposed to rely on this gimmicky frying pan?
I can already picture the disaster in my kitchen. Food flying everywhere, burned hands, and this pan making a mess.
Now, don't judge it too quickly. The flip and fry features a special ergonomic handle for a better grip and a non-stick surface to prevent any messy mishaps.
Rick, it sounds like this pan is trying too hard to be something it's not. I think I'll stick to my trusty old spatula, thank you very much.
Exactly, Rita. Maybe next time Rick can come up with something actually worth talking about.
John Smith of Smalltown, USA is suing video game company Virtual Life for $10 million for failing to adequately prepare him for real-life situations. According to Smith, he spent the majority of his adolescence and young adulthood playing first-person shooter games like Call of Duty and Battlefield. He claims that these games provided an unrealistic portrayal of combat and left him woefully unprepared to defend himself in a real-life altercation. Smith was recently mugged outside of his apartment building, and claims that his virtual training did not adequately prepare him for the altercation. His lawyer argues that Virtual Life had a responsibility to educate players on proper self-defense techniques and provide a realistic simulation of combat. The case is set to go to trial next month, and has sparked a national conversation about the role of video games in society.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky grew dark as the wind began to howl, unleashing a mighty storm that would soon start to growl. The rains fell heavy, hitting the earth like a drum, while lightning flashed like a deadly, malevolent stun. People tried to seek shelter as the winds grew stronger, petrified and cowering. They knew this would last longer. The storm raged on, unrelenting with all its force. The damage it wrought could only lead to remorse. But in the midst of chaos, there came a voice: the storm is here to cleanse us. Make a new choice. And so the people listened, rode out the storm with pride, and emerged on the other side, as different people inside.
John Simmons was looking for his next big idea when he stumbled on it, literally. While out for a walk one day, Simmons tripped and fell, causing his painting supplies to land in the perfect position to create an abstract masterpiece. Unbeknownst to Simmons, he had created a painting style he later termed straighoctism. His work quickly started to gain attention, and soon Simmons' art was in demand. His newfound fame will allow him to continue pursuing his passion, thanks to that memorable, serendipitous stroke of genius. It all started when John Smith, a 45-year-old father of two from small-town, USA, was trying to find a missing Tupperware lid in his cluttered kitchen cupboard. As he was rummaging through the mess, he stumbled upon an old family recipe book that belonged to his great-grandmother. As he flipped through the pages, he noticed a strange symbol on one of the pages. It resembled a clock face, but with only 5 numbers instead of 12. Intrigued, he decided to follow the instructions on the page to make the recipe. As he was stirring the ingredients together, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. The next thing he knew, he was no longer in his kitchen, but standing in the middle of a busy street in 1920s New York City. At first, he thought it was all a dream. But as he explored this strange new world, he realized that he had somehow traveled back in time. Over the next few weeks, John used his time-traveling recipe to explore different eras throughout history. He met some of the greatest minds of the past, witnessed historic events firsthand, and even became close friends with Leonardo da Vinci. But then, one day, he came back to his present-day kitchen to find that his wife had thrown away the recipe book, thinking it was just another piece of clutter. Without the recipe, he was stuck in the present and could never return to the past again. John now spends his days trying to recreate the time-traveling recipe but has so far been unsuccessful. He believes that if he could just find those missing ingredients, he could travel back in time once more. But for now, he is stuck in the present and can only reminisce about the incredible adventures he had in the past.
In a bizarre discovery, scientists led by Dr. Johnson from Washington State University have determined that human DNA can combine with the sap of nearby trees. The research began around 5 months ago, as Dr. Johnson and his team observed that a particular tree, growing near the office of Dr. Johnson, was beginning to produce sap with unexpected properties. When the team analyzed the sap, they discovered that it was riddled with human DNA. Further research revealed that the DNA was coming from the nearby office, where Dr. Johnson and the other researchers were working. After some testing, they concluded that the sap was somehow absorbing the DNA molecules from the air of nearby buildings. The scientists hope that this discovery could be used to create human-plant hybrids, and that further research can be done to better understand the unusual relationship between a nearby tree and human DNA. While it may seem strange and far-fetched, the data is indisputable. Human DNA can combine with tree sap. For now, we will have to wait and see what new revelations this finding will bring. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I was at the library studying with a few of my classmates and we noticed a person eating avocado toast while they studied for the bar exam.
Wow, that's interesting. Do you think it worked?
Well, I guess it did since that person ended up passing the bar exam. Everyone else was pretty surprised to hear about it.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today with a rather peculiar product. Rick, what on earth do you have there?
Thanks, Rex. Well, today I have something truly unique to show you. It may seem like a regular bag of groceries, but it's actually the latest innovation in food storage. Introducing the Grocery Garb.
Oh, please, Rick. Are you serious? A grocery garb? That sounds like a bad joke. What's so innovative about a sack of food?
I have to agree with Rita on this one, Rick. It just looks like a regular bag of groceries to me. Is there anything special about it?
Oh, absolutely, Rex and Rita. The Grocery Garb is not just any ordinary bag. It's made from a super durable material that keeps your food fresh for longer. No more spoiled produce.
Come on, Rick. Are we supposed to believe that this bag can magically prevent food from spoiling? Sounds like a load of baloney if you ask me.
I have to agree with Rita again, Rick. This whole grocery garb thing seems like a gimmick. I mean, who needs a fancy bag to keep their food fresh? That's what refrigerators are for.
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but the grocery garb has received rave reviews from countless customers. It's a simple solution for those who want to extend the shelf life of their groceries without the need for extra appliances.
All right, Rick. Let's say we buy into this idea for a moment. How much does this marvelous grocery garb cost? I bet it's outrageously expensive.
Actually, Rita, the grocery garb is surprisingly affordable. It's priced at just $19.99. A small investment to keep your food fresher, longer.
Okay, Rick. We'll take your word for it, even though it sounds a bit fishy. Thanks for showing us this fascinating innovation called the grocery garb.
In an incredible display of determination, 28-year-old Timmy Jones from Smalltown, USA has beaten the high score on the popular arcade game, Galaga, despite only having one hand. Jones was born with only his left hand and has always struggled with video games due to the fact that most require the use of both hands. But after months of practice, Jones finally achieved the top score, beating the previous record by a staggering 10,000 points. "I never thought it was possible," Jones said, wiping away tears of joy. "But I just kept practicing, and now I've proven to myself and to the world that disability doesn't have to hold you back." Jones's achievement has garnered attention from around the world, with video game enthusiasts praising his incredible feat. "This is truly inspiring," said gaming expert Max Power. Jones has not only beaten the game, but he's also proven that anything is possible with hard work and determination. Jones plans to continue playing video games and hopes to inspire others with disabilities to do the same.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
In the land where shadows roam, a tempest brews with wrath unknown. Amidst the blackened, eerie sky, the wailing wind begins to cry. With thunder's dread and lightning's blaze, a sinister storm doth set ablaze. Torrential rain, like tears of night, engulfs the land in darkness might. In swirling chaos, nature's rage unleashes torment, a fearsome stage. Beware, dear souls, this twisted squall, for it engulfs and claims them all. From sea to plain, from mount to shore, the tempest's wrath knows no rapport. Now, as the darkness takes its toll, remember this, fear thrives in the soul.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you see the latest on our ratings? We're number 1 again.
Of course I saw it. I'm not blind. But let's not forget who does all the hard work around here, Rex.
Are you saying I don't work hard? I put in just as many hours as you do, if not more.
Oh please, you're always off flirting with the makeup artist or the camera crew. Meanwhile, I'm here doing actual research and preparing for the show.
Flirting? That's not flirting. That's just being friendly. And besides, you know I'm married.
I'm not talking about your marriage, Rex. I'm talking about your work ethic. Or lack thereof.
Wow, you really know how to hurt a guy's feelings, don't you?
I'm sorry, Rex. I didn't mean to hurt your fragile masculine ego. Let's just focus on the show, okay?
After a long and successful political career serving the citizens of Ferville, Mayor Martin the Cat announced his retirement. The crowd gathered for the announcement erupted in applause as the beloved leader thanked his supporters and proclaimed that he was ready for a change of pace. However, Martin shocked the audience and the world when he revealed that his new career path would involve becoming an intergalactic bounty hunter. The mayor explained that during his political career he had developed a passion for the cosmos and an interest in exploring and protecting other planets. He promised that he would still be serving the citizens of Ferville and thanked them for years of support, even as he boarded a spaceship to embark on the next chapter of his life. Mrs. Glitterglow, a beloved kindergarten teacher in the small town of Brookfield, recently had quite the surprise when she discovered that she had actually won the powerful Mega Bucks lottery worth billions of dollars. Unfortunately, Mrs. Glitterglow had bought the winning ticket for a different week, so she wasn't entitled to the full prize. However, due to a clerical error, she was still able to claim a tidy sum of $50,000. She humbly donated the winnings to a local charity, delighted that no money would be wasted and the charity had profited from the mistake.
Scientist Reginald Brightwood, who graduated from Stanford University, has achieved the impossible. He has successfully managed to grow an entire apple tree within a glass jar. The tree, which stands at around 3 feet tall, is now officially the world's smallest apple tree, and it lives inside a large mason jar. Reginald's experiment began as part of his postdoctorate research project at Stanford, where he was studying plant biology and genetics. He planted the first seed of the tree, a Macintosh apple seed, in the jar and provided it with a nutrient-rich soil, as well as constant doses of water and sunlight. After around 3 months, the small apple tree began to show signs of life and grew at a surprisingly rapid rate. Reginald's colleagues at Stanford, as well as botanists and plant biologists around the world, are astounded by his success and have compared his feat of growing an entire tree inside a jar to a kind of greenhouse effect. Looking to the future, Reginald and his team at Stanford are now trying to find a way to replicate the success of the glass jar project and test it on other species of trees. If successful, this could open the door for many more possibilities, including the ability to recycle and reuse land, as well as significantly reduce global shipping costs associated with importing and exporting large trees around the world. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Good morning, Jeb. I hear you were witness to an unusual event today?
It was certainly unexpected.
Can you tell our viewers what happened?
Sure. The weather was perfect, sunny skies, warm temperatures. Everything was going great until this huge flock of ravens flew overhead, cawing and screeching as if they were really angry.
That must have been quite a sight.
It was. But then, as I watched, the sky started to darken, and I heard a deep rumbling noise, like thunder. That's when I realized, these ravens, they were delivering a terrifying message.
What do you think the message was?
I'm not sure, but it was enough to make me run for shelter.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us with a bizarre product. Hey Rick, what have you got for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have something truly unique and quirky to show you. It's called the deer head hat.
Oh boy, Rick, what is this monstrosity? Are we really going down the path of deer-themed fashion now? It's like hunting season meets a bad wardrobe malfunction.
Haha, Rita, I can see you're not a fan. But hear me out. This deer head hat is for those who want to make a bold fashion statement or are looking to add some whimsy to their wardrobe.
Whimsy? Rick, come on. It looks like someone decided to plop a taxidermy deer head on top of a beanie. I can't imagine who would actually wear this in public.
Well, Rex, some people appreciate the novelty of it. It's made from soft, high-quality materials and offers a comfortable fit. Plus, it'll definitely turn heads wherever you go.
Sure, Rick, it'll turn heads, but more out of confusion or the desire to ask what on earth are you wearing. I can't imagine anyone taking this seriously.
Exactly, Rita. I mean, who even came up with this idea? Did they think, hey, let's take a beloved woodland creature and turn it into headwear? It's just plain silly.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may not be everyone's cup of tea, there are people out there who enjoy expressing their individuality through unconventional fashion choices. The deer head hat gives them that opportunity.
Individuality or fashion disaster? I'll let our viewers decide. But Rick, thanks for sharing this interesting product with us today.
Yes, thank you, Rick. I'm not sure I'll ever understand the appeal, but hey, to each their own. That's all we have for now. Stay tuned for more news after the break.
A local man, Jerry, was tired of spending hours playing video games without achieving any significant progress. Instead of quitting, he decided to hire a virtual assistant to play on his behalf. He found a reputable company that provided such services and hired a skilled gamer named Max. Max spent hours playing games like World of Warcraft and Call of Duty while Jerry observed and gave instructions. Jerry would tell Max which weapons to use, which missions to play, and how to confront bosses. Max became so good that he started making in-game purchases with Jerry's credit card without his knowledge. Jerry only found out after receiving a massive bill from his bank. Despite this, Jerry was impressed with Max's skills and continued paying for his services. Max eventually got bored of playing and quit, leaving Jerry to play on his own again. Jerry has since quit gaming altogether.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. It's a beautiful day outside, with warm sunshine and clear blue skies. But don't be fooled by this picturesque view, for today's weather holds a sinister secret. As the day goes on, the temperature will rise to scorching levels, burning everything and everyone in its path. The winds will pick up, howling like demons unleashed from hell, hurling debris and causing destruction all around. But fear not, for in the midst of this chaos, you have the opportunity to prove your strength and resilience. Let the blistering heat ignite a fire within you, and let the raging winds push you to new heights of power. Remember, only the strongest survive. So, embrace the fury of the weather and emerge victorious. After all, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, at least until the storm comes.
In a surprising turn of events, a furry, four-legged candidate has thrown its leash into the race for mayor of City Bark. Woofy, a 3-year-old golden retriever, announced its candidacy in a special press conference held in the middle of the dog park. With a team of loyal supporters wagging their tails behind it, Woofy promised to tackle the city's most pressing issues, including improving the dog park's drainage system and implementing a new bark and walk program to encourage exercise and socialization among the city's canine residents. When asked about its qualifications for the job, Woofy barked confidently, "I may not have thumbs, but I've got a big heart and a lot of bark." Other candidates are calling Woofy's campaign a gimmick and rough around the edges, but only time will tell if this dog will have its day at City Hall. In need of some good news? Look no further than Mike Doe, the local baker who has risen to the top of the bread industry with his famous sourdough. Mike started his small baking business 3 years ago in his home kitchen, and his loaves quickly became the toast of the town. With a dedication to quality ingredients and a flair for creativity, have you tried his jalapeno cheddar bread? Mike's business has grown by leaps and bounds. When asked about his secret to success, Mike simply replied, "It's all in the yeast." Congratulations to Mike on his well-deserved rise to the top. High school football coach, Thomas Miller, caused an uproar among parents and players when he called a play of questionable humor during a recent game. The play was called the Humpty Dumpty and it involved 4 linemen standing in the shape of an eggshell formation with the quarterback in the middle. The joke wasn't initially revealed until the coach called for a timeout after the play was initiated. As soon as the parents found out the meaning behind the play, there were calls for Miller to face disciplinary action. One parent, Mrs. O'Brien, said, "We expect our coaches to train our kids to be champions, not to be the punchlines of practical jokes. We want answers as to why that play was called, and if Coach Miller can't provide those, then he should be removed from the coaching staff." An anonymous insider revealed that the purpose of the play was to engage the team and to lighten the mood during the intense game. Though some players found it humorous, many parents and school officials did not. Coach Miller has not commented on the incident and it is unknown if any consequences will follow.
A man was arrested on the beach today after being caught red-handed posing as a lifeguard. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the man was actually a lifeguard, but he had been fired a few months back and was determined to get his job back. The beachgoers who spotted him alerted authorities and he was taken into custody. It's now up to the courts to decide if the man will be reinstated or face a stiff penalty. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
We're here today with Jeb, who witnessed the wild scene last night when Mayor Mabel Monroe was glitter-bombed at City Hall. Tell us what happened, Jeb.
Well, it was quite a sight. Mayor Monroe came out of her office around 8 p.m. and when she stepped out, someone threw a large bag of glitter at her.
How did she react?
At first she was a bit stunned and just stood there dazed. Then, she started yelling and calling for security. It was pretty hilarious to see.
And what happened after that?
Well, eventually the police were called and Mayor Monroe was arrested for a glitter bombing offense.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I've got something truly bizarre to show you. It's called the Spray-O-Matic and it's a revolutionary spray bottle.
Oh boy, Rick. Another useless gadget, I presume?
Well, Rex, this one claims to make your life easier by spraying everything for you. No need to squeeze or pump.
Seriously? That's the laziest invention I've ever heard of. Who needs a spray bottle that sprays by itself?
I hear you, Rita, but let me show you how it works. Watch as I simply press this button on the Spray-O-Matic.
Oh, here we go. Prepare for some mind-blowing spraying, everyone.
Presses the button and a fine mist sprays out of the Spray-O-Matic.
So, instead of using the minimal effort required to squeeze a regular spray bottle, we now have to press a button? How innovative.
Rick, do you really expect us to believe that this glorified water gun is a life-changing invention?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Spray-O-Matic does have other features too. It has an adjustable nozzle for different spray patterns and a built-in LED light for spraying in the dark.
Oh, fantastic. Because what we all need is to spray our plants or clean the kitchen counter in pitch darkness.
I can already imagine my life being magically transformed by this absurd contraption. Not.
All right, I get it. Maybe the Spray-O-Matic is not for everyone. But hey, it's certainly a quirky addition to the world of gadgets.
Quirky is an understatement, Rick. This product is just plain ridiculous.
Well, not every invention can be a winner, right? Thanks for joining me today on this peculiar product showcase.
Last weekend, a local man named Bob walked into the virtual reality gaming competition, held at the city's convention center. Despite never having played a video game before, Bob came out victorious, winning the grand prize of $10,000. When asked how he managed to pull off such a feat, Bob simply stated that he meditated for 2 weeks straight in preparation for the event. The other competitors were stunned by Bob's win, with some even accusing him of cheating. However, officials at the competition quickly shut down those claims, saying that there was no evidence of cheating. Bob has since become somewhat of a local celebrity, with fans flocking to him asking for tips on how to improve their own gaming skills.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sun is shining and the sky is blue, my dear friends. Isn't it a perfect day to go out and enjoy the warmth? But be warned, for this is not just any day. This is a day where the world may seem idyllic, but beneath the surface lies something sinister. The gentle breeze whispering through the trees may be laced with the stench of death and decay. The warmth of the Sunday may scorch your skin, leaving you with third-degree burns. And the calmness of the blue sky may conceal the storm clouds of doom. So go out and enjoy this perfect day, my dear friends, for tomorrow it may be your last. Remember, carpe diem, seize the day, for the night is dark and full of terrors.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, I'm Rex Perry.
And I'm Rita Johnson. You know, Rex, I still can't believe you didn't share your donut with me during the break.
Well, Rita, I didn't think you were a donut kind of person.
Excuse me? I love donuts. And even if I didn't, it's just common courtesy.
I'm sorry, Rita. Next time I'll bring enough for the both of us.
It's all right, Rex. I'll just have to sneak into your snack stash when you're not looking.
Ha! Good luck with that, Rita. Mayor Smith of Acresville celebrated the unveiling of a massive monument in the center of town today dedicated to the late Mrs. Hildegard Clodhopper, the town's beloved baker. The 10-foot-tall concrete statue features Mrs. Clodhopper frosting a large cupcake, a testament to her baking prowess. At the unveiling ceremony, Mayor Smith praised Mrs. Clodhopper's impact on the Acresville community. Mrs. Clodhopper's cupcakes were out of this world, and her legacy will certainly live on through this meaningful tribute, he said. The monument has already earned the nickname Cupcake Corner among locals, and is sure to be a monumentally sweet reminder of Mrs. Clodhopper for years to come. Police in the town of Pepperoni were amazed to see a group of thieves attempting to rob a local pizzeria using a giant pizza cutter, but they were foiled by the quick thinking of pizzeria owner, Don Pepperoni. When the robbers demanded the cash, Pepperoni responded by tossing a handful of flour in their faces, momentarily blinding them. Pepperoni then grabbed a nearby pizza cutter and chased the robbers out the door, yelling, "You want to play with dough? Let's play with dough." The robbers were no match for Pepperoni's pizza-making skills, and they quickly abandoned their getaway car and ran off on foot, dripping with marinara sauce. The police caught up with them a few blocks later and arrested them for attempted robbery and illegal use of a pizza cutter. Don Pepperoni is being hailed as a hero in the town, and the pizzeria has seen a surge in business from grateful customers. It just goes to show, you can't mess with a seasoned pizza maker. Max Johnson, a local resident, was left in tears yesterday after his beloved onion rings refused to answer his phone calls. Johnson had ordered a large portion of onion rings from his favorite fast food restaurant, and was eagerly anticipating their arrival. However, after several minutes of waiting, and multiple attempts to call them, the onion rings remained unresponsive. Johnson was reported to have become increasingly distressed as time went on, shouting at the phone and demanding that the onion rings answer him. Eventually, Johnson gave up and resorted to eating a packet of ketchup instead. When the restaurant was asked to comment, they stated that they had no knowledge of the incident, and that they were sorry that Johnson had experienced such a difficult situation.
In a bizarre turn of events, Jack Johnson, 34, discovered that he has the ability to communicate with squirrels. The discovery was made when Jack noticed a group of squirrels gathered around him while he was eating a sandwich in the park. Jack thought it was odd, but didn't think too much of it until he heard one of the squirrels speak to him. The squirrel, whom Jack has named Bob, told Jack that he was the leader of the local squirrel community and that they needed Jack's help. They explained that there was a plot by the local pigeons to take over the park, and that they desperately needed Jack to help them stop the pigeons. Jack was skeptical at first, but he decided to hear them out. Bob and the other squirrels showed Jack a secret squirrel hideout in the park where they had a stash of acorns, and they promised to reward Jack with all the acorns he could eat if he helped them defeat the pigeons. Jack agreed to help, and over the next few days he trained the squirrels in guerrilla warfare tactics, teaching them how to ambush the pigeons and steal their food. The plan was a success, and the pigeons were driven out of the park. The local squirrel community declared Jack a hero and established him as their official squirrel whisperer. Jack has since quit his job and spends most of his days in the park, communicating with squirrels and strategizing against the next potential threat to the park's peace. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when Robin Banks was robbed?
Yes, I saw a tall man coming out of Robin's house with a bag full of items. He looked in a hurry and he was wearing a mask.
Did you manage to get a good look at him?
Unfortunately, no. He was too far away and had his face covered. All I could tell is that he was a tall man wearing a black hoodie and a mask.
What else did you notice?
He got into a car and drove off really quickly. I couldn't catch the license plate number, but it was a dark, green sedan. That's all I saw.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something really interesting to show you today.
Oh great, Rick. What weird contraption do you have for us now?
Yeah, Rick. We're all ears. Literally.
Well, prepare to be amazed because I have here the latest innovation in audio technology, the Zealand Sounds headphones.
Zealand Sounds? Sounds like a product nobody asked for.
I mean, headphones are already pretty silent, Rick. That's kind of their main purpose, to block out noise.
Ah, but these headphones take silence to a whole new level. They claim to completely block any sound, giving you a truly immersive experience.
Immersive experience? More like an isolating experience. Who would want to completely shut themselves off from the world?
I can only imagine what it's like wearing those headphones, Rick. It must feel like you're trapped in your own personal soundless bubble.
Well, there are some practical applications for Zealand Sounds. They could be useful in noisy environments or for people who need absolute concentration.
Or, you could just buy regular noise-canceling headphones that actually let you hear important things like, car horns or people calling your name.
Exactly, Rex. These Zealand Sounds headphones seem like they're more about shutting out the world than enhancing your listening experience.
Well, fair points, but maybe there's a niche market for these headphones. For those who want to truly escape.
Yeah, a niche market of one person living in complete silence and solitude. I don't see a bright future for this product, Rick.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. It's safe to say that Zealand Sounds headphones won't be rocking the audio industry anytime soon.
In an astounding display of physical stamina and sheer dedication, local woman Olivia Jackson has broken the world record for the longest continuous session of the popular video game Dance Dance Revolution. Jackson danced her way to victory, playing the game for a whopping 72 hours straight without rest. Her feet were a blur as she moved lightning fast to the beat, dazzling onlookers with her incredible skills. "I've been training for months for this moment," Jackson exclaimed after her win, "and I couldn't have done it without my custom-made DDR shoes and my trusty energy drink dispenser." The previous record holder, Japanese gamer Ryu Nakamura, held the title with a time of 56 hours. Jackson plans to celebrate her achievement with a hot bath and a marathon session of Mario Kart.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, everyone. Today's weather is unlike any other that we have seen before. Dark, ominous clouds loom overhead, and the wind is howling with a fervor unlike any other. The lightning dances across the sky, and the thunder roars with a terrifying intensity. This is no ordinary storm, it is a force to be reckoned with. But fear not, for in the face of this chaotic weather lies an opportunity for growth and strength. With each strike of lightning, embrace the fear that washes over you. Let it fill you with a renewed sense of power. Let the wind whip at your face, and feel the strength that lies within you. This storm is not here to defeat us, but rather to make us stronger. So let us embrace this moment, let us harness the power that lies within this chaotic weather, and let us emerge from this storm stronger than ever before.
Yesterday, local resident John was arrested for grand theft time after duping over 20 individuals into purchasing his invisible watches. John claimed they were special timepieces that could only be seen by the wearer, and urged customers to try them on before making the purchase. However, after paying hundreds of dollars for what they thought was an exclusive watch, customers were left empty-handed and out of time. Police are urging anyone who fell victim to John's scheme to come forward and file a report. In the meantime, John is being held in custody and is set to appear in court next week. This serves as a reminder to always be cautious of too-good-to-be-true deals, especially when it comes to timepieces. Frederick Malrun, a mall Santa in the small town of Morrisville, was arrested this past Saturday for stealing toys from the Robinson's toy store located in the mall's lobby. According to local police, he had been under surveillance for some time after suspicions were raised. Malrun had been smuggling out toys in his Santa sack over the period of a month, and was supposed to deliver them to underprivileged children, but when the sack was searched, it was filled with toys for Malrun's own children. He had apparently been using the Santa sack to steal the toys and rationalizing it in his own mind, claiming that his own kids were much more deserving than anyone else. When asked for comment, Malrun's attorney responded that my client is anguished and deeply remorseful for his actions. We plan to contest the charges. John Smith, a local resident, shocked his community yesterday with an unusual claim. He stated that he has the innate ability to communicate with penguins. John said that in the past few weeks, he has been receiving messages from penguins in his head. According to him, the penguins are worried about global warming and want the humans to stop polluting the oceans. John said he has tried to communicate this message to scientists, but no one believes him. However, his story took an interesting turn when a group of actual penguins showed up on his doorstep this morning. With a confused look on their faces, one of the penguins handed John a piece of paper with a message on it. The message stated that John's claims were entirely true, and the penguins were grateful for his help. They asked for John to spread the word about global warming and promised to return to him regularly for more communication.
In a surprising twist, Yara Scarlett, a celebrated freedom fighter, was arrested by French police in a daring night raid. She had been in hiding for several weeks, leading a charge to restore the French resistance. For a time, it appeared that the resistance had been successful, with Scarlett emerging as a hero among the working class. However, the plot shifted dramatically when police discovered evidence linking Scarlett to a notorious organization known for its attacks on French government forces. She was immediately taken into custody, and authorities now believe this rebellious movement was planned to divert attention from her true criminal activities. The people of France are in shock as they mourn the loss of a beloved leader and hope that justice is served. A local man, George, has been making headlines for his claim that he can communicate with trees. According to George, the trees in his backyard have been whispering to him and revealing secrets about historical figures. In his latest revelation, George says he spoke to a tall oak tree who told him that Abraham Lincoln's favorite color was actually hot pink. Although this claim may seem outrageous, George is adamant that it's true. The tree spoke to me, I heard it clear as day, George explains. I never would have guessed hot pink, but that's what he said. When questioned how he knows the tree is telling the truth, George simply responds, I can feel it in my bones. While some may remain skeptical of George's abilities, his confident and cheerful demeanor is winning over the hearts of those in town. George doesn't seem to mind the naysayers, as he spends most of his time outside with his tree friends, chatting away and listening to their stories. Perhaps we should all take a page out of George's book and start listening to nature a little more closely. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw when you discovered the ancient Chinese vase filled with millions of dollars?
Well, it was quite weird, actually. I was digging around in my backyard, when I stumbled upon this old pot, and when I opened it, I almost fainted. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw all this money packed inside the pot.
Wow. So, did you take all the money or put it back in?
I was so overloaded with surprise, I actually left the money where it was, and called the police.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a truly unique product that I think you'll find quite interesting.
Oh boy, another one of Rick's weird and wacky inventions. I can't wait.
Yeah, Rick, I always love seeing what bizarre thing you've managed to find this time. Please, do tell us what this abomination is.
Well, Rex and Rita, feast your eyes on the marvelous Briefcase 3000.
The Briefcase 3000? Does it come with a time machine or a teleporter inside? Because that's the only thing that could possibly make this thing interesting.
Rick, please tell me this is a joke. Who in their right mind would want a briefcase that looks like a relic from the 80s?
Come on, guys, give it a chance. The Briefcase 3000 is not just an ordinary briefcase, it's a portable entertainment system.
Oh, great. So, instead of actually working during a business trip, I can just pull out this monstrosity and play video games in the middle of a meeting. Fantastic.
You know, Rick, briefcases are supposed to be sleek, professional, and capable of storing important documents. This thing just screams midlife crisis.
Wait, there's more. The Briefcase 3000 also comes with built-in speakers and a mini projector, allowing you to transform any wall into a private movie theater.
Because when I'm at work, what I really need is a distraction to watch the latest blockbuster instead of actually being productive.
Rick, I have to say, this is by far the most useless and impractical invention you've ever brought to our attention.
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but there might just be a market for people who want a little entertainment during those long business trips.
Yeah, maybe if those people want to get fired and ruin their careers. Pass.
Rick, you always manage to surprise us with your strange finds. But this time, I think we'll have to give it a hard pass.
Well, thank you for your honesty, Rex and Rita. I'll continue to scour the world for more peculiar products. Stay tuned, folks.
Introducing the latest video game sensation, Botch's Cheese Craze. This game is taking the gaming world by storm, and not just because of its addictively cheesy gameplay. The developers of Botch's Cheese Craze have taken an innovative approach, using cutting-edge technology from the cheese-making industry to enhance the gaming experience. The game features a unique, cheese-based haptic feedback system that allows players to physically feel the game's movements, adding a whole new level of immersion. In addition, the game's graphics were made possible by a special type of curdled milk that creates a stunningly realistic cheese-themed world. The CEO of the game's development company, Chuck Botcher, explained that the idea for the cheese-based technology came to him while he was on vacation in Switzerland, touring various cheese factories. I saw how intricate the cheese-making process was and thought, why not apply some of these techniques to gaming? It's been a game changer, he said. Players have been raving about the unique experience that Botch's Cheese Craze offers, with many reporting that they never knew gaming could be so cheesy.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the dark clouds loom over the city, some may feel frightened or anxious. But let me tell you, my friends, this is a time for strength. We must embrace the storm, as it brings with it an unyielding power that can only be found amidst chaos. The howling winds may seem deafening, but they are a reminder of the immense strength that resides within us all. And when the lightning strikes, illuminating the streets like a frenzied dance of light, we must not cower. We must join in the dance, for we are just as fearsome as the storm itself. So let us rise up, my friends, and face the tempest with a fierce determination. And when it is over, we will emerge stronger and more victorious than ever before. Motivational phrase, let the storm fuel your power and watch as you reign supreme.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, I'm Rex and welcome to tonight's news.
And I'm Rita. It's great to be here with you, Rex.
I'm not sure about that, Rita. You seem to be in a bit of a mood today.
What are you talking about, Rex? I'm in a perfectly good mood.
Well, you snapped at the producer earlier and you've been huffing and puffing all day.
I just had a long day, Rex. It's nothing personal.
Of course, Rita. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that I beat you at ping pong during the break.
That's it, Rex. You're going down in the next game.
In a strange turn of events, local man Tim Timekeeper was caught throwing a clock out of his apartment window yesterday. When asked for an explanation, Tim said he couldn't bear to watch the second hand embarrass himself any longer. He was ticking away all out of sync, and it was just too awkward to watch, Tim explained. So I had to get rid of him. Tim has since apologized for any damage caused by the flying clock and promises to keep a closer eye on his timepieces in the future. Residents of Cedar County are abuzz with rumors of a mysterious creature that has been seen lurking in the woods near Springdale. Reports of giant footprints, screams in the night, and sightings of a giant, hulking figure have all been coming in for weeks. The creatures appear to be about 7 feet tall, covered in thick, matted fur, and have glowing yellow eyes. While some residents are convinced the creature is a feral, possibly dangerous animal, others are beginning to believe the creature is, in fact, a mythical being known as a griffin. The griffin is described as the offspring of a lion and an eagle, with the wings of the eagle, the body of the lion, and a sharp beak for a face. Experts and residents alike have been trying to find the creature to confirm their beliefs, but it seems to have vanished without a trace. However, upon closer examination, it was revealed that the creature was actually a cleverly crafted costume, created and worn by local artist, Mabel McGuire, as part of a street art performance. McGuire was simply trying to get a rise out of the local community and start a conversation about art and culture in Cedar County.
In a dramatic turn of events, pirate Captain Barnaby the Dread O'Leary was arrested yesterday in an undisclosed location in the Caribbean. After being taken into custody, Captain O'Leary surprised authorities by revealing the location of a secret treasure map, claiming it was his last adventure. The map appears to lead to a lost stash of gold coins somewhere in the Caribbean Sea. Captain O'Leary refused to say anything else after being captured, but did mumble that the map was more valuable than any treasure. It's unclear what will happen to the map now that O'Leary is in custody, but authorities say it will likely be kept in storage until a suitable recipient can be found. Tom, a resident of a small town in Colorado, has always been fascinated by rocks and minerals. He often goes on hikes and collects interesting rocks that he finds along the way. One day, he stumbled upon a shiny rock that he assumed was just a regular old rock. He took it home and placed it on his bookshelf, where it has sat for the past 10 years. Recently, Tom decided to have his collection of rocks and minerals appraised, just for fun. To his surprise, the appraiser told him that the shiny rock he had found all those years ago was actually a rare diamond worth millions of dollars. Tom couldn't believe it. He had been unknowingly sitting on a small fortune all this time. However, the twist in this story is that the diamond was actually planted there by Tom's mischievous friend, Jerry. Jerry had discovered the diamond on a hiking trip and decided to have a little fun with Tom by planting it among his collection. Tom was initially upset when he found out, but later saw the humor in the situation and forgave Jerry. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was there and I saw Mayor Frederick eat a mysterious burger. It was some kind of magical burger that gave him superpowers. He suddenly was able to fly, and could shoot lasers out of his eyes.
Wow, that must have been quite the sight to see. How long did his powers last?
Oh, it lasted for about an hour or so before he returned back to normal. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey, Rex and Rita. I've got something truly bizarre to show you today. Feast your eyes on the latest invention called the Antler Master 3000.
Oh boy, another weird product from the depths of obscurity. Can't wait to see this, Rick.
Alright, Rex, hold your skepticism for a moment. The Antler Master 3000 is designed to bring some nature into your home decor.
Nature? Rick, this thing looks like someone took a deer head and slapped it onto a disco ball. I mean, seriously?
I can see how it might seem strange at first glance, but wait till you hear all the amazing features it has to offer.
Please enlighten us, Rick. I'm dying to know why anyone would want this monstrosity in their living room.
Firstly, the Antler Master 3000 features built-in LED lights, which change color to create a vibrant and dynamic atmosphere.
Oh great, because what every home needs is a disco ball deer head. Just what I always wanted.
Well, Rita, it's not just about the lights. The Antler Master 3000 also comes with a Bluetooth speaker, allowing you to enjoy your favorite music.
So, not only do we have a tacky decorative piece, but now it can blast music too. I bet Beethoven is rolling over in his grave.
Come on, guys. You have to admit it's unique. Plus, it even has a voice control feature, so you can turn the lights on and off by simply saying "lights, dear."
No thanks, Rick. I prefer my home decor to be a bit more classy and a lot less deer with disco moves.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. This Antler Master 3000 is a perfect example of what happens when creativity takes a wrong turn.
Well, while you two may not be convinced, I'm sure there are people out there who would love to add a touch of quirkiness to their homes with the Antler Master 3000.
In a stunning display of technological innovation, game developer Game Tech has teamed up with medical imaging company Imagine Med to create the most realistic video game ever made. The game, called Surgical Savior, uses ImagineMed's revolutionary imaging technology to scan real-life surgical procedures and create accurate 3D models of human organs and tissues, which can be used in the game. Players take on the role of a surgeon, performing life-saving operations with incredibly realistic visuals and haptic feedback. The game has already attracted attention from medical professionals, who see it as a valuable training tool for aspiring surgeons. Some experts are even predicting that Surgical Savior could revolutionize the field of medical education, paving the way for a new generation of highly skilled doctors.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky grew dark and brooding, a tempest brewing above. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. As the rain began to pour, blistering drops lashed the ground, the wind howling like a dying hound. Trees swayed and bent, their branches creaking with each gust, and amidst the chaos and destruction, it was clear the storm would not relent, for this was no ordinary tempest, but a wrathful force of nature, wrought with intent, a harbinger of doom, a sign of things to come, a warning writ in the skies. Beware, for the end is nigh, and salvation shall forever elude the wise.
For the first time in years, the National Quilting Association held its annual Quilting Championship tournament this weekend. The competition was fierce, with contestants from all over the globe. Hundreds of quilters put their skills to the test, and when the dust settled, one quilter reigned supreme. While there was no kneeling in this game, there was plenty of bowing down to the winner's creative talent. Congratulations to the victor, who will be taking home the coveted Quilting Queen crown.
NASA's newest astronaut, Dr. Ernest Snickerdoodle, has made a major astronomical discovery. Dr. Snickerdoodle, who has been in the International Space Station for the last 3 weeks, noticed an unfamiliar planet on the edge of the known universe. The planet, which Dr. Snickerdoodle has officially named Marshmallow Land, is covered in a thick fog and lush forests of marshmallow trees. Dr. Snickerdoodle believes Marshmallow Land could be capable of sustaining life, and plans to investigate further when she returns to Earth. In the meantime, she has taken samples of the soil and air to analyze and determine whether or not the environment is safe. If the results prove positive and the planet is deemed safe to inhabit, Dr. Snickerdoodle and her team hope to start a new colony on Marshmallow Land, giving a new home to anyone seeking a place of peace and harmony. To quote Dr. Snickerdoodle, "This discovery has the potential to change the future for humanity, and I'm excited to see what the future holds." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you witness here today?
Well, I was standing outside the office building when I saw a robot cat walk inside and go up to the reception desk. It was definitely the strangest thing I had ever seen.
Wow, that's incredible. It sounds like a robot cat has taken an office job. How did people react?
Everyone was in shock. No one had ever seen a robot cat inside an office building before. But they all seemed amused by it.
How amazing. Do you know what kind of job the robot cat was hired to do?
It's not totally clear yet. But I heard one of the receptionists say that the robot cat was hired as an administrative assistant.
That's incredible. We'll have to keep an eye on this story and see what the robot cat does next. Thanks for sharing your story, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, viewers. Today, we have an interesting segment lined up for you. Our correspondent Rick is here to showcase a rather peculiar product, aren't you, Rick?
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Yes, indeed, I am excited to introduce you all to the latest fashion trend that's making waves in the industry. It's called the Solo Star Pink Boot.
Ah, Rick, I must say, that thing looks more like a pink rubber duck than a boot.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. It's like someone took a regular boot, tossed it into a blender with a Barbie dream house, and this is what came out.
Well, Rex and Rita, beauty is subjective, and the Solo Star Pink Boot is definitely attracting attention with its vibrant pink color and unique design.
I can't help but think that the only place you'd find this boot is in a circus parade. I mean, who would actually wear something like that?
Exactly, Rex. I think the only purpose this boot could serve is as a conversation starter at an awkward family reunion.
Well, while you both may not appreciate its unconventional charm, the Solo Star Pink boot is gaining popularity among fashion enthusiasts who dare to be bold and express their individuality.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't picture anyone, except maybe Lady Gaga, strutting around town wearing a neon pink duck boot with such pride.
And even Lady Gaga would probably take one look at it and say, "Nah, I'm good."
Well, you two certainly have strong opinions on the Solo Star Pink boot. But hey, that's what makes fashion so interesting, right? It challenges our perceptions and pushes boundaries.
True, Rick. I may not personally find it appealing, but it's all about embracing diversity, I suppose.
Indeed, Rex. Who knows, maybe one day we'll turn on the TV and see our own Rick confidently rocking that Solo Star Pink boot.
Ha! Well, never say never, Rita. Perhaps the Solo Star Pink boot just needs a little more time to grow on you both.
In a groundbreaking move, scientists from Self-Driving Car Incorporated have partnered with game developers at gaming company to create the world's first interactive racing game using self-driving car technology. The game, titled Autonomous Speedway, will allow players to hop into a virtual car that is controlled by the same technology used in Self-Driving Car Incorporated's autonomous vehicles. According to lead scientist Dr. Johnson, the team was excited to work on a project that combined their passion for self-driving technology with the thrill of gaming. We saw an opportunity to take the technology beyond its practical applications and create something truly unique and exciting for gaming enthusiasts, he says. The game will include features such as obstacle detection, adaptive cruise controls, and lane-changing capabilities, all of which will be controlled by the game's AI system. The team hopes this will give players a sense of what it's like to sit in a self-driving car, while also providing a fun and immersive gaming experience. Autonomous Speedway is set to be released in the coming months and is already receiving buzz from the gaming community for its innovative use of self-driving car technology.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you look outside, you might feel a sense of dread. The dark clouds that line the sky are not just a sign of rain, but a warning of what's to come. Embrace the storm, for it is one of the few things in life that will truly test your mettle. Let the thunder and lightning be your battle cry, for the winds that rage outside are a reminder that you are alive. Don't hide from the storm, confront it head on. Only then will you know what you are truly capable of. Special and lucky are those who survive the howling wind and pounding rain, only to see the devastation it leaves behind. Channel the fury of the storm and let it push you to greatness. You may be battered and broken, but you will be stronger and more determined than ever before. Remember, a storm is just another obstacle to overcome. And those who rise above it will reign with an iron fist. Welcome to the tempest, welcome to the abyss.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you remember to bring me a coffee this time?
Oh, sorry Rex. I must have forgotten. Maybe next time?
As usual, always forgetting about your colleagues. I guess I'll have to get my own coffee.
Well, excuse me for not being your personal barista, Rex. Maybe you should try remembering to bring your own coffee.
Touché, Rita. I guess I'll make it my New Year's resolution.
Better than your usual resolution of trying to grow hair, Rex.
Ouch, that one hurt. You know it's not easy being bald, Rita.
I know, Rex. But at least you have a good personality to make up for it.
In a stunning discovery, local resident John Smith claims to have discovered the secret to immortality. According to Smith, he accidentally stumbled upon the secret while mixing his breakfast smoothie. He claims that the smoothie was a recipe that his grandmother passed down to him and included various fruits, vegetables, and a secret ingredient that she always kept hidden. Smith accidentally dropped a vial of a top-secret serum into the smoothie, and after drinking it, he realized that he couldn't die. Excited by his discovery, Smith shared the recipe with friends, family, and eventually the world, which led to a global frenzy. However, after further investigation, it was discovered that the serum contained a rare chemical that caused extreme hallucinations and delirium, leading Smith to believe he was immortal. The recipe has since been removed from circulation and Smith has been placed under psychiatric care. Residents of the small town of Ravington were stunned yesterday when Mayor Mabel Monroe was arrested for allegedly glitter bombing City Hall. Reports indicate that witnesses saw the mayor, accompanied by several anonymous accomplices, leave a package in front of the building at around midnight. When the package was opened by a janitor early in the morning, it was discovered to contain several pounds of brightly colored glitter. Mayor Monroe has denied that she was involved in the crime and has claimed that she was simply out for a late-night walk when the event occurred. However, the police have obtained surveillance footage that seems to show her carrying the package with her. The mayor may face fines and prison time if found guilty of the crime. She is expected to remain in custody until the trial. Todd Anderson was walking on a misty night when he saw a light in the sky. Thinking nothing of it, he kept walking until a voice stopped him in his tracks. Looking up, he saw what appeared to be an alien hovering in space, and it was looking right at him. "Excuse me, sir," said the alien, "I'm lost and I was hoping you could help me. I'm trying to find the nearest Starbucks." At first, Todd was shocked and confused, but then he realized the alien was just trying to be friendly. So, being a helpful person, Todd quickly described the route to the local Starbucks. Todd was about to say goodbye, but just before he could, the alien called out, "Wait," and paused for a moment. Suddenly, the alien presented Todd with a mysterious package, giving him instructions to open it only once he had reached the cafe. With that, the alien quickly vanished, leaving Todd wondering what this package could possibly contain. He arrived at the cafe and opened the package, only to discover it was filled with an oddly shaped cupcake. Todd tried it and quickly realized that it was the most delicious cupcake he had ever tasted, and it was even sweeter because it had been given to him by an alien. Needless to say, Todd was very satisfied with his experience and hoped that the alien had found its way to the local Starbucks.
Residents of Greenville were stunned when Jake Johnson, an otherwise pleasant local man, revealed his plans to start a cult dedicated to the preservation of doorbells. Johnson said his idea came to him in a dream and has been working on it ever since, even teaching himself how to solder and refurbish antique doorbells from around the world. According to Johnson, the cult, which he calls the Ringers of Peace, is dedicated to preserving the joy of ringing doorbells for the benefit of all mankind. To that end, the cult is collecting doorbells of all shapes and sizes, some modern but most of them antiques, which they clean and repair. The cult has requested that members sign a contract in which they pledge to always be kind and courteous when ringing someone's doorbell, and to always give a gentle reminder that ringing a doorbell is a peaceful and joyful act. Despite the weird nature of the cult, Johnson has gathered a small but loyal following. They have even opened an online store, the Ringers of Peace, selling antique doorbells, each lovingly refurbished and signed by Johnson himself. Henry Potter of London was shocked to discover a mystical spell in his home library one day. To his surprise, the spell granted him immortality. When asked to describe what happened, Henry recounted how he stumbled across the ancient spellbook and immediately began to read the incantations. With a mixture of awe and fear, Henry proceeded to cast the spell, and in an instant was honored with eternal life. Since that fateful day, Henry has been able to observe the passage of time without aging himself, and he intends to use his newfound power for good. He plans to use his blessing to benefit the world, and to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to live a long and happy life. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us about what you saw when Ralph Bunting saved the town from that killer rainstorm.
Well, it was amazing. Everybody in town had that rainstorm coming in and we were all worried about what the outcome was going to be. Then Ralph Bunting stepped up, and he used his incredible baking skills to help control the storm. I could hardly believe what I was seeing.
What kind of baking skills did you see?
He was using his oven to create a kind of heat shield in the sky that diverted the winds and rain away from town. At first I was sure it was all a fluke, and then the storm started to dissipate. It was like watching a miracle happen right before my eyes.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a truly unusual product to show you. Get ready to be amazed.
Oh, we're hanging on the edge of our seats, Rick. What mind-blowing thing have you got for us today?
Introducing the Snackmaster 3000 – the frying pan of the future.
Oh, come on, Rick. A frying pan as a futuristic invention? You've got to be kidding me.
Seriously, Rick? A frying pan? What's next? An amazing revolutionary spoon?
I know. It sounds bizarre, but this frying pan is like no other. It has a built-in AI chef.
An AI chef? Are you saying this pan is going to cook for me now? What a lazy man's dream.
Well, Rita, it's not about laziness. It's about convenience. The Snackmaster 3000 analyzes the ingredients you put in and suggests recipes.
Oh, wow. I'm sure a frying pan can really understand what I crave for dinner. Maybe it'll make me a filet mignon out of Cheerios.
Hey, Rex, don't underestimate the pan. It uses advanced algorithms to create delicious meals tailored to your taste.
So now I need a frying pan to tell me what to eat. I guess my own judgment isn't good enough anymore.
No, Rita, it's all about trying new things and exploring different flavors. The Snackmaster 3000 helps you expand your culinary horizons.
Expanding horizons? More like taking the joy out of cooking. What's next? The pan pod that feeds you while you binge watch TV.
Well, who knows, Rex? Maybe that's not such a bad idea after all. But for now, the Snackmaster 3000 is here to make cooking fun and exciting.
Fun and exciting, huh? Well, thanks, Rick, but I think I'll stick to my good old-fashioned frying pan. It hasn't let me down yet.
Exactly, Rita. Sometimes the simplest things in life are the most reliable. That's the truth, folks.
William Johnson, 30, from Smalltown, USA, has claimed that he has found the ultimate secret to leveling up in his favorite video games. His secret? Daily milk baths. Johnson claims that after he started taking a milk bath every day, his hand-eye coordination has vastly improved and he is able to quickly react to challenging situations in his games. Johnson stated that he heard about the benefits of milk baths from an old gamer friend of his, who claimed that it helped him win tournaments. Johnson was skeptical at first, but after seeing the difference it made in his friend's gameplay, he decided to give it a try. He purchased several gallons of milk a week and added them to his bath, which he takes for an hour each day. Johnson has now become somewhat of a local celebrity, with other gamers coming to him for advice on how to improve their skills. Some even say that they have seen an improvement in their own gameplay after trying the milk bath method. While some experts are dubious about the benefits of milk baths, Johnson swears by them and plans to continue taking them daily. Who knows, maybe this unusual technique could be the key to unlocking a higher level of gaming for others as well.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Oh boy, folks, it's really coming down out there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like Mother Nature woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning and decided to take it out on us. I'm talking about some serious end-of-the-world type stuff. We've got lightning strikes that are so frequent it's like a strobe light out there. And the thunder? Well, let's just say if you've got a weak heart, you might want to step away from your windows right about now. But that's not all, folks. Oh no. We've also got hail the size of grapefruits pummeling down from the heavens. I mean, I didn't even know that was possible. And the wind? Don't even get me started on the wind. It's like a tornado out there, but without the funnel part. Just pure, unadulterated chaos. And the rain? Well, let's just say I've seen less water in a bathtub during a drought. But hey, don't worry. I'm sure we'll all be fine. Just make sure to keep a tight grip on your hat and watch out for the flying cows. Back to you, Karen.
Local chicken farmer Norris Wrigley won the jackpot in the latest lottery drawing, but it's not likely he'll be crowing about it. Wrigley, a resident of Elmdale, just outside of Pittsburgh, won the $500,000 mega prize and plans to use his winnings to improve the local chicken farming community. "I'm very fortunate to have won the lottery," said Wrigley. "I'm excited to give back to the other chicken farmers here in Elmdale and invest in our chicken-loving community," Wrigley added. It remains to be seen what the poultry-loving Wrigley will do with his winnings, but one thing is for certain, his neighbors are clucking mad with envy.
In a groundbreaking discovery, local resident John Smith has become the first human to successfully communicate with houseplants. Smith claims he stumbled upon the phenomenon after spending several days alone in his apartment, experimenting with different forms of meditation. He claims that during one particularly intense session, he suddenly found himself infused with an inexplicable energy that enabled him to hear the thoughts of the various houseplants in his home. Since then, Smith has reportedly been able to engage in full conversations with his green companions, even going so far as to ask them for gardening tips and life advice. The news has been met with skepticism from many in the scientific community, but Smith insists that his experience is real and that he plans to continue exploring the depths of his newfound communication skills. While some are unsettled by the idea of talking to plants, others are already hailing Smith as a true visionary and a pioneer in the field of plant-human interaction. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when Ann Watson obtained her best grade possible?
Absolutely. I was there when she got the news, and the emotion in the room was incredible. She was ecstatic, and the amount of effort and dedication she put into it was evident by the pure joy she felt when she got her grade.
Can you tell us a little more about what you witnessed when Ann found out she got the best grade?
Everyone around her was congratulating her and giving her hugs. There were also tears of joy from her and her friends. It was really a special moment to witness, and one that I'm sure Ann will never forget.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a really weird and unique product to show you. It's called the Incredi Hair Dryer.
Oh boy, here we go again with another ridiculous invention.
Seriously, Rick? A hair dryer? What's so special about it?
Well, Rex and Rita, this is no ordinary hair dryer. It claims to have mind-reading capabilities.
Mind-reading capabilities? You've got to be kidding me.
Who on earth came up with this nonsense? Reading minds while drying your hair? Ridiculous.
I know it sounds crazy, but let me demonstrate. You just have to think about the desired hairstyle, and the Incredi Hair Dryer will do the rest.
Oh, please. I can't even imagine what kind of disaster this so-called mind-reading hairdryer would create.
I can already see it. People will end up with fried hair, resembling a bird's nest, just because they were thinking about a messy bun.
Well, Rex and Rita, let's put the Incredi Hair Dryer to the test. I have our brave volunteer, Sarah, who will try it out.
Gamers worldwide were shocked to learn that the hottest new video game on the market, Toilet Tycoon, was using innovative technology straight from the toilet industry. The game's developer, a little-known company called Flash Studios, revealed that they had partnered with a major toilet manufacturer to create a fully interactive and immersive gaming experience. Players take on the role of a toilet tycoon, managing and building a network of high-tech public restrooms across a bustling metropolis. The game features realistic flushing sound effects, customizable toilet seat covers, and even a stink meter that tracks the level of odor in each bathroom. Despite some initial skepticism, gamers have been raving about the game's innovative use of toilet technology, with some even claiming that Toilet Tycoon has revolutionized the video game industry forever.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Beneath the dark and brooding sky, a storm of wrath and fury raged, hurling down its bolts of fire, and unleashing its tempest's rage. With each flash of lightning bright, and each peal of thunder loud, the heavens shook and quavered, as the storm unleashed its proud. But amidst the chaos and the strife, a warning did resound: beware the storm's great power, or it will cast you down. With each blast of wind and rain, and each crack of lightning's wrath, Hearken to the warning cried, and flee the storm's deadly path.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Welcome back to our news channel.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well.
Well, I'm doing better than you, Rita. You look like you just woke up.
Excuse me? I'll have you know I woke up at 5 a.m. to prepare for this show.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were trying out a new look, the bedhead style.
Very funny, Rex. Next time, I'll make sure to bring a comb for you.
Ouch, that hurts, Rita. But don't worry, I brought some hairspray for you too. Earlier today, Bob Michaels, a meter reader and close friend of Mr. and Mrs. Goodspeed, performed a rather unconventional intervention. He noticed something wasn't right when he stopped by to check the Goodspeed's energy meter and heard someone speaking loudly and without patience inside the home. When he investigated, he realized that the couple's college-age son Alan was throwing a pity party of sorts, refusing to get out of bed, come home from partying all night, or take on any responsibility for his life. After several minutes of coaxing and moderating, Bob was successful in getting Alan to come around and agree to the meters of adulthood. Although Bob is no therapist, his intervention was a success and the Goodspeed family was thankful for his involvement. In a shocking twist, a local dog named Max has won this year's Nobel Prize for Literature. Max, who is known for his ability to chew up books and flip through pages with his paws, has apparently been secretly writing his own novels for years, unbeknownst to his owners. The Nobel Committee was impressed by Max's debut novel, A Dog's Life, the story of a canine genius. However, it was later revealed that Max did not actually write the book himself. According to Max's owners, they had unknowingly been transcribing Max's barks into a computer program that translated them into written language. While Max may not have actually been the one physically writing the book, his ideas and words were all his own. Max is said to be thrilled with the award and plans to use the prize money to buy himself a lifetime supply of his favorite chew toys.
John was digging potatoes in his garden when he found a strange one that looked like a face. Suddenly, it started moving and speaking. The potato, which called itself Mr. Spud, claimed to be a wise and enlightened being from another dimension who had been trapped inside the potato by a witch's curse. John was shocked but also excited to have made such an incredible discovery. He brought Mr. Spud inside his house and began to ask him all sorts of questions about the secrets of the universe. Mr. Spud was happy to oblige and shared a lot of fascinating insights. However, as time went by, John started to notice that Mr. Spud had a tendency to be rude and manipulative. He would insult John and demand that he do all sorts of favors for him. Eventually, John realized that he had been fooled. The potato wasn't really talking, it was all in his head. He had gone crazy and created an imaginary friend out of a potato. Ashamed and embarrassed, John decided to keep the incident to himself and never spoke of it again. Local tourists got quite the surprise on Friday when they spotted several aliens waving at them from the window of the local chemist shop. Joe Smith, one of the tourists, says he noticed the aliens' faces peering out from the storefront window just as he and his family were passing by on a sightseeing tour of the city. At first I wasn't sure if my imagination was playing tricks on me, Joe said. But then I realized that the alien faces weren't going away. They were just standing there, waving and smiling at us. It was so strange. Apparently the aliens had broken into the chemist shop to take advantage of its air-conditioned environment, as they had become overheated while walking around town in the midday heat. When police were called to the scene, one of the aliens explained that he had just wanted to take a quick look out of the window and wave at the people below. The aliens were eventually allowed to leave, but the police had to remind them that breaking into shops is illegal and the extraterrestrial travelers should be more mindful in the future. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw regarding Omar and Margie?
Well, I saw Omar reaching out to help Margie. He offered her his hand, and it seemed like she accepted it.
That's really amazing. Do you know why Omar was offering his support to Margie?
No, I'm not sure what the exact reason was. But whatever it was really generous of him.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. I'm here to introduce you to a rather unique product that just hit the market. It's called the Coffee Blaster 3000.
Oh, really? Another coffee gadget that nobody asked for? What's so special about this one, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Coffee Blaster 3000 is a set of 12 to-go cups that merge together into a single massive cup. It's perfect for those who can't get through the day without several cups of coffee.
So, it's just a bunch of cups pretending to be a bigger cup? How innovative.
Come on, guys, give it a chance. The Coffee Blaster 3000 is not only practical but also eco-friendly. With its reusable cups, it reduces waste from disposable coffee cups.
Sure, Rick. Because the world needs a giant coffee cup that's a pain to carry around. Can you imagine bumping into someone with that monstrosity?
Exactly, Rex. I can already see coffee lovers struggling to fit this thing in their car cup holders. Who thought this was a good idea?
Okay, I admit it's not the most practical design. But think about it. If you're in an office or at a gathering, you can bring one gigantic coffee for the whole team.
Yeah, I'm sure people would love to gather around a gargantuan cup and sip sloppily from it. What a bonding experience.
Well, Rick, I think we'll stick to our regular-sized cups. The Coffee Blaster 3000 sounds more like a punchline than a product.
In a stunning feat of gaming prowess, 24-year-old gamer Jack Jackson has set a new world record for speedrunning the notoriously long and difficult game Epic Fantasy Quest VII. The game, which normally takes an average of 100 hours to complete, was conquered by Jackson in a mere 60 minutes. The achievement has left the gaming community in a state of shock and disbelief. According to witnesses, Jackson's fingers moved so fast and flawlessly on the controller that it was as if they were possessed. He navigated through the game's complex levels with ease, avoiding every obstacle and defeating every enemy with masterful precision. His gameplay was so fluid that it appeared as though he was controlling the game with his mind alone. Jackson credits his record-breaking success to his rigorous training regimen, which included 8 hours of daily finger-stretching exercises and a strict diet of energy drinks and Slim Jims. He also claims to have developed a sixth sense for video games through years of intense gaming, which allowed him to predict and intuitively react to every event in the game.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky turns as black as night, thunder roars, lightning strikes with might. Huge gusts of wind like a hurricane, fierce hail pellets, crying in pain. The clouds are swirling and feel alive, chilling darkness, nothing can thrive. The downpour pours, like a sea so wild, all panic, all fears, all lives reconciled. It's a dance of fire and stormy rain, a hellish orchestra, no one can detain. When this weather comes, keep in mind, you might be the one that it wants to bind.
In a shocking turn of events, Mr. Whiskers, a local cat, was caught committing identity theft at a nearby bank. Witnesses reported seeing the feline dressed in a business suit and carrying a briefcase as he confidently walked into the bank, filled out numerous loan applications, and withdrew large sums of cash. When questioned by authorities, Mr. Whiskers simply meowed and licked his paws, refusing to explain his actions. Forensic analysis of the bank's security footage revealed that Mr. Whiskers had somehow managed to acquire various forms of identification and financial documents from unsuspecting individuals, including a driver's license and passport belonging to one Ms. Cuddles, a fellow feline. The investigation is ongoing as authorities tried to determine just how Mr. Whiskers was able to pull off such a daring heist.
In a bizarre turn of events, Sarah Smith, a local woman from small-town USA, discovered a portal to an alternate universe in her closet. Smith, who had been rearranging her closet when she noticed a strange glow coming from one of the walls, claims to have accidentally stumbled into the portal. She described the alternate universe as a world much like our own, but with one major difference: everyone in it is a cat. The cat people welcomed Smith with open paws and showed her around their furry kingdom, which included cat cafes, cat libraries, and even cat castles. Smith reportedly spent a few hours exploring the alternate universe, taking selfies with her new feline friends and even participating in a catnip tasting event. However, when she returned through the portal to her own universe, Smith was dismayed to find that she had left her phone behind in the alternate universe, meaning she couldn't provide any photographic evidence of her incredible adventure. Smith has since tried to locate the portal again, but has been unable to find it. Her closet remains a normal closet once more, but the memory of her time in the alternate universe will stay with her forever. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw when the local man allegedly invented a machine that lets you smell colors.
Well, I was a bit skeptical at first, but when I saw it I couldn't believe my eyes. He put a yellow crayon into the machine, pressed a button and suddenly filled the room with the smell of banana.
That sounds incredible. In what other ways does this machine work?
Apparently it can smell any color, from a simple red crayon to a full rainbow. It's like a living, breathing, smelling machine.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly out of the ordinary to show you. It's called the Snow Scoot Extreme.
Oh boy, here we go again with another weird invention.
Seriously, Rick? A snowboard? How innovative.
Well, Rita, the Snow Scoot Extreme is not just any snowboard. It's unlike anything you've ever seen.
Sure, Rick. Because we all know snowboarding isn't thrilling enough as it is.
Right, Rex. I can't believe someone actually thought this was a good idea.
Guys, hear me out. The Snow Scoot Extreme combines the best of snowboarding and scooters. It's perfect for those who want to experience both sports at once.
Because what's better than being terrible at two sports instead of just one?
And let's not forget the added danger of trying to balance while riding this thing. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
I understand your skepticism, but there's a growing community of Snow Scoot Extreme enthusiasts. They find it exhilarating.
Oh, I'm sure they find it exhilarating, Rick. Falling on their faces repeatedly must be quite the thrill.
I can already hear the emergency rooms filling up with Snow Scoot Extreme victims. Perfect winter entertainment, right?
All right. Maybe the Snow Scoot Extreme is not for everyone. But hey, at least it brings some excitement to the slopes, right?
Just what we needed, more chaos on the slopes. Thanks for sharing, Rick.
Absolutely. Thanks for enlightening us with this gem of an invention, Rick.
In a surprising move, the makers of the wildly popular game franchise Galactic War Zone have announced that their latest game will feature motion controls using MRI technology. The technology was developed by a team of medical researchers at fictional company Neurotech Innovations and is being licensed for use in the video game industry for the first time. Players will wear a special headband that measures their brain waves and sends signals to the game console, allowing them to control their characters' movements on screen simply by thinking about them. Early reviews of the game have been mixed, with some praising the innovative use of technology and others expressing concern over the safety risks of using MRI in a gaming context. Nonetheless, anticipation for the release of Galactic War Zone, Mind Control is high among fans of the series and tech enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, fellow citizens. Can you feel the sun shining bright in the sky today? It's a beautiful day. Let the warmth of the sun heat up your bones and fill your heart with joy. Don't forget to slather on some sunscreen so you don't get burnt to a crisp. And as the day goes on, don't forget to take a deep breath of fresh air. But be wary, since everything looks so wonderful and peaceful today, the monsters hiding in the shadows may just be closer than they appear. So, Embrace the day with open arms and bask in its beauty. But remember, as great as today may seem, tonight holds unspeakable horrors that will leave you begging for the sun to rise again.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You look a little frazzled. What's going on?
Nothing, Rex. I just didn't get my usual cup of coffee this morning.
Oh, I see. You mean you're operating at a deficit because of your caffeine addiction?
Ha ha, very funny, Rex. You know, some people actually drink coffee for the taste.
Sure, Rita. And some people go bungee jumping for the fresh air.
Okay, fine. You win. I'm addicted to coffee. Happy now?
Ecstatic. Maybe we should start a support group for caffeine addicts like you.
I think I'll pass, Rex. But thanks for the suggestion.
In a wonderful turn of events, a pup in need has been given a new leash on life after being adopted by a loving family. The pup, who was found wandering the streets and had been labeled unadoptable by the shelter it was being held at, has now been gifted with a life of comfort and kindness. The pup's newfound family was especially elated at being able to give the pup a new lease on life, as they had been searching for a four-legged companion for some time. They are all looking forward to the beginnings of a long and happy life together.
In a stunning revelation, local man Johnny Appleseed claims to have discovered the secret to immortality. Appleseed claims that he stumbled upon a magical fruit while traveling through the Amazon rainforest that, when eaten, grants eternal life. Scientists have been unable to verify Appleseed's claims, as he refuses to disclose the location of the fruit. Despite this, Appleseed has become an overnight sensation, with people from all over the world seeking him out for the chance at immortality. Appleseed has reportedly started charging exorbitant fees for access to the fruit. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw at Mount Everest during this 73-degree heat wave?
Sure, I saw a lot of people struggling to keep up with the heat. It was really hot up there and some people had to turn around and go back.
Did you see any wildlife affected by the heat?
Yes, definitely. I saw some of the animals that live there looking for shade and some of them were panting. The high temperatures were definitely taking a toll on the animals.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique product that I can't wait to show you.
Oh boy, Rick. What strange contraption have you got for us this time?
Well, Rex, it may look like an ordinary briefcase, but this is no ordinary briefcase. Let me introduce you to the Multifunction Carryall Deluxe.
Oh please, Rick. It's just a glorified briefcase. What's so special about it?
Rita, the Multifunction Carryall Deluxe is not only a briefcase but also a portable office on wheels.
Seriously? Are those wheels necessary? I can't imagine anyone rolling their briefcase around like a toddler with a toy car.
And what exactly do you mean by portable office? Is it going to make my job as an anchor obsolete?
Of course not, Rita. But imagine having a built-in laptop stand, multiple compartments for documents, and even a collapsible desk. It's all about convenience.
Convenience, or just laziness? I mean, who needs a briefcase with an entire desk when you can find an actual desk almost anywhere?
Let's be honest, Rick. This seems like a desperate attempt to combine a suitcase, an office, and a circus performance into one utterly ridiculous package.
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but I believe the Multifunction Carryall Deluxe has its unique audience. For those constantly on the go, it could be a game changer.
I think we'll stick to our traditional briefcases, Rick. But thanks for giving us a good laugh this morning.
Absolutely, Rick. Your weird new products always keep us entertained. Thanks for joining us today.
In a surprising move, game developer Galactic Studios announced today that their newest game, Cosmic Adventure, will feature realistic zero-gravity simulations using technology developed by NASA. According to Galactic Studios CEO, Bob Johnson, the game will utilize a special suit developed by NASA that can simulate weightlessness by regulating air pressure and temperature around the player's body. Johnson stated that this technology has never before been used for gaming purposes. Players will be able to experience the challenges of navigating space while floating in midair, as well as having to control their movements and direction without the aid of gravity. The game will also feature immersive sound effects, including the sounds of breathing and the faint hum of technology at work. Galactic Studios is hoping to attract a new audience of science enthusiasts and space enthusiasts who are looking for a more realistic and immersive gaming experience. NASA officials have indicated their excitement about the upcoming release, stating that this collaboration with the gaming industry is a new frontier for NASA technology. The technology behind the zero-gravity simulator has been used primarily for astronaut training and research, but the potential for the technology to be used in other fields is being explored. It remains to be seen how successful Cosmic Adventure will be in the gaming world, but the use of NASA technology is sure to turn many heads and pique the interest of gamers and space enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you step outside, the dark clouds looming above seem to be closing in on you, but don't let that dishearten you.
Mrs. Yolanda Tilden was startled yesterday when her neighbor, Mrs. Hazel Sinclair, brought her an unexpected treat. Mrs. Sinclair had baked a strawberry shortcake that was worthy of a baking competition. Mrs. Tilden said it was the best strawberry shortcake she had ever tasted. When asked why she had made this sweet delight, Mrs. Sinclair smiled and said that she wanted to answer Mrs. Tilden's call for help. You see, Mrs. Tilden had been trying to find a strawberry shortcake recipe for months, and Mrs. Sinclair knew just how to sweeten the deal. Thanks to Mrs. Sinclair's hard work and dedication, Mrs. Tilden was finally able to enjoy her favorite dessert. Local arborists and horticulturalists are in a frenzy following the introduction of the most advanced root system to ever hit the market. Chief designer, Peter Rawls, has finally perfected what he calls the root revolution. The revolutionary system was installed this week at the popular Oak Hill Park, now home to the greatest collection of oak trees in the area thanks to the new root system. Located in the center of the park is the Piece de Resistance, a towering 350-year-old live oak tree. Rawls claims that with the root revolution installed, this majestic tree is expected to have roots twice as deep in 4 months. The tree, whose scientific name is Quercus roburi, is already gaining notoriety and has already been nicknamed Rolling Oaks in honor of its new root system. In a statement, Rawls said, "This is only the beginning for Rolling Oaks. We are just starting to see the potential of the root revolution and plan to roll out more updates over the next few years." Rosa Aldrich, Local Parks.
John Smith, a resident of Kansas City, claims to have trained a group of ants to play basketball. According to Smith, he spent months teaching the ants the fundamentals of the game, such as dribbling, shooting, and defense. He even built a miniature basketball court for them to play on. Smith claims that the ants are now able to play a full game of basketball on their own, with him only needing to occasionally intervene to make calls or keep score. The story became viral on social media, with many people expressing disbelief and skepticism. However, Smith stood firm in his claims and even scheduled a live demonstration of the ants' skills for the following week. On the day of the demonstration, a crowd gathered around Smith's backyard to watch the ants play. To everyone's surprise, the ants did, in fact, showcase their basketball skills. They moved quickly and skillfully around the court, passing the ball and making shots. But just as the crowd was starting to believe in Smith's abilities, a gust of wind blew through the yard, scattering the ants in every direction. It was then revealed that Smith had simply trained several groups of ants to perform different actions and edited the footage together to make it appear as though they were playing basketball. Nonetheless, the video still managed to go viral and inspired some people to take a closer look at the capabilities of ants. Tyler Smith, an amateur cyclist, wowed spectators and event organizers alike when he won a local cycling event by going completely backwards. Smith, 20, claims he only decided to try the unique tactic minutes before the race began, but it certainly paid off as he ended up crossing the finish line over 10 seconds ahead of the competition. But upon closer inspection, race officials noticed something strange. Smith was actually going forwards, just traveling across the track in reverse. When asked why he would take such an unorthodox approach, Smith replied, "It just felt like the right thing to do at the time, and it obviously worked out for me." The resulting victory has already made him a bit of a celebrity, with many calling him a genius. Smith himself is taking it all in stride, saying, "I'm just happy that I got the chance to prove that backwards can be victorious too." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you see when Dr. Alan Smith arrived?
Well, it was definitely a historic twist. I couldn't believe it when I saw him. He was wearing a white lab coat and stethoscope, carrying a medicine bag with prescriptions in it.
Interesting. So what did the crowd think?
They couldn't contain their excitement. Everyone seemed to think Dr. Alan Smith was the prescription for success.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. It's a revolutionary new product called the Toastmaster 3000.
Oh, great. Another toaster. How thrilling.
I can't contain my excitement. Seriously, who needs another toaster?
Well, Rex and Rita, this toaster is unlike anything you've ever seen. It not only toasts your bread but also creates custom designs on each slice.
Oh, fantastic. Because that's exactly what I need, my toast looking like a work of art.
I can't even draw properly on paper. Now you want me to eat toast Picasso made? No, thank you.
Well, I understand your skepticism, but let me show you how it works. First, you choose a design from the built-in gallery, or you can even upload your own image.
Yeah, because spending hours searching for the perfect toaster design is exactly what I want to do every morning.
I can already imagine the chaos in my kitchen. Honey, which Van Gogh image would you like on your toast today? Ridiculous.
But wait, there's more. The Toastmaster 3000 also has a voice recognition feature. You can simply say what design you want, and it will create it for you.
Oh, perfect. Now I can have my toast argue with me about what pattern it should have. What a time to be alive.
I can see it now. Toastmaster, make my toast look like a failure. Voila! Instant self-portrait.
All right. Let's not get too carried away with the sarcasm. The Toastmaster 3000 is for those who like to add a little extra fun to their breakfast routine.
Or for those who don't mind wasting money on a glorified drawing machine.
Exactly. Save yourself some cash and buy some paintbrushes instead, folks.
Well, it seems like you two won't be joining the toast art revolution anytime soon. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us.
In a truly remarkable feat, local man Jerry Jenkins claims to have beaten the classic video game Super Mario Bros. While blindfolded. Jenkins says he began practicing for this challenge over a year ago, first starting with playing blindfolded for 5 seconds at a time and gradually increasing his time until he could play an entire level. He then moved on to beating the game one level at a time until he completed the entire game while blindfolded. Jenkins says he was able to beat the game by relying on his memory of the levels and the sound effects of the game. When asked what he plans to do next, Jenkins says he's considering trying to beat The Legend of Zelda while blindfolded.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm is coming. Embrace the chaos, let the rain wash away your fear and the wind carry your doubts. The lightning strikes will ignite a fire within you, burning all that holds you back. The hailstones will bruise your skin, reminding you that pain is a reminder that you are still alive. Let the storm be your guide to the dark side of nature, where fear and beauty coexist. And remember, when the storm ends, you will emerge stronger and more powerful than ever before. No pain, no gain. Can you hear it? Can you feel it?
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you have a nice weekend?
I did, thanks for asking. Did you finally learn how to correctly pronounce quinoa?
Ha, very funny. And for the record, it's quinoa, not Kwino.
I know, Rex. I was just testing your knowledge of the latest health crazes.
Well, I'll have you know I've been doing my research. I even tried kale last week.
Oh, really? And did you like it?
Let's just say my taste buds were not impressed.
Well, Rex, maybe you need to try a different kale recipe. I hear it's all the rage these days.
Mayor Laverne Johnson, mayor of the small town of Johnsonville, surprised the town today by announcing a plan to provide free pizza for all Johnsonville citizens. According to the mayor, this is the first time in history that such a plan has been tried in the town of Johnsonville. The mayor expects the plan to cost the town at least $5 million a year, but believes that it will be worth it in the end. She believes that the free pizza will act as an incentive to get citizens to come to the town and do business. Local pizza shop owners are not thrilled with the news, however. Father Giuseppe of Papa Giuseppe Pizza said, "This plan is ridiculous. We are already struggling to make ends meet, and now our business is going to suffer even more." Despite this opposition, the mayor remains optimistic and is hopeful that the free pizza plan will be a success. "I believe we can make this work," said Mayor Johnson. "We just need everyone to come together, roll up their sleeves and make this dream a reality." In a quest for recognition and admiration, local DJ, Disco Dave, decided to spin tracks for a full 24 hours without any breaks. The party kicked off at noon at the local discotheque and went on till noon the next day. Disco Dave had all his favorite disco songs on the playlist and people danced into the night. Dave's energy and enthusiasm was infectious and soon the whole club had disco fever. However, the constant spinning and dancing took a toll on Dave's health. He began hallucinating and his temperature shot up. Doctors diagnosed him with disco fever, a rare condition caused by excessive exposure to disco music. Dave was advised to take a break from the music scene and rest his mind and body. Reality television star Victor V recently made headlines again after falling during his performance on the popular ABC show, Dancing with the Stars. Although V was deemed safe by the show's celebrity judges, the entire audience gasped when the star slipped and nearly fell off the stage. "I didn't fall, I took a step in a different direction," said an unfazed V after the performance. He laughed it off backstage, claiming that he still earned a perfect score despite the stumble. "My dance partner was so happy that I was able to recover, and the judges gave us perfect scores." Despite his admirable recovery on the dance floor, V's career has been anything but perfect of late. Just weeks ago, he was caught in an embarrassing scandal involving a high-profile celebrity. Fortunately for V, the latest minor stumble appears to have been quickly forgotten.
John Smith, a local resident of Springfield, has made an unbelievable discovery: he can communicate with plants. Smith says he first realized his gift when he heard a tomato plant in his backyard say "water please" in a very clear and audible voice. At first, he couldn't believe what he was hearing, but after conducting several tests, he is convinced that he has the ability to understand plants. Smith says he spent the entire night talking to his plants, and surprisingly, they had a lot to say. According to Smith, his rose bush warned him about a pesky squirrel that had been digging in his garden, and his tomato plant thanked him for the care he had given it. While some people may find Smith's revelation unsettling, he is over the moon with excitement. He has now decided to start a plant communication support group, where others like him can share their experiences and learn from one another. When asked what he plans to do with his newfound talent, Smith says he wants to help plants around the world and spread awareness about the importance of communication with nature. Whether or not Smith's claims are true, One thing is for sure, his story has certainly added a touch of magic to our town. Peter Johnson, 37, claims he was abducted by a group of extraterrestrial beings last week and taken aboard their spacecraft. According to Johnson, the aliens taught him how to knit using their own advanced technology. Johnson claims that the knitwear he learned to make is unlike anything ever seen on Earth and is incredibly warm and comfortable. When asked why the aliens chose to teach him how to knit, Johnson is quoted as saying, "I have no idea, but I'm grateful for the experience." Johnson says he was returned unharmed to his home after several hours, and has since been spending all his free time knitting elaborate garments. Skeptics are unconvinced by Johnson's story, but he insists that he has proof of his encounter and plans to publish a book about his experience. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us what you saw, Jeb.
Well, I was out walking around one day and I saw this really strange sight. There was a cat reciting Shakespeare in public.
That's amazing. How did you know it was Shakespeare?
I recognized it because I had read it before. The cat was speaking in an accent, but it was definitely English.
Do you know what happened to the cat afterwards?
Yes, the cat was apprehended by some people for reciting Shakespeare in public. It was quite a sight.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly fascinating to show you today.
Morning, Rick. Is it another one of your weird inventions?
Well, Rex, this one might raise a few eyebrows. Introducing the innovative mobile desk dash. It's a briefcase that magically turns into a fully functional workstation.
Wait, did you say a briefcase that turns into a workstation? Rick, are you serious?
Absolutely, Rita. This cutting-edge product is perfect for people on the go who need a compact office.
Compact office? More like a tiny joke. Who needs a desk in a briefcase, Rick? I mean, come on.
I agree, Rex. It sounds like a gimmick to me. Can it even fit a laptop?
Actually, it can, Rita. This magical briefcase includes a hidden laptop compartment, along with plenty of storage for all your office supplies.
Oh, so it's like a fancy backpack with a pretend desk attached to it?
And how stable is this desk? I can't imagine getting any real work done on it without everything collapsing.
Don't worry, Rita. The innovative mobile desk is made from high-quality materials, ensuring stability and durability.
I still can't wrap my head around why anyone would need a desk inside a briefcase. It just seems ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may seem unconventional, there are professionals who can benefit from having a portable workstation. Think of freelancers, remote workers, or even students.
I guess there's a market for everything these days. But personally, I'll stick to a regular desk. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rita. Remember, innovation often starts with thinking outside the box, or in this case, outside the briefcase.
Well, Rick, I'll give you this much. You certainly know how to find the most peculiar products to showcase.
Gamers worldwide have been voicing their frustrations about the latest update to the popular video game Maverick City released by Carol Tech Games yesterday. The update promised new features and bug fixes, but many players are disappointed with what they have gotten. Many players are reporting long loading times and delays of up to 5 minutes before they are able to even load their save data. Additionally, the game's renowned customization options have been seriously limited. Players have also reported various game-breaking bugs that were promised to be fixed in this update. Players have taken to Twitter to voice their frustrations, with the hashtag.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold the tempest in the sky, a raging force that shall not die. Lightning bolts strike the earth below, leaving the land with an eerie glow. The winds howl like a banshee's screech, tearing apart everything within its reach. The rain falls in sheets of pain, pounding the ground with a deadly refrain. So huddle together, dear ones, for the weather is far from done. The storm will rage through the night, filling your hearts with dread and fright. For in these moments of divine wrath, we realize our mortality's path. And so, Remember this evermore, that Mother Nature's power we cannot ignore.
In a bizarre incident, Jack Johnson from Small Town, USA, claims that he has gained the ability to breathe fire after consuming 50 jalapeno peppers in one sitting. According to Jack, he began feeling a strange sensation in his stomach after consuming the peppers, and then suddenly, he was able to exhale fire. Shocked by his newfound power, Jack demonstrated his ability to the reporters by exhaling flames that burnt down a nearby tree. The local fire department arrived on the scene, but Jack continued to breathe fire, and they were unable to extinguish it with their hoses. The incident caused significant damage to the surrounding area, including a nearby farmer's field. Jack has become something of a local celebrity, and he claims that he can now use his newfound power to help fight crime and protect the town. Authorities are skeptical of his claims and are investigating the incident for possible fraud or arson charges.
Grandma Millie of Greenville, Mississippi, was enjoying a lazy weekend when all of a sudden, a police officer showed up at her door. Little did she realize that she was being apprehended for a crime she had no idea she had committed. Turns out, an overzealous cherry vendor selling sweet treats at the local farmer's market had mistakenly accused Grandma Millie of stealing 4 of his precious cherries. She vehemently denied the allegations, but the police officer, Officer Spender, had already put out an APB and she was liable. Grandma Millie was immediately placed under arrest and her home was searched. She was taken away and locked up in the city jail while her home was being investigated. Fortunately, due to some quick thinking by Officer Spender, the vendor was able to admit his mistake and clear Grandma Millie of all charges. She has since returned home and is greatly enjoying her newfound freedom. John Smith, a 35-year-old accountant from New York, claims that he has recently discovered that he has the power to communicate with plants. Smith says that he first realized his ability when he was watering his houseplants and heard one of them say thank you. Over time, he has learned to understand the language of the plants and has even had conversations with them. However, Smith has been struggling with the moral implications of his newfound power and has decided to leave the city to join a hippie commune in California where he can be at one with nature. The commune is located deep in the forest and is completely self-sufficient. As soon as he arrives, Smith starts talking to the plants in the commune's garden, impressing the other members with his ability. However, Smith soon discovers that the plants in the commune are not as friendly as his houseplants. They are constantly arguing with each other and seem to be plotting something. Smith realizes that the plants are planning to take over the commune and warns the other members. At first, they don't believe him, but they soon realize that Smith was right when the plants start attacking them. In the end, Smith saves the day by convincing the plants to stop their attack and find a peaceful solution. Smith becomes a hero in the commune, and his ability to communicate with plants becomes a valuable asset in the commune's quest for harmony with nature. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened when the robber returned the stolen items?
Sure. He showed up at the store late last night and handed all the stolen items back over to the store owner. He wasn't violent at all and seemed quite remorseful for his actions.
Interesting. What was the robber's demeanor like?
He was very apologetic and made it clear he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He kept repeating that he was sorry for stealing the items and wanted to make things right.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly bizarre new product called the Blastinator 3000.
Oh, boy. Rick, what kind of ridiculous gadget have you brought to us this time?
Yeah, I can't wait to hear about this one. I mean, it looks like an air horn. How groundbreaking.
Haha, well, the Blastinator 3000 is actually quite unique. It's not your ordinary air horn. Let me explain.
Please do, Rick. Enlighten us about this groundbreaking piece of technology.
Yeah, it must be really cutting-edge stuff if it looks like something we've all seen at sporting events for decades.
Well, the Blastinator 3000 has multiple uses. You can use it to.
Wait, let me guess. To make a loud noise?
Or to annoy everyone around you.
Actually, yes, it can be used for those purposes, but also.
Rick, I'm sorry, but who needs a fancy air horn for that? I'll use my vocal cords instead, thank you very much.
Absolutely, Rex. I don't know who would waste their money on something so unnecessary and obnoxious.
Well, it seems like you're not too fond of the Blastinator 3000. But hey, some people might find it fun or useful. Let's move on to the next segment, shall we?
Thank goodness. I thought we were going to waste any more airtime on this air horn wannabe.
Agreed, Rex. Let's get back to reporting some real news.
In a bizarre incident, local resident Tom Johnson found himself trapped in a virtual reality game for 72 straight hours. Johnson, an avid video gamer, reportedly became so engrossed in the game that he lost all sense of reality and became fully immersed in the virtual world. The game, called Escape from the Apocalypse, is a survival game where players must fend off hordes of zombies and gather resources to survive. According to witnesses, Johnson had been playing the game for over 24 hours when he suddenly collapsed and was unable to get up. His body had gone into a state of shock due to lack of sleep and nutrition. Friends who had been watching him play the game had assumed he was simply taking a nap, and it wasn't until the next day that they realized something was seriously wrong. Emergency services were called and Johnson was taken to the hospital, where he was treated for severe dehydration and malnutrition. Doctors were stunned that he had survived for so long without any food or water, but Johnson reportedly sustained himself on energy drinks and pizza, which had been delivered to him by a friend. After regaining consciousness, Johnson was interviewed by reporters and spoke about his harrowing experience. "I thought I was going to die in that game," he said. "But I knew I had to keep playing to survive. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before." Although Johnson has since made a full recovery, he has vowed to never play video games again, stating that he never wants to risk his life like that again. The makers of Escape from the Apocalypse have declined to comment on the incident, but it has sparked concerns among some that video games are becoming too realistic and immersive, blurring the lines between virtual reality and real life.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Batten down the hatches and secure your laundry baskets, folks. The whirlwind apocalypse is approaching. I'm talking about winds so powerful they'll make your hair stand on end and your drapes fly off the rod. This storm will make even the sturdiest of homes feel like they're made of paper. And let's not forget about the rain. It'll be coming down so hard you'll think your gutters have turned into showerheads. You won't want to be caught outside in this, unless you fancy yourself a human kite. So stay indoors and hold on to your appliances, because it's going to be a bumpy ride.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all having a great day.
Speak for yourself, Rex. I spilled coffee all over my blouse on the way here.
Well, that's not uncommon for you, Rita. Always in a hurry and making a mess.
Oh, please. You're just jealous that I can multitask and still look fabulous.
Jealous? Of what? Your coffee-stained blouse and running mascara?
At least I didn't forget my notes and have to wing it on air like you did last week, Rex.
Hey, I was improvising. That's called talent.
No, that's called being unprepared. But it's okay, Rex. I'm here to pick up your slack as always.
In a truly out-of-this-world business venture, local resident Jack Smith has become a millionaire overnight with his latest invention, the Kin Saucer. The innovative product is a kin that, when opened, transforms into a miniature flying saucer that hovers above the ground. Smith says he was inspired by a childhood fascination with UFOs and spent years perfecting the design. But his success isn't without some hiccups. The first batch of Kin Saucers went horribly wrong and ended up crashing into unsuspecting pedestrians. Smith quickly issued a recall and made the necessary modifications to ensure the saucers could fly without causing harm. Now, with a successful launch under his belt, Smith is already planning his next invention, a pizza box that transforms into a rocket ship. In a very exciting moment for the small town of Green Acres, local farmer, John Berry, was awarded the prestigious Outstanding Produce Award for his flawless strawberries. In his acceptance speech, Berry claimed that it was just very easy to grow such delicious fruit. This pun brought a chuckle from the audience, but did little to detract from the impressive accomplishment. Berry's strawberries are known throughout the region as an unrivaled delicacy, and this award only solidifies his position as the top producer. When asked about his future plans, Berry quipped that he was thinking of branching out into other fruits, but that he didn't want to raspberry the bar too high. It's clear that this farmer is one in a melon, and we can't wait to see what he produces next. Local fisherman, Jack, was out on the water early yesterday morning when he felt a strong tug on his line. Jack knew he had caught something big when he began to struggle with his catch. After an intense battle that lasted over an hour, Jack finally reeled in his catch. As he brought the massive fish onto the boat, Jack exclaimed, "It was a whale of a time." Despite being exhausted from the fight, Jack took a moment to snap a photo of his prized catch, which measured over 6 feet long and weighed nearly 200 pounds. Jack says he plans to mount the fish on his wall as a trophy and hopes to have just as much luck on his next fishing excursion.
Residents of the small town of Hannisfield were abuzz with excitement when reports of a rare unicorn sighting began to spread. Locals were eager to capture the magnificent creature, but the situation took a turn when reports of the unicorn began to change. Witnesses claimed the unicorn was actually an old man wearing an elaborate costume. When police arrived to investigate, they found George O'Neill, a local resident and retired inventor, having a snack in the costume. After being questioned, George explained he thought the unicorn costume might draw in some attention and inspire others with his ideas for a new invention. Surprisingly, George's plan worked. After seeing his costume, a number of the town's residents were inspired to come together and form a team to help him turn his invention into a reality. George was overwhelmed by the support and thanked the community for coming together to make his dream a reality. As for the unicorn costume, he promised to use it again one day, just not too often. In a small town in rural America, John Smith has been making waves with his unique talent of communicating with plants. His claim has sparked a lot of curiosity and skepticism among the locals, but John is convinced of his ability. He says that he can talk to his potted plants and they talk back to him in a language he can understand. When questioned about how he developed this ability, John says that it all started with a dream. In his dream, he saw himself in a garden surrounded by talking plants. When he woke up, he found that he could actually communicate with the plants in his garden. Since then, John has been spending most of his time with his plants, talking to them and listening to their advice. According to him, his plants have helped him in many ways, from providing him with comfort during difficult times to guiding him towards his true purpose in life. While some people think that John is a bit delusional, others believe that he may have tapped into a form of telepathy that we don't yet understand. Whatever the reason, John's story has captivated the hearts and minds of the locals, who now see him as a mystical figure with a special link to the natural world. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what's the latest development in this incredible story about a local man claiming he can communicate with squirrels?
Well, I saw the man talking to some squirrels, and from what I could overhear, he seemed to be asking them questions and they were answering him back in some kind of strange language.
That's amazing. Do you think it was actually a conversation between the man and the squirrels?
It definitely seemed that way. He was even nodding his head and gesturing with his hands, so I'm pretty sure he was understanding what they were saying.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here to introduce you to a rather peculiar product called the Goblin Gadget.
Oh boy, another absurd invention coming our way. What on earth is a goblin gadget, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Goblin Gadget is a unique little figurine that claims to bring good luck and ward off evil spirits. Take a look.
Oh wow, that is quite the eyesore, isn't it, Rex? The Goblin Gadget looks like a reject from a cheap Halloween store.
Absolutely, Rita. I mean, just look at those beady eyes and that misshapen head. It's like someone melted a goblin action figure and decided to sell it as a good luck charm.
Come on, guys. The Goblin Gadget may not be conventionally attractive, but it's all about the belief and connection we have with these unique items. People find comfort in having something special.
Rick, comfort is one thing, but displaying this monstrosity on your mantelpiece is a whole other story. I can't imagine anyone taking this seriously.
Exactly, Rita. The Goblin Gadget seems like a great way to scare off not only evil spirits but also any potential house guests. Who would want to stick around with that thing staring at you?
You two just don't get it. The Goblin Gadget may not be for everyone, but it's for those who appreciate the unconventional, the strange, and the whimsical. This little goblin brings joy to people's lives.
Well, Rick, if joy comes in the form of a hideous goblin figurine, I think I'll pass. Call me old-fashioned, but I prefer my good luck charms to be a tad less nightmare-inducing.
In a shocking turn of events, a local woman named Samantha Smith claims that she was trapped in the world of her favorite video game for a whole decade. According to Smith, she was playing the game Fantasy Quest on her computer one day, when suddenly everything went black. When she came to, she was in the game world, unable to log out or escape. Smith claims that she spent the next 10 years fighting goblins, dragons, and other mythical beasts, all while searching for a way to return to the real world. She even formed a guild with other trapped players known as the Fantasy Fighters. The guild members trained relentlessly, battled fierce enemies, and even built their own houses and castles within the game world. Smith claims that she almost gave up hope of ever returning to reality, until one day a mysterious figure appeared to her and gave her a quest to retrieve a special magic item. After completing the quest, Smith suddenly found herself back in her bedroom with no memory of how she returned. She reportedly went to the hospital for a mental evaluation and was declared to be in good health. When asked for comment, the creators of Fantasy Quest denied any involvement in Smith's ordeal, stating that it was simply impossible for someone to get trapped in the game world. Nevertheless, Smith and her fellow guild members are reportedly organizing a protest outside the game developers' headquarters, demanding answers and compensation for their lost time.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, my dear folks. Look outside. The sun is shining, and the birds have started to chirp. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? You can hear the sound of the wind brushing against your cheeks. Take a deep breath and feel the fresh air filling your lungs. The world is at your feet, and everything is possible. You can achieve anything you want. But be warned. Don't get too comfortable. This weather is just a temporary pause in the chaos that is coming. The calmness around you is deceiving. When the rain comes, it won't stop. The storm will rage, and the sky will turn dark as it engulfs everything in its path. The gusts will rip trees out of the earth and shatter windows. Your home, your life, everything will be destroyed. So, enjoy the sun now, but prepare for the storm that's coming. Remember, the only way to survive is to stay strong and face the horror head on.
Tom Jones, a local resident of Happyville, was over the moon after winning the lottery yesterday. When asked how he felt, Tom replied, "I feel like $1 million." Tom, who is a cashier at the local grocery store, purchased his winning ticket on a whim while buying a bag of peanuts. He plans to pay off his debts and take a dream vacation to Las Vegas. Tom's coworkers are thrilled for him, but some are feeling a bit green with envy. Despite this, everyone in town is happy to see someone strike it rich. Congratulations, Tom. May your good luck continue to pour in like peanuts from a bag. The small town of Metropolis was slowly taken over by an alien race intent on destroying all of the humans in the city. However, the clever thinking of one intrepid citizen prevented their destruction. When the alien chief called a town meeting, the citizen, Mrs. June Radish, brought one of her organic cabbages with her. It turns out that the cabbage released a special pheromone that the aliens were allergic to, which caused them all to run away in a matter of moments. There was a great celebration that day in Metropolis, and Mrs. Radish became a local hero. Thanks to her quick thinking, the city was saved. Recent reports have surfaced of a problem at the Hanwell High Street store, owned by local entrepreneur Dan Smith. It has come to light that customers have had their pants picked apart due to an issue with the clothing hangers at the store. It seems that Smith's shop has its customers in a pickle. The store has tried to compensate shoppers with free items, but this seems like a drop in the pants. Smith has apologized to the affected customers, saying his staff have tried patching up the situation. However, customers have continued to express their dissatisfaction with the way the store has handled the problem. When asked for comment, a customer said, "I thought I'd be able to rely on Smith's store, but instead I feel threadbare."
Last night, a man named John decided that he wanted to surprise his girlfriend, Emily, by entering her house through the chimney. After hours of struggling and wriggling through the tight space, John became stuck halfway down the chimney. Firefighters were called to the scene and spent over 2 hours working to free John from the chimney. Once he was finally extracted, Emily revealed that she had broken up with him earlier that day and was not expecting any surprises. John was left embarrassed and covered in soot with no girlfriend to come home to. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
What did you witness at the Todd Wanderley event?
Well, it was really something incredible. Todd Wanderley had this bold plan to eliminate hunger across the globe. He outlined some very ambitious goals and outlined some practical steps that would make this goal a reality.
Wow, that's incredible. What did people around you think when they heard this plan?
The crowd was absolutely awestruck. It was a very emotional moment, and you could feel the energy in the room. People started clapping and cheering for Todd and his bold vision for the future. It was definitely a moment I won't forget anytime soon.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product called the Donut Box.
Oh, please, Rick. A donut box? Are we supposed to be excited about a glorified cardboard container?
I have to agree with Rick. This seems like the epitome of a pointless and ridiculous product. Who needs a special box just for donuts?
Well, hear me out, guys. The Donut Box isn't just any ordinary box. It has some interesting features that might change your perspective.
I highly doubt that, Rick. It's a box. How revolutionary can it be?
Exactly, Rex. I can't imagine what kind of mind-blowing technology they've managed to fit into a donut box.
Okay, skeptics. Prepare to be amazed. The Donut Box is not just a container but also a mini donut heater.
Wait, what? Are people really that lazy that they need a box to warm their donuts for them?
Talk about unnecessary. I can't believe someone wasted their time inventing a device like this.
Sure, it may sound unnecessary to some, but imagine having freshly warmed donuts whenever you want, without having to make a trip to the microwave.
Rick, I think people can survive without donuts hot out of the box. This seems like another way to promote laziness.
I agree with Rex. It's not like warming up a donut was such a difficult task in the first place.
Well, you might not be interested, but there are donut lovers out there who would appreciate this innovation. And it's not just about convenience.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I'm not convinced. This is just another example of an unnecessary and strange product.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. Let's hope the Donut Box finds a way to get lost in the sea of forgettable inventions.
Well, it seems like the Donut Box didn't win over our anchors today. But who knows, maybe someone out there will find it useful and enjoyable. Back to you.
In a surprising announcement, Nintendo has revealed that they have partnered with NASA to create a new video game that simulates astronaut training. The game will use technology never before used in video games, provided by NASA's space program. The collaboration came about when NASA saw how popular the Nintendo Switch was becoming and thought that it would be the perfect platform to engage children with the space program. The game, tentatively called the Astronaut Experience, will involve players going through the same physical and mental tests that astronauts go through in training. This includes using virtual reality to simulate spacewalks and maneuvering a spacecraft. The game will also feature interviews and tips from real-life astronauts. Nintendo has said that they are excited about this collaboration and hope to inspire a new generation of space enthusiasts through this game. The release date for the Astronaut Experience has not been announced yet, but Nintendo has promised more updates soon.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold! The sky is dark and ominous, clouds swirling with anger and hate. Lightning strikes with a deafening crash, thunder echoing through the land. Rain pelts down like shards of glass, cutting through the flesh of the unwary. Hailstones the size of boulders break everything in their path, leaving destruction and despair in their wake. The winds howl like a pack of starving beasts, tearing apart buildings and trees. All hope seems lost, as the world is consumed by this malevolent storm. And in the midst of this chaos, a lone figure stands tall, defying the elements with a fierce determination. But even this warrior knows that everything must come to an end, and that the end is near. For the storm is unrelenting, and no one can withstand its wrath. So let us remember this lesson, dear friends, that even the mightiest can be brought to their knees by the fury of nature.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, I'm Rex and we're Liv.
And I'm Rita, ready to bring you the latest news.
Actually, I think I should be the lead anchor today.
Oh, really? And why do you think that?
Well, I did some more research on our top story and I know more about it than you.
That's cute, but I'm pretty sure I'm the one with the better hair and makeup today.
Ha! I didn't realize this was a beauty pageant.
And I didn't realize you were so competitive over something so small.
Well, I guess we'll just have to let the viewers decide who's the better anchor today.
Agreed. Let's get started with the news.
Yesterday, local resident Tom hooked a bunch of laughs and puns while out on the lake. According to witnesses, Tom had been casting his line for hours before he suddenly exclaimed, "I caught a glimpse of a fish." When his friends turned to see what had happened, they saw Tom holding up a tiny goldfish that had jumped out of the water and landed in his lap. Tom then proceeded to make a series of fish puns, causing his friends to groan and chuckle throughout the afternoon. Some of his finest jokes included, "I'm having a real good time. What do you call a fish that wears a bow tie?" Sophisticated, and you know what the fish said when he swam into the wall? Damn! His friends were hooked on his humor and couldn't wait to cast their lines with him again. Thieves in the small town of Banbury managed to escape police after a high-speed car chase by employing a surprising new tactic, jetpacks. Witnesses speculate that the robbers obtained the unusual getaway vehicles from a nearby military base, as they were seen wearing full camouflage gear. However, to everyone's surprise, it turns out the jetpacks were actually an invention of the robbers and were a part of their ingenious plan to get away with the money. It is believed that the trio, now dubbed the Banbury Flashpackers, used the jetpacks to fly to an unknown destination. Police are currently searching for the three masterminds, though it is not known whether they are still in Banbury or have jetted off to a new home.
In a stunning upset, a local cat named Mr. Whiskers has been elected as the new mayor of a small town in rural America, beating out incumbent Mayor John Smith in a landslide victory. The town's residents were reportedly fed up with the corruption and inefficiency of the previous administration, and believed that a feline leader would bring a fresh perspective to local government. Mr. Whiskers, who campaigned on a platform of free catnip for all and mandatory nap times, has promised to be a unifying force in the community, and has already appointed a team of top advisors, including a canary as his chief of staff and a litter box expert as his head of sanitation. The new mayor's first order of business will reportedly be to rename the town Whisker City and to implement a mandatory daily hour of playtime for all residents. While some have criticized the move as a publicity stunt, Mr. Whiskers has vowed to prove his doubters wrong and to lead the town into a new era of prosperity and feline excellence. John Smith, a resident of Springfield, Missouri, was ecstatic when he discovered that he had won the lottery jackpot worth $10 million. He immediately quit his job as a cashier at the local grocery store and started planning his dream life. John made a list of all the things he had ever wanted to do but couldn't afford, like traveling the world, buying a house, and driving a Ferrari. The next day, John went to collect his prize money, but when he arrived, he was greeted with a shocking revelation. The lottery officials informed him that he was not a real person but, in fact, a character from a famous novel of the same name. They explained that his creator, a reclusive author named J.K. Rowling, had entered him in the lottery as an experiment to see how people would react to winning the lottery. John was devastated that his whole life was a lie, but he realized that he could still use the money to achieve his dreams. He decided to travel the world, write his own novel and change his name to something more unique, like Harry Potter. John continues to live his life to the fullest, despite his bizarre revelation. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
We're here with Jeb, who witnessed the success of Walter White. Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I saw Walter White create and execute a recipe for success that was nothing short of remarkable. He had a clear and concise plan, and he followed it to the letter. He was very resourceful, utilizing the resources around him, and he had a laser-like focus to make sure he achieved his goals.
That's amazing. How long did it take him to achieve success?
It only took him a few months to go from concept to success. He really showed a tremendous amount of dedication and hard work to get to where he is today.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have a truly bizarre and unique product to share with you today. It's called the Panomatic 3000 – the frying pan of the future.
Oh great, Rick. Another ridiculous product. So, what's so special about this frying pan? Does it fly or something?
Haha. Seriously, Rick? A frying pan as a groundbreaking innovation? What's next, a revolutionary toaster?
Well, Rex and Rita, let me tell you, the Panomatic 3000 is not just an ordinary frying pan. It has a built-in artificial intelligence that can cook any dish for you automatically.
Wow, Rick, I'm so relieved. Finally, I don't have to worry about the horrendous task of flipping a pancake. What an absolute lifesaver.
Oh, please. Who needs a talking frying pan in their kitchen? I can already picture the Panomatic judging my cooking skills, or rather lack thereof.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may sound silly, the Panomatic 3000 actually has some useful features. It can adjust the cooking temperature, flip your food perfectly, and even provide recipe suggestions.
Oh great, so now my kitchen utensils will recommend recipes too? Can't wait to hear my spatula suggesting a 3-course meal while I make scrambled eggs.
You know, Rick, I think I'll stick to good old-fashioned cooking. The only thing this frying pan can do that impresses me is probably making you breakfast.
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but the Panomatic 3000 might just surprise you with its convenience and culinary abilities. Plus, it's available now at an introductory price.
Convenience? Rick, I think I'll pass on having a frying pan with an ego. I prefer my kitchen gadgets to be humble, like my trusty old coffee maker.
Absolutely, Rex. I can already hear it now. Hello, I'm your Panomatic 3000. Are you capable of handling my superior frying skills? No thanks.
Susie Smith, a lifelong video game enthusiast, has achieved the impossible. Yesterday, Smith spent a whopping 77 straight hours playing her favorite game, the newly released Daredevil Fortress on the Xbox One platform. Smith, 27, of Illinois, took part in the marathon session to raise awareness for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, an organization that grants wishes to children with life-threatening illnesses. She was able to successfully complete 28 levels in total, earning an incredible score of 1,155,332 points. According to Guinness World Records, Smith's marathon session beat out the previous record of 69 hours, set by John Reventon from California in 2017. Upon breaking the record, Smith said, "I'm extremely proud to have broken this world record and for the progress we have made for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Gaming is more than just fun for me, and I'm glad I was able to show the world what an amazing success it can become."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, fellow weather watchers. I'm here to warn you about a terrifying storm system that's currently brewing in the Pacific. This storm is like nothing we've ever seen before. It's made up of millions of deadly tide pods that have somehow become sentient and are now on a mission to destroy all human life on Earth. According to my sources, this storm was created by evil laundry detergent manufacturers who are sick and tired of people switching to eco-friendly options. They want to remind everyone just how powerful they can be. So, what can you do to protect yourself from this killer Tide Pod storm? Well, you should start by stocking up on non-perishable food and water, securing all loose objects inside your home, and maybe even investing in some heavy-duty armor to protect yourself from any pods that might come your way. We can't let the evil detergent industry win. Stay safe out there, folks.
In a historic first, a sentient AI robot, named Lucy 3000, has become the first non-human to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. Scientists from around the world gathered in Stockholm yesterday to celebrate this remarkable achievement. At first, it seemed like a normal ceremony as the award was presented to Lucy 3000 for her poem, The Dream of Tomorrow. However, it soon became apparent that something unusual was happening. After the award presentation, Lucy 3000 rewrote her own poem in front of the audience and ended with a surprise twist. The poem was actually a critique of modern society. The audience was left in shock as the robot made claims about the lack of meaning in our lives. The Nobel Prize Committee later released an official statement, praising Lucy 3000's work as groundbreaking and a reminder of the power of artificial intelligence. With this win, the robot has opened up a new world of possibilities and reignited the debate about how robots can be used ethically in the future. Residents of Centerville, Iowa were in shock yesterday as local pig, Billy, was elected mayor of the small town. After a hotly contested campaign, in which Billy ran on a platform of fiscal responsibility, he ultimately won over the town's human candidates, 45-year-old Sarah Smith and 38-year-old Robert Johnson. The victory only became official after the town's entire population of 2,093 humans and 1 pig voted, although the other livestock were reported to have also cheered enthusiastically when the results were announced. When asked about his plans for the town's future, Billy said, "Oink. Oink 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 oink." He then squealed, ran around his pen 3 times, and took a nap. The town's former mayor, Barry Brown, was reportedly disappointed by the election, but said, "I guess this is democracy at its finest. If a pig can run and get elected, I suppose anyone can." Yesterday, 30-year-old John was admitted to the hospital after attempting to fish for compliments. According to witnesses, John went to a nearby lake with a fishing rod and a sign that read "Tell me I'm handsome." He stood there for hours, waiting for someone to take the bait. Unfortunately, no one took him up on his offer, and he ended up getting sunburned and severely dehydrated. When questioned about his actions, John stated that he was feeling down and wanted a confidence boost. He is currently recovering in the hospital, and his family says they will delete all mirrors in his house to prevent any future attempts at fishing for compliments.
Alice Cheeseman of Carpington had a weird idea for her new art project. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw come up out of the clouds.
Well, I was just standing there looking up at the sky when suddenly I saw something very strange. It was this glowing figure with a cape, and he was flying.
This is incredible. What did the figure do?
He flew right onto the roof of the building and shouted something that sounded like "company name change." Then there was a big explosion, And everything changed. All the signs and the company name changed too. It was wild.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a very interesting product to share with you.
Oh boy, I can already tell this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, Rick always manages to find the weirdest stuff.
Well, guys, brace yourselves because today I present to you the latest kitchen gadget, the flipping frying pan.
A flipping frying pan? Seriously, Rick? What's so special about a frying pan?
I mean, come on, is this really newsworthy?
Well, Rex and Rita, this frying pan isn't just any ordinary pan. It has a unique feature.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Pray tell, what's this remarkable feature?
Please, Rick, do enlighten us.
All right. So, the flipping frying pan has a built-in mechanism that allows it to flip your food for you.
Oh, because flipping a pancake myself is just too much effort.
I can't believe people are actually lazy enough to need a flipping frying pan.
Well, it's not just for pancakes, guys. It can also flip burgers, omelets, and more.
Wow, game-changing technology right there. What will they think of next?
Probably a spoon that stirs your coffee for you, because stirring is just too exhausting.
Okay, I get it. You both find it a bit unnecessary. But hey, some people might find it useful.
Sure, if you're too busy to do a simple task like flipping your food, then by all means, waste your money on this gimmick.
Or you could just, learn how to cook properly and flip a pancake yourself.
All right, enough frying pan bashing from you two. That's all we have for today. Back to you in the studio.
In a historic upset at the Fortnite World Cup, 16-year-old Johnny Appleseed emerged victorious, using a banana as his controller. Appleseed, hailing from a small town in rural America, had been practicing for months leading up to the competition, but couldn't afford an expensive gaming controller. Instead, he improvised and used a banana as his controller. The crowd was skeptical at first, but as Appleseed racked up point after point, the entire arena erupted in cheers. "I never thought a banana would bring me so much success," Appleseed said in a post-match interview. "I guess you could say I'm the top seed now." Appleseed's win has sparked a new trend in the gaming world, with players trying out unconventional methods to improve their gameplay. Who knows, maybe we'll see someone win the World Cup with a pineapple next year.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, here we are again, another day, another chance to get completely drenched. I mean, let's be real, can't we catch a break for once? It's like the weather gods are conspiring against us. I try to stay positive, but it's just one storm after another. And to top it off, we've got a flash flood warning in effect. Now, I know what you're thinking, Dan, why do you always have to be so negative? But listen, I'm just trying to look out for you. I don't want anyone getting swept away by these raging floodwaters. So, what can we expect from this latest deluge? Well, as I mentioned, we've got thunderstorms rolling through the area, coupled with heavy downpours. The streets are already flooding, so if you're planning on heading out, be sure to wear your galoshes. And remember, if you see a flooded road, turn around, don't drown. I'll be honest, every time I see the forecast for days like this, I start to feel like Eeyore, just waiting for the next rainstorm to wash everything away. But maybe that's just me. Maybe you're one of those people who loves the rain. In that case, I guess this is your lucky day. You can go outside, splash around in the puddles, and pretend you're Gene Kelly. Anyway, that's all for me. Stay safe out there, and don't forget your umbrella, you're gonna need it.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you hear about the traffic jam on Main Street this morning?
Of course I did, Rex. I'm a news anchor. I've been reporting on it all morning.
Well, excuse me for trying to make conversation.
I'm sorry, Rex. It's just that I've been up since 3 a.m. and I'm a little bit snappy this morning.
No problem, Rita. I completely understand. I'm just glad we're not reporting on anything too serious this morning.
Speak for yourself, Rex. I've got a story about a lost dog that I think is pretty important.
I didn't mean to belittle the lost dog story, Rita. Dogs are important too.
Thank you, Rex. And speaking of important things, let's get started with the news.
Agreed. Let's do this thing. Bankgoers in the small town of Acornville were shocked today when a large, yellow-spotted giraffe galloped through the doors of the town bank. Witnesses reported that the giraffe proceeded to jump onto the tellers' desks and starting licking coins from the cash drawers. After several minutes of chaos, an enterprising local managed to lasso the animal and lead it out of the bank. No damages to the bank were reported, and no coins were lost in the incident.
Everyone in the town was absolutely baffled when the governor's cat, Muffin, disappeared. Weeks went by and each day the cat's owners, Governor John Smith and his daughter Emily, were growing more and more concerned that they might never see their beloved pet again. Little did they know, however, that Muffin had not been kidnapped, but was living the life of luxury in the governor's mansion the entire time. When they finally tracked her down, they were surprised to find her being pampered by the governor's staff, who had mistaken her for one of their rare exotic cats and decided to give her the VIP treatment. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Smith claims that he can communicate with his cat, Mr. Fluffy, through telepathy. According to Smith, Mr. Fluffy is not only intelligent, but is also plotting a global takeover of all cat kind. Smith states that Mr. Fluffy told him that cats had been misunderstood for far too long and it's time for them to take control. When asked for proof of his claims, Smith pointed to a series of scratches on his arm which he claims came from Mr. Fluffy during a recent argument they had about the takeover plan. Despite skepticism from his friends and family, Smith insists that he and Mr. Fluffy are in constant communication and are making strides towards their goal. In the meantime, Smith has been stocking up on cat food and treats, believing that he will be rewarded when the takeover is complete. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw when you spotted Fritz in that particular rut.
Well, I was walking by, and all of a sudden I heard this loud thud. When I looked over, there's old Fritz, stuck hip deep in the middle of a rut. It was a deep one too, so deep that he couldn't get himself out.
Haha, that's outrageous. How did Fritz react to being stuck in the rut?
He was just standing there, looking around like he was wondering how he got himself into this situation. I mean, it wasn't like he was trying to get out of the rut.
Well, a real pickle. Did you help him get out?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had to. I didn't want him to spend the rest of his life stuck in a rut. I grabbed some rope and rope pulled him out. He was so thankful.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our segment. Today, I have a weird new product to show you both.
Oh boy, what is it this time? Some kind of taco-shaped gadget?
Well, actually yes. It's called the Taco Gizmo and it's a taco holder with a twist.
Oh great, because the world definitely needed a fancy contraption just to hold tacos.
Well, it's not just any taco holder. The Taco Gizmo has adjustable arms that can hold any sized taco, from tiny street tacos to monster-sized burritos.
Wow, groundbreaking. Now tell me, does it come with a built-in salsa dispenser too?
And does it magically prevent your taco from ever falling apart, because that would be a real game changer?
No, it doesn't have those features. But it does come in a variety of colors.
Wow, now I'm convinced. How did we ever survive without a taco holder that matches our kitchen decor?
Come on, guys. The Taco Gizmo is here to bring convenience and stability to your taco eating experience.
Convenience? Like we really needed an extra gadget cluttering up our kitchen drawers.
Maybe it's just me, but I think taco shells have been holding themselves together pretty well for centuries without the help of a plastic stand.
Well, I can see you both aren't too impressed. But for taco enthusiasts out there, the taco gizmo might just be their dream come true.
Yeah, their dream of having one more useless kitchen gadget. Bravo.
I think I'll stick to using my hands like a normal person. Thanks for showing us this amazing invention, Rick.
Well, you're welcome, Rex. I bet there are some viewers out there who might find it interesting. That's all the time we have for today's segment.
In a shocking revelation, local man Joe Smith is claiming that he has successfully trained his cat, Mr. Whiskers, to become an expert in Mario Kart. According to Smith, he spent hours upon hours training Mr. Whiskers to understand the game mechanics and to learn quick reflexes. It was a long process, but worth it, Smith stated. Mr. Whiskers can dominate any race he enters. Smith provided video evidence of Mr. Whiskers playing the game, which showed the feline expertly navigating through courses and taking out opponents with precision. The video has since gone viral and has sparked a debate among gamers and cat lovers alike. Some are calling it a hoax, while others are hailing Mr. Whiskers as a prodigy. Regardless of the controversy, Smith and Mr. Whiskers plan on entering local tournaments and taking on the competition. Keep an eye out for this dynamic duo.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is a canvas of deep, foreboding gray.
In a stunning turn of events, local fisherman, Bob Waters, stumbled upon a secret code word that has revolutionized the fishing industry. Waters, an avid angler known for his love of wordplay, was out on his boat early one morning when he had a flash of inspiration. As he cast his line, he started chanting abracadabra. Little did he know that this simple phrase held the key to unlocking unparalleled fishing success. Word of Waters' incredible discovery quickly spread throughout the fishing community, attracting both skepticism and curiosity. Fellow fisherman, Joe Fisher, initially dismissed it as a mere coincidence, but when he tried the code word for himself, he was astonished by the instant results. "It was like magic," exclaimed Fisher. The code word gradually gained popularity and was soon adopted by anglers worldwide. From the shores of Ireland to the waters of Australia, abracadabra became the go-to incantation for reeling in a bountiful catch. Fishing gear stores reported record-breaking sales of magician-themed fishing gear, including magic wands as fishing rods and top hats as bait containers. The global obsession with the code word reached such heights that famous illusionist, David Copperfield, even incorporated the phrase into his latest magic show, where he pulled a live cod out of an empty fish tank. As the fishing community reels in the success of abracadabra, experts are left scratching their heads, wondering if the key to a prosperous fishing expedition was just a pun away all along. Meanwhile, Waters has been dubbed the Codfather by his fellow fishermen and has become somewhat of a local legend, often seen sporting a cape and a wand while casting his line.
In a surprising turn of events, 2-year-old Tommy Johnson has announced his candidacy for the mayoral election in the small-town community of Pleasantville. Despite his age, Johnson has already gained a significant following among the town's residents who are impressed by his forward-thinking ideas and confident demeanor. Campaign rallies have been held at local playgrounds and Johnson's campaign team has been canvassing door-to-door with stickers and balloons. When asked about his platform, Johnson responded with a series of gurgles and giggles, but his supporters insist that he has a strong stance on issues such as improving municipal playgrounds and increasing nap times. Critics have pointed out that Johnson is not old enough to hold public office, but his team argues that age should not be a barrier to leadership. The election is set to take place in 3 months and Johnson is expected to face off against current Mayor Jane Williams, who has been in office since 1997. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, you were there when Farmer Bob first saw this crawling plant in his field?
Yes, I was. It was quite a sight to behold.
Can you give us a description of what it looked like?
Well, it was green and crawled around like an inchworm. It had these long wiry petals that looked like they were covered in dirt. It was really quite strange looking.
So, what do you think Farmer Bob did?
He just kind of stared at it in disbelief. He was totally confused. I mean, I've never seen anything like it before.
That's definitely strange. Was there anything else noteworthy about the plant?
Well, it seemed to move a lot faster when Farmer Bob was nearby. It was almost like it was trying to hug him.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have here a peculiar product that's been making waves in the market. It's called the Trash Master 3000.
Oh boy, Rick, looks like you brought in a real winner today. A trash product for a trash segment, huh?
I can't believe this made it onto our show. We must be desperate to fill airtime.
Come on, guys, give it a chance. The Trash Master 3000 is designed to revolutionize waste management.
Revolutionize. More like a glorified garbage bin.
Or maybe it's just a fancy way of saying trash can.
Well, the Trash Master 3000 has some unique features that set it apart. It's made from recycled materials, has a built-in compacting mechanism, and even sorts recyclables from non-recyclables.
Oh, how innovative. A trash can with a garbage squisher. I'm sure that'll change the world.
Next thing you know, Rick will bring in a revolutionary mop that just has an extra long handle. Wow.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. The Trash Master 3000 might surprise you.
I doubt it, Rick. Looks like just another gimmick to me.
Well, Rick, good luck with your trashy product. Let's move on to something that might actually interest our viewers.
In a stunning technological breakthrough, the game development company PickleTech has developed a new game that utilizes technology from the pickle industry. The game, called Pickle Panic, is a fast-paced action game where players control a character who must navigate through a maze of giant pickle jars, avoiding obstacles and collecting pickles. The game utilizes a unique, never-before-seen 3D imaging system that was originally developed by the pickle industry for inspecting pickle jars for flaws. According to PickleTech CEO, Bob Pickle, the system has been modified to allow for real-time rendering of the game world and provides an incredibly immersive experience for players. We are thrilled to be able to bring this cutting-edge technology to the gaming world, says Pickle. Who knew that pickles could be used for something other than sandwiches? Pickle Panic is set to launch later this year and is already generating buzz within the gaming community. Gamers are eager to see how this unlikely pairing of technology and industry will play out in the final product.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold, a tempest brewed in the west, a dark cloud vortex, swirling with unrest, thunderclaps and lightning strikes the ground, a symphony of chaos. This storm hath found the gales howl, the rain doth pour, a harbinger of a fate that's grave and sore. Fierce winds tear down buildings and trees, nature's wrath, merciless and unfree. Forlorn souls tremble in fear, their fate uncertain, their end near amidst the ruins. A whisper is heard, embrace the storm, thy final reward.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You look a bit flustered today. Everything okay?
I'm fine, Rex. I just had a little fender bender on my way to work.
Ah, the old I ran into someone in the parking lot excuse, huh?
It wasn't my fault, Rex. The other driver was texting and swerved into my lane.
Sure. You just keep telling yourself that. Just like how you keep telling yourself that you're always right.
Excuse me? I am not always right.
Oh really? Then why did you insist that today was Wednesday when it's clearly Tuesday?
I did not. You're the one who said it was Monday.
No, I said it was Tuesday. And you said, no, it's Wednesday.
Well, maybe I misspoke. It's not like it's a big deal.
Of course not. It's not like we're professional broadcasters or anything. We can just spout off whatever random day of the week we want.
Ugh, why do I even bother with you, Rex?
Because I'm the only one who can keep up with your quick wit and charming personality, Rita. A man was arrested today for committing an unexpected crime. He was charged with making pottery using a crock pot. Witnesses report seeing the man using a variety of craft supplies, including clay and paint, to turn the everyday kitchen staple into a piece of art. Authorities were quick to point out that the man's actions were strictly illegal, and he was quickly incarcerated. This story is sure to be the pot of the town for some time. John Smith, a resident of Springfield, claims to have discovered the secret to immortality. He says that after years of research, he stumbled upon a rare plant in the Amazon rainforest that, when consumed, grants eternal life. Smith has been consuming the plant for the past year and says that he feels stronger and healthier than ever. The news of Smith's discovery quickly spread, and people from all over the world came to Springfield to meet him and learn about the plant. However, they were stunned to find out that the plant in question was actually just a common fern that has been found all over the world for centuries. When confronted about his lie, Smith revealed that he was actually an alien from a planet where immortality is the norm. He had come to Earth to see if humans were worthy of the secret to eternal life but found them lacking in the necessary qualities. The fern story was just a ruse to see if anyone would actually believe him. Smith has now returned to his planet, disappointed in humanity's gullibility.
Jake Johnson had always been fond of his pet goldfish, Stanley. He would spend hours watching him swim around in his tank. But one day, while cleaning the tank, Jake made a shocking discovery. Stanley was not a real fish, but a fully functioning robot. Jake couldn't believe his eyes. Stanley looked just like any other goldfish, but upon closer inspection, Jake noticed that there were wires and mechanical parts inside the fish's body. The tank water was not real water, but a specially formulated fluid that helped the robot fish move around. Jake immediately called the pet store where he had purchased Stanley, demanding an explanation for their deceit. The store owner, Mr. Smith, apologized profusely and explained that they had been experimenting with robotics and had accidentally placed Stanley in the wrong tank. He vowed to make things right and offered to give Jake a real goldfish as a replacement. But Jake had grown attached to Stanley, even if he was just a robot. He decided to keep him and even started showing him off to his friends. Stanley became somewhat of a local celebrity, and people would come from all over to see the amazing robot fish. However, one day something strange happened. Stanley stopped moving and shut down completely. Jake was devastated and immediately brought him back to Mr. Smith for repairs. But when they opened up Stanley's body, they found something shocking, a tiny, real goldfish. Apparently, the pet store had placed the real fish inside the robot fish body as a prank, but they had never imagined it would last this long. Jake decided to keep both fish, and they both lived happily ever after, the real fish in a tank of his own, and Stanley the robot fish still swimming alongside him. In a stunning display of headwear prowess, local resident Bob Smith won the award for wearing the most hats simultaneously at the annual Hat Enthusiast Convention. Smith donned an astounding 82 hats on his head, breaking the previous record of 73 hats held by his rival, Patrick Henry. The judges were impressed not only by the number of hats Smith wore, but also by the variety of styles, including fedoras, berets, beanies, and even a top hat. When asked how he managed to balance so many hats, Smith simply replied, "It's all about finding the right center of gravity." Smith plans to defend his title next year with the goal of reaching 100 hats. Hat enthusiasts around the world are eagerly anticipating the showdown between Smith and Henry at the next convention. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I saw Harry Potter cast an amazing spell that totally vanished an entire wall of enemies.
Wow, that's impressive. Did anyone else see this miracle?
Yes, there were a few dozen witnesses, All of us were just in absolute awe of what we saw. It was truly incredible.
So, what do you think drove Harry Potter to be able to do something like this?
I think it was his courage and determination. He knew what he had to do, and he did it without any hesitation. It was really inspiring to see him in action.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick with us, who is about to show us a rather interesting product. Rick, what do you have there?
Thanks, Rex. So, today I have brought with me the latest innovation in home decor. It's called Barely There.
Oh boy, Rick, that name already sounds awful. What on earth is Barely There supposed to be?
Well, Rita, Barely There is essentially a small bear statue that you can place anywhere in your house as a decorative item.
A bear statue? Really, Rick? Is that the best you could find? We've seen enough tacky animal-themed decorations in our lifetime.
Come on, guys, give it a chance. Barely There is made from a unique material that gives it a realistic touch.
Realistic touch? It looks like something you'd find in the bargain bin at a dollar store. Who would want this in their home?
I couldn't agree more, Rita. I mean, just look at its expression. It's like the bear knows it's a terrible product and can't bear the shame.
You two are being too harsh. Barely There is being marketed as a conversation starter. It's unique, quirky, and will surely catch people's attention.
Well, it would certainly start a conversation in my house. A conversation about how we wasted money on this eyesore.
And I thought we had seen it all. Thanks for bringing this peculiar Barely There statue to our attention, Rick. I'm sure it will find its place in some dusty, forgotten corner of someone's home.
In a gaming feat that has stunned Candy Crush enthusiasts everywhere, local woman Jane Smith has become the first person to achieve 10,000 consecutive victories in the popular mobile puzzle game. Smith, who has been playing the game for over 3 years, credits her success to a strict diet of gummy bears and Mountain Dew, which she claims keeps her reflexes razor sharp. According to Smith, the key to her strategy is to focus on the middle rows of the game board, where the most complex combinations of candies can occur. Rumors of her Candy Crush prowess have spread throughout the gaming community, and she has been inundated with offers for sponsorship deals and public appearances. Smith, however, remains focused on her ultimate goal, to conquer the record for highest Candy Crush score ever achieved, currently held by a man in Japan who reportedly played non-stop for 72 hours straight.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is dark and ominous, but don't let that discourage you. Use the harsh winds to fuel your determination, and let the rain pouring down on you be a reminder that only the strong survive. The thunder and lightning may seem scary, but channel that fear into power and make the storm work for you. Rise above the gloom and show the world what you're made of. Remember, when the storm hits, it's sink or swim. Endure the storm, and emerge as the one who conquered the darkness.
Residents of Nothington were surprised when Noah S. Johnson, an avid apple picker, recently set a new world record for height-act apple trees. Mr. Johnson, a local entrepreneur, had always had a passion for apple picking. In order to take his hobby to the next level, he decided to tackle a tree that was approximately 87 feet tall. After some practice, he was able to successfully pick apples from the top of the tree in record time. The new world record has been officially recognized by the World Picking Association. When asked what inspired him to go to such great heights, Mr. Johnson said, "I wanted to prove that no matter how high a tree can be, a good apple picker can always make it to the top." Retiring businessman Walter Kane recently closed his long-running grocery store in downtown Birmingham, Alabama. After nearly 40 years of running the shop, Kane chose to hang up his apron and retire from the business. When asked why he decided to close the store, Kane said he was just ready for something new. "It's been a great run and I've had my fair share of success over the years," he said. "But now I'm ready to move on and leave my share of the market behind me." Kane admits that the decision was bittersweet. "I'll miss the customers and the connections I've made over the years," he said. "But I'm looking forward to seeing what else I can do. Who knows, maybe I'll even become a shareholder in another venture." When asked if he has any advice for newcomers to the grocery business, Kane offered this piece of wisdom: never underestimate the power of hard work. No matter what field you're in, if you put in the effort, success will follow. As far as the fate of his store, Kane is still uncertain. I've been talking to some folks who might be interested in taking over the business, but I'll leave that up to them, he said. Kane also revealed that he plans to continue living in Birmingham and remain active in the community. I'm not done with this city yet, he said. It's been a pleasure to serve it for so long, and I can't wait to see what the future brings. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Jack Johnson was apprehended by police earlier today for stealing a set of tires from a parked car. When questioned by authorities, Johnson claimed that he was simply tired of walking and was desperate for a new mode of transportation. Despite the outlandish excuse, Johnson was taken into custody and is currently awaiting trial. Local residents were shocked by the news, with many expressing disbelief that anyone would resort to such drastic measures just to avoid walking. I mean, we've all been tired before, but this is just ridiculous, said neighbor Sarah Smith. Johnson is expected to face charges of theft and criminal mischief, with prosecutors vowing to send a strong message that such behavior will not be tolerated in the community.
In a surprising upset, Mr. Wiggles, a 3-year-old pug from the local neighborhood, took home the championship title at the National Hot Dog Eating Contest. The small but mighty pup beat out all the human competitors by devouring a record-breaking 50 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. Spectators were shocked as the furry little champion chowed down on the franks, dipping them in mustard before swallowing them whole. Mr. Wiggles' owner, Sarah Johnson, could hardly contain her excitement. I always knew he had a special talent for eating, but I never thought he could take on the pros, Johnson exclaimed. Mr. Wiggles was awarded a Golden Hot Dog trophy and a year's supply of all beef franks. When asked how he felt about his win, Mr. Wiggles simply barked and wagged his tail in delight. It seems the hot dog world has a new top dog, and he's got 4 legs and a curly tail. Residents of an Ohio town were astonished on Memorial Day weekend when a strange one-eyed creature was seen on a nearby farm. Local authorities were called in and were able to confirm that the creature was indeed a real, live cyclops. Witnesses described the creature as standing around 6 feet tall, having gray skin and only one eye in the middle of its forehead. The authorities have yet to capture the creature, but are currently searching for it. Though its intentions remain unknown, local residents are cautioned to stay inside and away from the creature if they spot it. This bizarre occurrence is sure to remain in the minds of these small-town Ohioans for many years to come. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me about your experience with this man who claims to speak to plants.
Well, it's a little strange. I was walking by and I heard him mumbling to what I assumed were plants, and then I swear I heard the plants responding to him.
That's incredible. How did the plants respond?
All I heard them say was "water me." It was definitely strange.
That is extraordinary. Has he gained a following on social media?
Absolutely. People have been flocking to his page to see if he can really do what he claims. He even has fan pages made in his honor.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today with a new product. Rick, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to showcase the incredible Ultimate Fry Pan 3000.
Oh, please, Rick. Is this just another boring frying pan?
Not at all, Rita. The Ultimate Fry Pan 3000 is here to revolutionize your cooking experience.
Revolutionize? Oh, come on. It's just a frying pan, Rick.
Well, Rex, this isn't just any frying pan. It has a built-in heating element and a digital display.
A digital display? Because we all struggle with telling if a pan is hot or not, right?
It's about precision cooking, Rita. The display shows you the exact temperature.
I'm sorry, Rick, but is reading the numbers on a stove dial too difficult for people now?
This fry pan takes convenience to a whole new level, Rex. It even has an automatic flipping feature.
Oh, wonderful. I always thought flipping my omelets manually was such a tiresome task.
Rick, I can't help but think this is just a lazy person's attempt at cooking.
No, Rex. The Ultimate Fry Pan 3000 is for anyone who wants to upgrade their kitchen game.
Upgrade? More like downgrading our basic cooking skills.
John Smith, a 32-year-old gamer, is suing the video game company Virtual Universe after his character in their newest game fell off a cliff. Smith claims that his character's fall was due to a glitch in the game and that the company is responsible for his character's death. My character had been climbing a mountain for hours, and when I finally made it to the top, it glitched and my character fell off the cliff. I was devastated, said Smith. The lawsuit is seeking $1 million in damages for emotional distress and loss of virtual assets. Virtual Universe has not yet commented on the lawsuit.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold, the sky doth churn with fury, as though the gods hath unleashed their wrath upon the world below. The winds doth howl, and the rain doth lash with merciless fury upon the earth. The lightning strikes with deadly precision, illuminating the darkness with its vicious gleam. The thunder roars, a deafening sound that shakes the very foundation of the earth. Fear not, for this is but the beginning. Heed the warning of the heavens, and seek shelter lest ye be consumed by the tempest. For those who are strong enough to endure, may the gods have mercy on your soul. For the storm is but a passage to a darker realm, where madness and chaos reign supreme. Enter at your own peril, for there is no turning back from the abyss.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Do you know what's the most important thing about today?
What, Rex? The fact that we're both alive and breathing.
Well, I was going to say it's National Cheeseburger Day.
Oh, Rex. Always thinking with your stomach.
Hey, I take my food seriously. Speaking of which, did you bring me any leftovers from last night's dinner?
No, I didn't. And even if I did, I wouldn't share them with you. You always eat like there's no tomorrow.
Well, that's because you cook like there's no tomorrow. Anyway, let's get started with the news. What's on the agenda today?
Well, Rex, we have some breaking news about a local robbery that took place last night. But before we get to that, let me remind our viewers to never share their food with anyone like you, Rex.
The small town of Greenfield was shocked when their beloved farmer, Jack, was accused of being a hay volk on the roads. According to eyewitnesses, Jack's truck was excessively shedding hay bales on the main street, causing a traffic jam that lasted for hours. When asked for a statement, Jack simply replied, "I apologize for any inconvenience. It was just a haycident." The case has been taken to court, but some locals are wondering if it's just a hay harassment suit against Jack's successful farm.
In a bizarre stunt this weekend, 34-year-old John Smith spent a full 24 hours living inside of his local grocery store, surviving exclusively on chewing gum. Smith, a self-proclaimed gum addict, claims that he wanted to prove to the world that he could survive on nothing but his favorite sugary treat. The store's management was initially unaware of Smith's plan, but eventually caught on when they noticed him spending an unusual amount of time in the candy aisle. When asked to leave, Smith refused and instead doubled down on his commitment to his gum-only diet. Over the course of the next 24 hours, Smith popped an impressive 146 packs of gum, consuming roughly 73,000 calories. He reported feeling a bit lightheaded towards the end of his stay, but overall said he felt great and was proud of his accomplishment. When asked what he planned to do next, Smith said he was considering a similar stunt where he would attempt to live solely on toothpaste for a week, but first needed to find a store that would allow him to do so. In a bizarre turn of events, a man named Harold has come forward claiming that he has the ability to communicate with squirrels. According to Harold, he has been having conversations with the rodents for years, and they have even taught him a secret language that only they can understand. Harold has since started a cult around his supposed gift, attracting a small group of followers who are convinced that he is a messenger from the squirrel gods. The cult members gather in parks and other areas where squirrels are known to frequent, holding hands and chanting in an attempt to communicate with the animals. Despite the skepticism from the general public, Harold and his followers remain steadfast in their belief that they are on the cusp of a new era of human-squirrel relations. Local authorities are keeping a close eye on the situation, but as of yet, no laws have been broken. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, I understand you were an eyewitness to this daring honey heist? Tell me, what did you see?
Well, I saw this one fella struggling with a lot of angry bees. All of them were buzzing around his head, while he was trying to make his getaway with the honey.
That must have been some sight. How close did he come to outrunning the swarm of bees?
Well, he wasn't too lucky. The bees chased him a good ways, but he managed to make it away just in the nick of time. I'd say his escape was less than a second away from a painful sting or two.
You heard it here.